Chapter 81 Survival in the Wilderness. Tang Imo stared straight up at the sky with his eyes open. Not to mention, the starry sky today was really beautiful. She now hopes that the teeth of the alien beast that will come soon will not be too sharp. It is best to bite her aorta first, and then eat her flesh after she is more dead. He lived a new life, even though his life was a little shorter. But it was something he had earned in vain. Ah, I really want to call my mother and Chen Ling at the last moment. If I die suddenly, they will be sad. Tang Imo closed his eyes. Suddenly, there seemed to be something furry in the palm of my hand. Could it be a pre-dinner ritual for alien beasts? Do you have to hold hands before eating? Tang Imo opened his eyes and looked hard at the palm of his hand. It was a furry little paw, tentatively touching Tang Mo's hand. This is. A silver furry little fox leaned against Tang Mo's hand. This was the one he saw at the Alliance Coliseum. Tang Imo still had a deep memory of the little fox with poison on its nails. Such a big alien beast shouldn't eat humans. Right? Tang Imo thought to himself. I saw the little fox's hand picking something in Tang Mo's hand and stuffing it into his mouth. That was the crystal core powder that remained on Tang Mo's hand after it was absorbed. This little fox likes crystal cores? Tang Imo quickly understood the little fox's intention. This place is close to the exit of the forest. If this fox can attract someone to rescue him, he may still have a chance to survive. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he remembered what Chen Ling said. The intelligence of today's strange beasts is higher than human imagination. So she decided to try again for her own life and make a last-ditch effort. With a movement of mental energy, a crystal nucleus instantly appeared in Tang Mo's palm. Although she can't move her hands, she can still take things from the space. Woo! The little fox's eyes widened when he saw the crystal core, and Tang Imo could see obvious surprise on its face. He immediately held the crystal core in his hands and put it close to his belly. Soon the crystal core in the little fox's arms turned into a pile of powder. Can today's alien beasts absorb crystal nuclei? Tang Imo was really shocked when he saw the fox's series of actions. If even alien beasts learned to evolve independently, what a terrible thing it would be for the world. But obviously, now is not the time to worry about this. After absorbing a primary crystal core, the little fox was obviously not very satisfied, holding Tang Mo's hand and jumping around. But the second crystal core could not be found, and the little fox's face changed from surprise to disappointment. But it obviously figured out one thing. That is, this crystal core was created by this human being. The little fox jumped on Tang Mo's body and pushed Tang Mo's face with his paw, which was very obvious. Tang Imo blinked. The little fox jumped on Tang Mo's body again. Tang Imo blinked. The unwilling little fox clasped his hands and bowed to Tang Imo. The way he prayed was very funny. Tang Imo still blinked. Tang Imo was helpless. She couldn't speak now, and she couldn't tell the fox to call someone for her. She could only express her intention by blinking her eyes. Seeing that the people below him were unmoved, the little fox jumped down from Tang Mo's body, and then circled around to observe. Then he scratched his head with his hands and fell into thinking. Great! It finally understands. Tang Imo felt happy. Even for the crystal core, the little fox should know how to ask someone to save him. But after waiting for a long time at the end of Tang Dynasty, the little fox still didn't leave. Instead, as if he had made great determination, a small black bead escaped from somewhere on his body. At the end of Tang Dynasty, when he took a closer look, he saw that they were not beads, but rather like crystal nuclei. It's just much smaller than the crystal core, and it's completely black. She has never heard of such a thing as a black crystal core. The little fox was full of reluctance, holding the beads and jumping onto Tang Mo's body step by step. He jumped a few more times as if to vent his hatred, and then slowly stuffed the crystal core into Tang Mo's mouth. Seeing that Tang Imo wouldn't swallow, he used another strength to lift Tang Mo's chin and help her put the beads into her stomach. Faced with all this, Tang Imo, who was helpless to struggle, cried silently in his heart. She originally became like this because she absorbed too many crystal nuclei and exceeded the limit of her body's endurance. Now that I have fed myself a seemingly more advanced crystal core, isn't this going to make me die sooner? Forget it. It's better to explode and die than to be eaten alive by a strange beast. Life creed in the late Tang Dynasty, optimism until the end of life. The imaginable pain did not come. Instead, as the crystal core sank, Tang Mo's body felt a strong warm current erupting in his body. If the healing function of his own mental power is like a weak stream of water, then this warm current is like a flash flood that explodes instantly. Tang Imo quickly observed his body with his mental power. and saw that as the warm current passed by. First of all, the damaged internal organs were completely repaired. Then, there are the various blood vessels and meridians. Every time it flows through a place, there will be a place that is perfectly repaired, and the warm current becomes weaker. About half an hour later, the warm current had completed 3 rounds on his body, repairing Tang Mo's entire body down to every detail. In the end, there were some unconsumed ones left, which began to find their own places in Tang Mo's body, and soon disappeared. Tang Mo could clearly feel that the energy that he could not bear originally had been perfectly integrated with his body through repair and integration over and over again. The last part of that warm current also brought the intensity of my physical fitness to a new level. Tang Mo moved his fingers tentatively. You can move. Then he slowly sat up and twisted his neck. Then he stood up and jumped vigorously. Not only has the entire body recovered completely, it is even better than its previous best state. It seems that there is endless strength and vitality in the body. Is this what those comprehensive attribute values bring to you? It was obviously something that should be happy. But for some reason, Tang Mo's eyes suddenly turned red. From the time she woke up until now, she was lying in a dark jungle full of dangers, unable to move. She kept telling herself to be strong and not be afraid. And she did. But she is actually not that powerful. Even though she has lived 2 lifetimes, she has never experienced this before. She is just a girl in her early 20s. She disguised herself as powerful, and became even more powerful unknowingly. Tang Mo, who was immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster, suddenly felt something tugging on his trousers. When she looked down, she saw that the little fox was looking up at her, stretching out a hand as if asking for something from her. Chapter 82 Unexpected Gain. It's not that Tang Mo couldn't understand. The black crystal core was the little fox's treasure. The little fox obviously knew that the black crystal core could save his life. The purpose of saving himself is to get his own crystal core. This is the exchange that the little fox wants to make. And Tang Mo can understand it. But there are 2 problems. Why do you want your own primary crystal nucleus instead of eating it, when there are obviously such powerful crystal nuclei? Why can that crystal core bring powerful repair power instead of increasing the burden on the body? Tang Mo thought about it carefully. The first question seems to be clear. Just like the human body has a limit of endurance, the bead may have exceeded the endurance limit of the little fox. The power of repair may be fatal poison to the little fox, and it knows that it cannot eat it. That's why the little fox knew it was a good thing, but didn't absorb it. Instead, he kept it with him preciously. As for what the black crystal core was, and where it came from, it was impossible for Tang Mo to figure it out of thin air. Just give up. You will encounter these things sooner or later in the future, as long as you live long enough. Tang Mo thought so, looking down at the little fox, who was sullen because he had not responded to it. Tang Mo sat down patiently. She has now fully recovered and has even become stronger. The forest is no longer a threat to her, but a huge and free space. She transformed from a prey to a predator. Tang Mo faced the little fox and took out a bag of crystal nuclei. The intermediate crystal nuclei and all the bags have been taken out long ago, and 2/3 of them have been used. Now there are only 30 primary crystal nuclei left in each bag. These are given to you as payment. Tang Mo put the bag in front of the little fox. She subconsciously felt that the fox would be able to understand what she said. The little fox used his paws to drag the bag behind him, and then stretched out his paws again. This is not enough? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he couldn't laugh or cry. This fox could still bargain. But that's right. It's really too much to want to exchange for that baby with 30 cores. This is bullying a fox who doesn't understand prices. Even if the little fox doesn't understand prices, he still knows that 1 bag is not enough. After thinking about it, Tang Mo took out 10 more bags and piled them in front of the fox. It can be said that this black crystal core saved his life. And it was also a blessing in disguise, stabilizing the rioting energy and further improving his physical quality. Even if you give all the crystal cores in your body to the little fox, it is still worth it. Seeing 10 bags, the surprise appeared on the little fox's face again, and this time he nodded with satisfaction. With great effort, he dragged a large pile of bags backwards. Judging from this, it should mean that the transaction with Tang Mo has ended perfectly, and it is ready to withdraw. Seeing the fox dragging so many things back, a bold idea suddenly came to Tang Mo's mind. Can you handle so many crystal nuclei? Tang Mo began his own way of seduction. The little fox remained unmoved and continued to drag his crystal core. If he hides and is discovered by other beasts, he will be gone. Right. Tang Mo continued to seduce. The little fox continued to drag the crystal core, and his steps gradually faltered due to fatigue. How about you follow me? Tang Mo suggested. The little fox turned a deaf ear and continued on its way. Follow me, and I guarantee that you will always have crystal cores to eat. Tang Mo took out her special move. She knew that although this little fox was just a cub now, and had no real strength, judging from its IQ, it was definitely not an ordinary beast, and keeping it by her side would definitely be of great use. If your ability is not enough to tame a strange beast, then you might as well find another way to abduct a strange beast back. Anyway, crystal nuclei can always be obtained through hard work, but a good partner is hard to come by. Hearing Tang Mo say that there will always be crystal cores to eat, the little fox stopped and looked back at Tang Mo, his eyes full of struggle. One side is the crystal nucleus, and the other side is freedom. Even animals have to face such difficult choices. Do you like this? Killer. Tang Mo held an intermediate crystal core in his hand and shook it. If you like primary crystal nuclei, you will never be able to resist the temptation of intermediate crystal nuclei. Woo! If you don't, okay. Freedom and everything else will go to H.L. I want to choose the crystal core. When the little fox saw the intermediate crystal core, he threw down the ones in his hand and ran towards Tang Mo without hesitation. Tang Mo raised the crystal core in his hand to a position that was out of reach. If you want a crystal core, come with me. Woo! The little fox nodded vigorously. Tang Mo threw the crystal core to the little fox. The little fox sniffed it vigorously, but in the end, he was reluctant to use it. Instead, he hid it somewhere in his body, tightly covered by his fur. After hiding the crystal core, the little fox lowered his head and thought for a moment, then turned back and pointed to the pile of crystal cores he had just dragged, then to Tang Mo, and then to himself. Finally, he crossed his chest with his paws and stood there like an uncle. The action was very confusing, but Tang Mo unexpectedly understood it. It means that the pile of crystal nuclei should be kept by Tang Mo first, and then given to it when it is used. He's really a quirky little guy who doesn't suffer any loss. Tang Mo smiled and put away the pile of crystal nuclei again. Come on! Come home with me now! Picking up the little fox, one person and one animal walked out of the forest and headed towards the base. When entering the base, Tang Mo hid the fox in his clothes. Fortunately, the little guy she kidnapped was a fox cub. The kid she kidnapped was a wild boar or some other large animal. She really couldn't even return to the base. That would be really difficult. When they returned to the villa, when Jianshu and Lynn had already fallen asleep, Tang Mo quietly returned to his bedroom. The first thing he did was to take off his clothes, give himself a thorough bath, and then put on clean pajamas. Although the little fox kept struggling, Tang Mo still forced it to take a bath. In the end, one person and one bee sat neatly at the table eating instant noodles. Originally it was only Tang Mo who ate it, but the little fox made a fuss and wanted to eat it too. So Tang Mo simply soaked it in a bowl. Hey, why does she think this business is a loss? It's really not easy for her to provide both crystal nuclei and food. Since you like Jing so much, how about you call him Jing Jing from now on? Tang Mo decided to give his new partner a name. The little fox raised his head from the instant noodle bucket, tilted his head, and looked at Tang Mo. Jing Jing? The crystal of the crystal nucleus? It likes it. He nodded vigorously. From this moment on, Tang Mo had her first partner, Jing Jing. Chapter 83 Uproar. After finishing her meal, Jing Jing signaled Tang Mo to take out a few crystal nuclei. After absorbing them, she consciously occupied the position next to the pillow on Tang Mo's big bed. The wild is naturally not as good as home. The living environment here is 10,000 times better than the wild. There is no need to worry about strange beasts that may attack at any time, not to mention food and clothing. And there is an uninterrupted supply of crystal nuclei. For the little fox, this place is simply a paradise. After Jing Jing fell asleep, Tang Mo opened her ID and checked the information. She had never heard of the black crystal core and Jing Jing's specific attributes. However, the database released by the Institute did not allow Tang Mo to find the answer. Maybe these are not things that can be discovered by humans now. I really almost died outside today, just from absorbing the remaining powder from the crystal core. It piled up into a small pile. Those crystal nuclei. Tang Mo suddenly thought of those crystal nuclei that she had absorbed light at once. Even if most of those attribute values were wasted, she still absorbed a lot. How many attribute values would that be? If his attribute value increases by so much overnight, His ranking on the ranking list will definitely rise. And everyone will know it by then. Tang Mo opened his attribute value information with trembling hands. ID, Late Tang Dynasty. HP, 234. Strength, 172. Agility, 255. Mental Strength, 501. Space, 0. Comprehensive Strength, 1162. 1162. It doubled all of a sudden. It's over. It's really over now. She's going to be famous. Compared to the joy of others' attribute values improving, Tang Mo's heart was full of fear that she would become famous. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous, but pigs are afraid of being strong. Tang Mo continued to click on the ranking list with trembling hands. The current ranking list has not been updated, and Tang Mo's name is still on the 100th place. It was only 5 minutes before 12 o'clock, and Tang Mo just stared at the screen every minute. The moment the pointers overlapped, Tang Mo clicked refresh, and the names on the ranking list moved. Tang Mo searched for his name from bottom to top. The 100th is no longer myself. When I reach 80, I still don't have myself anymore. 60 already. 40. Tang Mo's heart became more and more nervous. Don't get too far forward. 20 already. Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat. She saw her name in the 15th position. If the top 100 attribute value rankings in China attract the attention of people across the country, then the top 20 are the top priority. Every change in the top 20 positions will affect the hearts of countless people. If the changes are even slightly larger, they will be published in the Alliance Daily and trigger discussions among people across the country. Even for many powerful people, the public spontaneously established fan clubs for them, just like everyone treated celebrities in the prosperous times. From being ranked 100th to being ranked 15th overnight, Tang Mo almost didn't need to think about what kind of uproar it would cause. It's better to run away overnight. As long as I don't stay at the S base, I should have less trouble. Tang Mo threw his body heavily into the soft and comfortable big bed. Perhaps it was because this night's experience was so tiring and thrilling that Tang Mo soon closed his eyes and fell asleep. He slept very deeply. But Tang Mo still had a dream. In the dream, she was fighting an intermediate beast in the jungle. But there were many reporters around her, and the long shots almost hit her in the face. Everyone kept asking how she managed to increase her attribute values to such high levels so quickly. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was woken up by a ringing bell. Hey, Chen Ling! What's wrong? Tang Mo, who had just woken up from a nightmare, still had a laziness in his voice. You are crazy! There was a roar from the other side of the video. Tang Mo subconsciously moved the wrist wearing the watch away from himself. She is going deaf. If you absorb too many attribute values at once, your body will explode. Do you want to die? Chen Ling's coldness would always only appear in the news. In the late Tang Dynasty, he would always be an emotionally unstable child. Where are you? You just got up and we're at home. Right. You are waiting for me to arrive soon. Chen Ling was about to hang up the phone without giving Tang Mo a chance to reply. You'll be dead if anyone finds out. Before hanging up, Tang Mo only had time to yell into the phone. After hanging up the video call, I discovered that there were a total of 28 missed calls from Chen Ling on my watch. It's really heartwarming. So annoying. Tang Mo complained. But he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. In addition to Chen Ling's missed calls, there was also news from Uncle Wen and Song Qing. Tang Mo replied one by one to reassure them that he was fine. The first thing Wen Jianshu did when he arrived at the office building and sat down was to check the rankings as a routine. I was really shocked when I saw that Tang Mo's name jumped to the 15th position. This child didn't even look at what she was doing when she went out recently. Did she really absorb so many crystal nuclei because she didn't listen to her own words? A crystal core with so many attribute values would directly suffocate a person to death. Maybe they found some other rare treasure? He hurriedly sent several messages to Tang Mo. Originally, I wanted to go home and have a look, but I went back and knocked on Tang Mo's door so suddenly, and I was afraid of scaring my pregnant wife. So I had to wait. If there is no reply by noon, he will go home and knock on the door. Fortunately, Tang Mo quickly reported that he was safe. As long as people are fine, that's fine. Chen Ling could enter the room secretly through the window in the late Tang Dynasty. The room in the late Tang Dynasty was on the second floor, which was really difficult for the children. When Chen Ling came in, Tang Mo was wearing pajamas and eating steamed dumplings on the table with his legs crossed. I was really shocked when I suddenly saw a man dressed in black, wearing a black peaked cap and a black mask appearing in my room. Are you really okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Chen Ling, who entered the room, took off his mask, then pulled Tang Emo off the stool, touching and looking around, and turned around several times. After confirming that Tang Emo was really intact, he put her into his arms. Chen Ling's hug was so tight that Tang Dynasty could hardly breathe. But when I thought about it, this man who had been cold and decisive outside had called me 28 times over and over again in the morning. Her heart was so soft that she wrapped her arms around Chen Ling's waist. You scared me to death. Chen Ling's voice contained infinite grievance and a nasal sound. Tang Emo didn't know what kind of mood he was in when he made those dozens of phone calls in the morning. No one in Chen Ling's villa dared to speak this morning. This man's face was as cold as the king of hell. He sat on the sofa for 2 hours without moving. If Chen Ling hadn't been unable to determine where Tang Emo was now and acted rashly for fear of causing trouble to Tang Emo, he would have rushed to the Wen family long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. Chapter 84 Base Dance. What does it smell like? Holding him in his arms, Chen Ling suddenly smelled a scent. I'm eating Xiaolong Bao. Tang Emo pointed to the half-baked Xiaolong Bao still on the table. Bring me a drawer. Tang Emo was speechless and silently took out 2 more drawers of steamed buns from the space, and then took another portion of Chen Ling's favorite shrimp porridge. Eat. I don't know if you are here to worry about me, or if you are here to eat and drink. The two of them sat on the chairs together and started devouring breakfast. After breakfast, Tang Emo pushed Chen Ling to leave quickly, but it was useless to say anything. Chen Ling finally managed to see the end of Tang Dynasty once, and he would not leave easily, wrapping around Tang Mo's arm like a mangy dog. Chen Ling even sat down on Tang Mo's bed. I should really take a picture of you looking like this and show it to your fangirls. Tang Emo continued to roll her eyes. She was really speechless towards Chen Ling. Dong dong dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Emo, are you there? Uncle comes to see you. Unconsciously, at noon, when Jianshu still felt uneasy, although Tang Emo reported that he was safe, he still wanted to see it with his own eyes before he could feel relieved. Here we come. Uncle, please wait a moment. Hearing the knock on the door, all the hairs on Tang Mo's body stood up, looking back at Chen Ling, who was still lying on the bed heartlessly. He was so angry that he dragged his clothes to the windowsill. Jump! Tang Emo ordered. Chen Ling turned around and looked at her eagerly. Why don't you open the door and let me say hello to your uncle? He is on the same level as Wen Jianshu, but he may be higher in power. He has always been called Wen Jianshu by his full name, but for the end of Tang Dynasty, he was already trying to adapt to the title of Uncle Wen. 3-2. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was unmoved and began a desperate countdown. Chen Ling let out a long sigh, his sad eyes accusing Tang Emo of being ruthless. He put on a mask, jumped off the balcony and disappeared after a few steps. Uncle, why are you back? Aren't you eating out for lunch? The moment he made the bed and opened the door, Tang Emo suddenly felt a strange feeling of being caught and raped by his parents at home. Uncle is still worried about you. How are you? Wen Jianshu already regarded Tang Emo as his relative, and he felt relieved when he saw her standing there in good condition. Isn't your attribute value provided by the crystal core? If it was the crystal core that forcibly increased the attribute values, Tang Emo would not be able to stand up now. Yesterday I went to the jungle and found a rare treasure with space attributes. The attributes inside are huge. After eating it, my space expanded a lot. This was the answer he had thought of on the way to Chen Ling Mountains in the late Tang Dynasty. After Chen Ling saw that she was fine just now, he just ate without asking her. Maybe the two of them don't need to ask these questions, as long as they see with their own eyes that the person is fine. It turns out to be a rare treasure with spatial attributes. No wonder it didn't have a backlash on your body. I'm really lucky. The spatial attributes are different from other attributes, because what is improved is the area of the space, not the functions of the body. So there is no backlash on the body. Tang Mo's answer was not made up. After yesterday's battle, and with so many crystal nuclei, her space had indeed expanded a lot, with dozens of square meters of open space. Moreover, space-type exotic treasures are rare to begin with. Even if her attribute value increased by more than 500 points, it would be a bit exaggerated. But no one can get to the bottom of what has already entered her stomach. Of course, there is another important reason why she could make up such a reason, and that was when the Alliance developed the function of the ID Watch. In order to protect the privacy of survivors, the ID Watch can only upload the total attribute value to the Alliance Center. Each specific attribute value is everyone's private information, and only you can know it. This undoubtedly provided a huge protective umbrella for the late Tang dynasty. Tang Mo nodded like a good boy. But Uncle One, my ranking has risen so fast. I'm really worried that I will run into a lot of trouble. Well, can you please announce on the news that I am a space superpower? And the rise in ranking is due to taking space. Is it about the exotic treasure? This is what Tang Mo is thinking about. What she is most worried about is that being at a high position in the rankings will arouse everyone's guard. That would really be detrimental to her career. Her life creed is to keep a low profile. Pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Your worries are not unreasonable. It just so happens that those people are also curious about you. I'll leave this matter to my uncle. Don't worry. If the reason for her rapid rise in ranking is due to the use of rare space treasures, then most people would be envious of her luck, and there would be less coveting and guarding against her. After all, although space power users are an indispensable position in the team, their combat effectiveness is very weak after all. Everyone generally puts space power users in a protected position. Soon, super high luck. From 100 to 15th. Those with space powers will receive rare space treasures. News made the headlines of the Alliance daily. The whole of China knew that the man named Tang Mo was a space superpower. In the Chen family, Chen Ling leaned on the office chair and looked at the news. His iceberg-like face slowly melting. It's so cute. A space superpower? A space treasure with 500 attribute points? It's a shame that Tang Dynasty could figure it out. On the first Sunday of spring, the league leaders decided to hold a grand dance at Base S. You must know that S-Base now gathers almost all of China's money and power. And more than half of the superpowers on the rankings have settled in S-Base. The dance was held to rejuvenate the lifeless apocalypse in the spring, and also to make connections flow more smoothly. Many families, who are not strong enough, but have some crystal core businesses also want to use this to recruit some powerful superpowers for their own use. Of course, many people also regard this as a place for marriage. Base S is safe enough to allow people to have extra energy to develop and grow their own power and take root here. This dance has strict qualification requirements for participants. Except that all individuals on the ranking list can enter by name. Others have to participate in the dance by allocating quotas from their families. And the allocated quotas require property appraisal. Families with more property will naturally have more quotas. Mom, I really don't want to go. Tang Mo held Lin Yi's hand and made a final struggle. No, I'm about to give birth and I haven't sent my hair yet. You go with your Uncle Lin. Besides, you should be of marriageable age. I'm going. Go. Sensing that Lin Yi's topic was going in another direction, Tang Mo immediately raised his hands and surrendered. Anyway, my mother is going to give birth this month. After she sees the baby, she will leave the S-Base and start a new journey. In the last days, she will follow her mother's wishes again. Chapter 85. Want to dance? It was Wen Jianshu's intention to persuade Tang Mo to attend this dance. As the junior of the Wen family, Tang Mo also wanted to use this dance to formally introduce Tang Mo as father and daughter. Last time Tang Mo's ranking suddenly rose. Many people were already curious about Tang Mo's identity. Now that it is officially announced, it is also a kind of protection for Tang Mo, because they had to prepare for the dance. Uncle Wen Jianli's two children, Wen Zai and Wen Yi, also returned home from school. Wen Zai is 22 years old this year, and Wen Yi is 20. Both of them have reached the age where they should socialize. When he met Wen Zai for the first time, Tang Mo deliberately took a second look. After all, this was his best friend's blind date. Wen Zai is not too tall, has fair skin, has a pair of eyes, and has a gentle and elegant temperament. He is not like his uncle Wen Jianli, but a bit like Wen Jianshu. 2 years old is nothing at all. This is a perfect match for Song Qing. Tang Mo nodded secretly. Wen Yi is 20 years old, but because she has an older brother, and was the only girl in the family before the end of the Tang dynasty, she is very simple and lively. When she saw the end of the Tang dynasty, she would come around to ask questions. Wen Zai, and when he followed his parents' temperament deeply, and didn't care about power and status at all. Naturally, he had no resistance to the extra children in the family. At the end of Tang dynasty, it was quite possible to play with two people of the same generation. Tang Mo has never worn a skirt since he cut his hair short. He usually wears sportswear and sneakers for convenience. Obviously, it is absolutely impossible to dress up like this for a dance. Even if Tang Mo wanted to, everyone would not agree. Because when he loves beauty, she hired a designer to send a lot of dresses and jewelry to her home to choose from. Of course, There are no clothing store bases in shopping malls now. And even if there are not enough consumer groups. But there is no shortage of people who can see business opportunities anywhere. So small-scale high-end customization that serves the upper class emerged. There were many styles of dresses sent by the designer. And when he pulled Tang Mo to try them out excitedly. Of course, it was mainly Wen Yi's test. With Tang Mo watching from the side. While looking at it, Tang Mo complained silently in his mind that most of these dresses were floor length. Such lengths were so inconvenient for movement. Tang Mo was different from princesses like Wen Yi who had been protected since the end of the world. She was used to being outside. Even in the S-base. She always maintained awe and a sense of crisis for the end of the world. In the end, there was really no other way. So Tang Mo reluctantly chose a short dress. The dress is pure white, with a satin tube top design and a velvet fluffy skirt on the bottom. The skirt is decorated with swan feathers and diamonds that shine brilliantly under the light. Matching the skirt, she wore a pair of suede diamond square buckle stiletto high heels. Tang Mo raised his arms and kicked his legs. Well, this is just okay. It can be used even in a fight. Fighting in dresses and high heels. This matter was probably only what Tang Mo could think of. Wow! Sister Tang Mo, you are so beautiful. Even more beautiful than a big star. When he sat on the sofa aside and looked at Tang Mo with starry eyes, praising him from the bottom of his heart. When he is also good-looking. But she is as good-looking as a fair-skinned and beautiful little princess. But it was different in the late Tang dynasty. The beauty in the late Tang dynasty was wild. A kind of restrained publicity. The slender legs. The perfectly curved waist. The slender neck and straight back. Including the curve of the jaw angle. Everything is perfect and just right. Tang Mo's skin is very delicate. She is not as white as Wen Yi when she has been in the wild. But she has a strong and sexy sexiness that makes people unable to take their eyes away. It's just that this necklace doesn't match well. If you pair it with diamonds, it will be perfect. When he walked around the end of Tang Dynasty, and felt that the only flaw in it was the jade necklace from Tang Dynasty. Tang Mo touched the necklace around his neck and joked that even if he didn't go to the dance, he wouldn't be able to take it off. After picking through the jewelry set, Tang Mo found a crystal hairpin and pinned it on his short hair. It suppressed the original strength by 3 points and gained an extra bit of playful cuteness. That's it. Tang Mo clapped his hands and looked at himself in the mirror, expressing great satisfaction. With the status of the Wen family, it is appropriate for all members to attend the dance. However, the only people attending the dance that day were Wen Jianxu with Tang Mo, Wen Yi and Wenza, and Wen Jianming with his female companion. The old man is old, and such a thing is impossible. Wen Jianli and his wife only like to plant flowers and entertain birds, and never like to socialize. Lynn Yi has difficulty moving around because she is a month old. And showing. Tang Mo looked at the coquettish bust-to-dance partner next to Wen Jianming and silently sympathized with her aunt. Wen Jianxu led Tang Mo, and people kept coming up to talk to him. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she listened to Wen Jianxu introducing herself to others over and over again. All she had to do was maintain a perfect smile while holding the red wine. Ah, I really hate this kind of situation. It would be more comfortable to face strange beasts in the jungle. Finally, when Wen Jianxu went to chat with others, Tang Mo's eyes began to drift to other parts of the banquet hall. This banquet hall is very large. A huge crystal lamp hangs from the top of the hall. The light shines on everyone wearing gorgeous clothes, making everyone shine. Such a prosperous and dazzling scene made the late Tang Dynasty almost forget that this was still the end of the world for a moment. There are countless alien beasts outside, waiting to tear humans into pieces. The intelligence of those alien beasts is getting higher and higher, and they are constantly evolving. Tang Mo shook his head vigorously. No. After the mother gave birth to the baby, she had to leave here immediately. Wenwen Township is simply more dangerous than Shira Field. What are you doing? Wandering around. Song Qing saw Tang Mo shaking her head here and came over to pat her. It's okay. Have you seen Wenze? What do you think? Tang Mo teased. Yeah. I'm 2 years older than him. Song Qing blushed a little. This was the first time she saw Wenze. When the late Tang Dynasty saw Song Qing's reaction, he knew there was something going on. But he didn't know what Wenze's attitude would be. However, according to her observation, Wenze also has a quiet temperament. If she guessed correctly, a beautiful woman with such temperament as Song Qing should be his ideal type. It's the end of the Tang Dynasty. Right. Do you still remember me? Song Feng, brother Song Qing. We met last time. A strong figure squeezed into the middle of the late Tang dynasty, Song dynasty and Qing dynasty. Brother, what are you doing? Song Qing held her forehead. She really couldn't do anything to her brother. Stop talking. I'm looking for a sister-in-law for you. Tang Mo, how did you think about the proposal that day? Song Feng rubbed his hands and felt a little embarrassed. Brother! Song Qing pinched Song Feng's arm angrily. Want to have a dance? At this time, a hand suddenly stretched out in front of Tang Mo. Several people looked up and saw Qin Fen bending down and inviting Tang Mo to dance. Chapter 86, They Are All Acquaintances. Qin Fen? Obviously Song Qing and Song Feng also knew Qin Fen. Then I'll leave first. Tang Mo used Qin Fen's outstretched hand to quickly leave Song Qing, his crazy brother. Instead of putting his hand on Qin Fen's outstretched hand, he walked towards the center of the dance floor. Seeing Tang Mo turn around, Qin Fen was stunned for a moment, and then quickly followed him. The two of them? Song Feng looked at the backs of the two people meaningfully. They're both fine. Brother, please stop making trouble in the future. It's impossible for Tang Mo and you to do this. Song Qing, who had always had a good temper, was so angry with her brother that she couldn't bring herself to tell him that Tang Mo's boyfriend was Chen Ling. She is just the stepdaughter of the Wen family. Although we are collateral members of the Li family, we are still closer to her than she is. Why not? Song Feng didn't look down on Tang Mo, but he just didn't want his sister to be wronged. If Tang Mo could marry himself, it would be considered a high achievement. It didn't matter who he married, compared with getting married and marrying a wife. He was more immersed in improving his strength and rushing into the rankings. Getting married and having children is like a task that must be completed for him. Why can't something like the best of both worlds work? Sometimes people who are single-minded are really helpless. You still remember who is number 15 on the ranking list. Right. You can't even make it into the rankings. So give up. She doesn't like you. Seeing that his brother still couldn't listen, Song Qing simply became merciless. Is her? Song Feng, who regards entering the rankings as his biggest goal, can memorize almost everyone on the rankings and know every slightest change. Naturally, he is extremely clear about the 15th man named Tang Mo. But he never thought that Tang Mo was the one he knew. Perhaps, he simply didn't want to think that this thin-looking woman was so much stronger than him that he couldn't even look up at her. Although it is a space-based superpower, the 15th place is the 15th place. At least her value is incomparable to him. It turns out I was the one who climbed too high. Song Feng lowered his head, thinking about what he had said before that Tang Mo was his stepdaughter and not worthy of him. He was so ashamed that he couldn't even look up at Song Qing. People, don't be too crazy. Anyone around you may be the father you don't know. On the other side, after Tang Mo and Qin Fen reached the edge of the dance floor, Tang Mo stopped. Sorry, I'm not interested in dancing. Thank you just now. Tang Mo politely refused and was joking. At this time, she didn't even dare to disclose her relationship with her boyfriend. How could she still dance with the Qin family? No way. I can teach you. Qin Fen still didn't know who Tang Mo was. In the news that day, Tang Mo specifically asked Wen Jianshu not to post any photos of himself. Look, there is a lonely girl looking at you. Why don't you invite her? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he pointed his finger. And sure enough, a girl with big eyes was looking at Qin Fen pitifully. Qin Fen felt bad after being rejected again. This was the first time he had been rejected by a girl over and over again. You all know that you are from the Qin family. Why do you still have such a cold attitude? Qin Fen couldn't figure it out. Shouldn't he be deliberately flattering himself to please him? Or is it a hard-to-get trick? Qin Fen looked down at Tang Mo, wearing a dress. She has a unique temperament and is irredeemably charming. Although among the wealthy ladies, the late Tang dynasty may not be the most beautiful, but she is definitely the most unique and attractive. Have you had a good chat? Tang Mo suddenly felt a slender arm hugging his waist. Just as he was about to raise his legs to kick, he heard Chen Ling's voice ringing in his ears, and he immediately stopped. Chen Ling? Do you know him? Qin Fen looked at Chen Ling's hand on Tang Mo's waist. The point was that Tang Mo's temperamental woman didn't resist. Chen Ling is his cousin, a role model for the entire family, and his biggest competitor in his heart. This is my scheduled dance partner for tonight. If nothing happens, you can go. Even if they are both members of the Qin family, Chen Ling will not be polite in his words. He has the strength to do this. In this world, only those who are strong enough are qualified to have character. Qin Fen took a deep look at Tang Mo, said nothing, turned around and pulled the big-eyed girl on his side to the dance floor. "You look great today." The eyesore finally left. Chen Ling turned around and said to Tang Mo face to face, "Are you sick?" Romantic atmosphere. Die. In fact, today there are so many people praising the beauty of Tang Dynasty that Tang Dynasty can't remember it. But only this sentence from Chen Ling exploded in the heart of Tang Dynasty, with waves rising. But she couldn't say anything too shy. Even though her face was already red, she still kept her mouth strong. That's who she is. Fortunately, Chen Ling understands. "Come on, my princess. Let's go dance." At this time, even Tang Mo, who didn't want to make it public, couldn't say no. So he followed Chen Ling into the dance floor regardless of his own feelings. If it's just dancing, it should be fine. Holding Chen Ling's hand tightly, Tang Mo felt that there would be that kind of person in this world who would make you forget your principles occasionally. Those places outside the square circle are the most special and are called love. There were not many people dancing on the dance floor at this time. Everyone was chatting outside. When Chen Ling and Tang Mo walked in hand, the dance floor just changed to a song. The music played at this time happened to be Johann Strauss's Waltz of Spring, which was brisk and energetic, and perfectly matched the Chen Ling Mountains and the late Tang Dynasty. Tang Mo has always been beautiful. When he was in school, he danced the waltz in various dances, so he was naturally very familiar with such dance steps. And Chen Ling has experienced countless such occasions since he was a child. Not to mention, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he raised the hem of his skirt with both hands and bowed his head slightly. The two held hands in tacit understanding and began this romantic dance. It's like they have a tacit understanding that they have cooperated with countless times. The two have been dancing partners for many years, and they are selflessly immersed in each other's eyes under the spotlight. It's great. It's great to be alive. It's so good that in a world full of blood and cruelty, I can still leave such a clean and warm corner for myself. This world is so kind to me. At that moment, Tang Mo even wanted to drown in Chen Ling's gentle eyes looking at her. The whole world seemed to be silent. And for those 10 minutes, it seemed that only the two of them were left dancing in the world. The crowd's attention was gradually attracted by this pair of golden boys and girls. Their height and appearance made everyone feel that they were a perfect match. That was the end of the Tang Dynasty. Right. Li Xian, the current leader of the Li family, said to Wen Jianchu beside him. Chapter 87. She is the light. At this time, Wen Jianchu's eyes were always on the pair of young people in the center of the dance floor. Chen Ling is an unfathomable person. On the surface, he looks young, handsome, and in a high position. Only those who sit at the same table as him now know how many things he has done in the sun or in the dark to be able to sit in his current position. That young man was very cruel and ruthless. In fact, Wen Jianchu doesn't think that the Wen family and the Li family can now join forces to compete with the dominant Qin family. Maybe now, but never in the future. He can tell this based on the current junior qualifications of the Wen family and the Li family. The most important thing is that Chen Ling has been on stage for less than a year, and no one can estimate his terrifying growth rate. We still need to have a closer connection with the Qin family. It must not be the antagonistic relationship it is now. This is the view shared by Wen Jianchu and Li Xian. It's a pity that the two families have been picking and choosing among their own families, but they haven't found a suitable person who can go to the Chen Ling Mountains. Now, both Wen Jianchu and Li Xian came here when they were young, and men at such an old age can understand men best. The deep affection in Chen Ling's eyes was about to emerge. Such a gentle look had never been seen by people who sat at the same table and met each other almost every day. When Jianchu understood what Li Xian meant, if Chen Ling could be together with the late Tang Dynasty, then the relationship between the Qin family and the Wen family would no longer be separated. Old Li, it's time for us to finalize the matter between Wen Zhe and Song Qing. As long as your Song Qing nods, I will have the final say on this matter. When Jianchu opened his mouth and promised Li Xian, if the Qin family and the Wen family are stable, and the Wen family is related to the Li family, then the alliance triangle will become an iron triangle. This is the result that everyone is looking forward to. How can that girl Song Qing disagree with such a good thing? Come on, Jianchu, let's drink. Li Xian couldn't help laughing. When Jianchu's ability to make such a promise to himself also expresses the Wen family's determination not to abandon the Li family, no matter what in the future. This also gave Li Xian some reassurance. How could it make him unhappy? He raised his glass to Wen Jianchu and started drinking. After the song ended on the dance floor over there, Chen Ling and Tang Mo finally stopped, took half a step back, and bowed slightly to each other to complete the final ceremony. Then Chen Ling took another step forward and held Tang Mo tightly in his arms. He wanted to do this the first time he saw her tonight. In the past, he had always thought that Tang Mo only shone in his eyes, and that he was the only one who could see her. Today, Chen Ling realized that he was wrong. It was not his own emotional filter that gave the late Tang dynasty a layer of light, but the late Tang dynasty itself was the light. Although her light is not yet bright enough for the whole world to see, sooner or later it will shine brightly as the stars. This won't work. You still have to marry her home as soon as possible to feel safe. Chen Ling? The hug lasted a little too long, and the crowd on the dance floor was about to disperse. Tang Mo slightly pushed Chen Ling, who was still lying on his shoulder. It would be great if I could hold you like this forever, Chen Ling muttered. There will be a day, Tang Mo replied. So they all have to work hard to become stronger. When Tang returned to Wen Jianchu's side at the end of Tang Dynasty, he had already shaken off Chen Ling, who was pouting in anger. Wen Jianchu was chatting with the most famous professor in the institute, who had the most achievements. For a professor who has made such contributions to all mankind, even a person of Wen Jianchu's status has a high degree of respect. Tang Mo? The professor who was chatting saw Tang Mo coming over, his eyes full of excitement. He heard about the relationship between Tang Dynasty and Wen Jianchu, so he had the patience to chat with Wen Jianchu for a long time. Otherwise, he would not want to talk too much to these superiors at all. If he has this time, he might as well talk about the latest research results with people who understand. Professor Tian? Tang Mo was surprised and happy to see Professor Tian here. She thought that scholars like Professor Tian would not attend the dance. In fact, Professor Tian was indeed very resistant to attending the dance. But there were so many people who were curious about him and wanted to make friends with him that Wen Jianchu had no choice but to persuade Professor Tian to come. Do you know each other? Didn't Wen Jianchu know that he was still acquainted with Professor Tian in the late Tang Dynasty? That's right. Professor Tian turned out to be from T University. If you remember correctly, Mo should have studied at T University. I was able to come to basis alive, thanks to Tang Mo. If you ask me, my contribution to the experimental results should be half that of Tang Mo. Professor Tian's face flushed with excitement when he mentioned Tang Mo's help to him. If it hadn't been for Tang Mo, he and his 2 children would have died either at school or on the way to S-base. Wen Jianchu's eyes really changed when he looked at Tang Mo this time. He said that Professor Tian usually ignored him. So why was he still willing to deal with him today? It turned out that he was taking advantage of Mo. Everyone said that Lynn married high, but Wen Jianchu now felt that he had taken a huge advantage by having such a powerful daughter. Professor Tian, what you said is really exaggerated. I just did what a student should do to a respected teacher. She really heard the phrase. Do you know each other? Too many times today. Why is this S-base so small? She, who has been wandering around in the wild, still has so many acquaintances. But after a while, Tang Mo realized that her words were a little too early. She knew more people here than the ones she met. Everyone who should be known was already known. And at the end of Tang Dynasty, Song Qing was searched everywhere again. In such a boring place, it was more interesting to stay with people he knew well. But when she saw Song Qing, she found that Song Qing was surrounded by a man who was still chattering. The unhappiness on Song Qing's face was obvious. And Tang Duan walked over with his cup in hand. After seeing the man's face clearly, Tang Mo realized that he was another acquaintance. Anyang. Long time no see. Anyang. Tang Mo took Song Qing's arm and said Lo. Ah. It's the end of Tang Dynasty. You've been doing pretty well lately. Right. When he saw the person coming, Anyang immediately put on a decent smile. If Tang Mo felt it right, there was still a trace of it in Anyang's words. Flattery? Well, yes. By now everyone should know that she is Wen Jianchu's stepdaughter. It seems that Anyang's tendency to follow others' influence has not changed, and seems to have become more serious. Anyang, we have nothing to do with each other for a long time. You and Wen Qing are officially together. Why are you coming to me? Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will misunderstand you? Song Qing said in disgust. Tang Mo was not an outsider, and she couldn't bear it anymore. Anyang and Wen Qing are officially together? What's the situation? Didn't they separate when they were in school? At this time, the end of Tang Dynasty was filled with questions. Chapter 88, A Pair of Licking Dogs. Jing Jing, listen to me. You know my heart. Anyang tried to reach out to hold Song Qing, but Song Qing threw him away. Anyang, please stop disgusting me. Okay? Anyang's heart? Maybe he really liked Song Qing at first. But later he was fascinated by the status and power brought by Wen Qing, and gradually forgot his original intention. To put it bluntly, if he hadn't been licking Wen Qing and keeping her by his side, how could those people in his school be willing to obey his orders? Everyone got into T University using their brains to take the college entrance examination. And no one is a fool. If he really wanted to be with Wen Qing for the sake of power, he would actually admire Anyang even in the late Tang dynasty. It means you know what you want, and you are willing to give some freedom in exchange for it. Tang Mo had no right to laugh at a person with such clear goals. But now that Anyang knew that Song Qing's family had a bigger background, he felt that one lick was not enough and wanted to go back for a bigger lick. This was really a bit disgusting. After all, Anyang still had some self-respect. When Song Qing said the word disgusting, he didn't do anything and left with a cold face. Why did they get together again? Forgive me that at this time. Tang Mo couldn't say anything good to these two people. When Wen Qing first arrived at the base, there were few space-type superpowers, so everyone supported her. Later, when there were more space-type superpowers, she was nothing. It happened that Anyang had formed a team and couldn't find anyone with space-type abilities. The two of them can be considered to have what they need. Now Song Qingzhou has nothing to worry about. She has seen Anyang clearly. That's it. Anyang didn't know how he got the place for the dance. If he could get in, Wen Qing probably wouldn't miss it either. Tang Mo was looking for Wen Qing's figure in the crowd. After all, Tang Mo still missed Wen Qing's rare treasure in space. Soon, Tang Mo saw her. At this time, Wen Qing was standing next to Chen Ling in a white floor-length dress, trying to say something. This pair is really a virtuous couple. Song Qing snorted coldly. No wonder they were able to come together. They were really exactly the same in their bones. Come on! Go quickly! I have to force you to be the flower protector again tonight. After being teased so many times by the late Tang dynasty, it was finally Song Qing's turn to fight back. At the end of Tang dynasty, he raised his head and drank all the wine in the cup. Life. He walked through the crowd on high heels. Have you had a good chat? The moment the voice of the late Tang dynasty appeared, Chen Ling suddenly felt that everything seemed familiar. Isn't this what he said just now when he saw Tang Mo and Chen Fan chatting? The end of the Tang dynasty. Seeing Tang Mo coming, Wen Qing smiled unnaturally. I just saw your godfather. He is a very powerful man. I really envy you. Wen Qing deliberately said that he was his stepfather even though he knew he was his stepfather. It would be great if Chen Ling could misunderstand and dump this woman. Tang Mo was obviously nothing when she was in school. Why can she do so well now? Why? Jealousy burned crazily in Wen Qing's mind. In her world, she is the heroine who has gone through all kinds of hardships. Tang Mo is the vicious female supporting character. And Chen Ling may be the male protagonist, who is temporarily deceived by the vicious female supporting character. Really? Tang Mo closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. What did she do wrong to face all this? Is this the plot in romance novels where green tea steals men? What is she going to say now? To be honest, she really didn't want to say anything to Wen Qing. And anything she said to her had the feeling of lowering her IQ. You must know that what they took was not a romance novel script, but a post-apocalyptic script. Are you sick? Can you understand people's words? Can't you understand the word? Go. Chen Ling didn't have any gentlemanly habit of not being aggressive with women. Seeing Wen Qing bully his precious Tang Mo, the anger that had just been suppressed suddenly rose again. After giving a look to the guard who had been following him, the boy in black stepped forward, grabbed Wen Qing's arm, and dragged her out of the banquet hall door. In front of everyone. It's so unseemly. The late Tang dynasty really didn't notice. But no one seemed surprised by Chen Ling's behavior. Wen Qing's struggle didn't cause any sensation. Do you usually handle things this way? Are they used to it? After much deliberation at the end of Tang dynasty, this was the only explanation. She had always heard that Chen Ling was so neat and tidy that it was scary. As if he had no emotions. Today was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. You don't like it? Chen Ling suddenly became nervous. He was afraid that the end of Tang dynasty was afraid of him. It doesn't matter what those people say about him. Whether it's cold-blooded or the king of HL. He doesn't care. He only cares about what Tang Mo thinks. Well done. Tang Mo laughed and stretched out his hand to touch Chen Ling's head. Chen Ling also giggled. The two guardians following him turned their heads away. The two eldest brothers and eldest sisters seemed to be a little too indifferent. Who said it would not be made public for the time being? Do you really think everyone here is a fool? It was already late at night when the banquet ended. Tang Mo took off his clothes and makeup and fell asleep almost touching the pillow. After getting up the next day, after breakfast, Tang Mo changed into sportswear. There is only one mission today, which is to stay in the jungle outside S base for a few days. She can no longer degenerate. Staying immersed in this gentle land will make her a cripple. Tang Mo purposely walked far away. She wanted to find a jungle far away from the S base, so that she could avoid the hunters who came out to do the mission from the S base. With Tang Mo's current agility attribute, it is not difficult to run dozens of kilometers in half an hour. Jing Jing hid in Tang Mo's arms, her ears swaying backwards due to the wind brought by her running. Okay, that's it. Tang Mo nodded with satisfaction. It's not like the base has dedicated personnel to take care of the wilderness now. No matter how wildly the plants grow, it's almost impossible to tell where it's a jungle and where it's not. Almost everywhere you can see. It's just that the degree of density is different. In the late Tang dynasty, it was still customary to call areas with many towering ancient trees and dense trees called jungles. There will be more numbers and types of exotic beasts in places like this. There are only a few buildings left that are dilapidated and strong, covered with vines. They are only a year old, but they seem to have been desolate for decades. This is the natural power of the universe that humans cannot compete with. For ordinary people, such a place is a nightmare. But for the late Tang dynasty, it was a paradise for hunting. I can't go back today. I'm so annoyed. Why are you coming so far away again? Why isn't the area next to the base okay? Not long after Tang Mo stopped, his keen ears heard a familiar voice. Chapter 89 Space Jade Bracelet. There are relatively strong teams nearby. Do you think we can compete with them? A male voice retorted unceremoniously. This male voice was also very familiar to Tang Mo. Tang Mo heard it. By chance, she met Anyang and Wenqing's team. Anyway, I can't walk anymore. You go find that poisonous scorpion. I want to sit down and take a rest. Anyang, you stay and protect me. At the end of Tang dynasty, he was hiding behind a big tree and saw Wenqing sitting on a tree stump, holding Anyang's sleeve and not letting go. If you want to die, just stay here by yourself. I don't have time to serve you. Anyang threw her sleeves away and strode away with the other team members. He knew that Wenqing was of the space system and her other abilities were very weak. It was so dangerous here, and Wenqing was not a fool and would catch up in a short while. So he didn't bother to coax her. You? Wenqing bit the corner of her mouth and watched them gradually walk away. But she held her breath and did not stand up. But seeing everyone walking further and further away and almost out of sight, the desire for survival finally defeated the princess temper. Wenqing reluctantly stood up and prepared to chase after them. If it weren't for the fact that the planting function of the space cannot be activated now, I wouldn't be with you. Wenqing's eyes were full of resentment, and her space was caused by Anyang's constant demands for quick success and instant benefits. If she hadn't been able to find a thicker thigh and wanted to find someone to protect her temporarily, she would still look down on Anyang, a man with high ambitions but low hands and no ability. Wenqing! Seeing Wenqing about to get up, Tang Mo took a few steps from behind the tree. He pressed Wenqing on the shoulder and pushed Wenqing back to sit on the tree stump. Don't leave in a hurry. Didn't you care about me and my godfather last time? Now I just want to tell you about it. Wenqing's face was full of a friendship smile. I have nothing to say to you. Wenqing raised her head and snorted. Now that there were no outsiders around, she didn't even bother to pretend to Tang Mo. But I still want to talk to you. Is this the goal of your mission this time? At the end of Tang dynasty, he was holding a poisonous scorpion in his hand. At the very beginning of the end of the world, when the fog had just lifted, the strange beasts all over the world were mainly those in the fog. But since the topography and ecological environment have changed, more and more unknown strange beasts seem to appear in the mysterious jungles overnight. And this poisonous scorpion is one of them. Anyang's team's mission this time is to collect the tails of 100 poisonous scorpions. The tails of these 100 poisonous scorpions can be exchanged for mission rewards when turned in to the mission center. And all the crystal cores belong to the team themselves. Aren't you from the space department? Wenqing looked at Tang Mo's hand holding the poisonous scorpion and said in surprise. For a space power user, how could it seem so easy to deal with a junior alien beast? Even if I'm not a space type, I can't catch a junior beast so easily with my bare hands. Do you also possess a space treasure? Wen Qing's words allowed Tang Mo to confirm Wen Qing's secret. Sure enough, she was not a space power user. Who says that space superpowers must be weak? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he threw the scorpion on Wen Qing. Don't move. The faster you struggle, the faster the toxin will attack. Tang Mo's smile became gentler. She had no intention of hurting Wen Qing's life. But Wen Qing had already touched her bottom line yesterday. The most important thing is that she also saw in Wen Qing's eyes full of hatred for herself, and even murderous intent. Don't blame her for being cruel. Tang Mo would not keep a mad dog by his side, who could bite at any time. She also wants world peace. But if others want her to die first, then she has to act first. In essence, she is the same person as Chen Ling. She has no unnecessary feelings towards outsiders. Die! Isn't that the most common thing in the last days? Ah! Wen Qing, who was stung several times by the poisonous scorpion, struggled violently, got up and beat herself frantically, trying with all her strength to get the scorpion off. But although the scorpion was small, it was still a strange beast, and not that easy to deal with. It kept avoiding Wen Qing's slapping hands, and then continued to launch its own attacks. Wen Qing's violent struggle caused toxins to quickly flow through her body. Wen Qing quickly lost consciousness and gradually collapsed to the ground. Tang Mo took out Pafong and lifted the poisonous scorpion that started to go crazy upon seeing the blood to the ground. Then stabbed it to death and lifted it into the grass far away with his feet. Tang Mo knelt down and inspected Wen Qing's body. The space treasure should be carried on the body 24 hours a day. It would most likely be something like jewelry. Wen Qing did not wear any earrings, but had a diamond necklace around her neck. Tang Mo touched it with his mental power, but did not feel the mental fluctuations on the necklace. Continuing to check downwards, Tang Mo grabbed Wen Qing's wrist, and sure enough, he saw a mutton-fat white jade bracelet on it. That's it. A powerful wave of mental power allowed Tang Mo to instantly determine the identity of the jade bracelet. But why can't it be pulled off? Tang Mo's original idea was to take the things away first, and then go back and think of ways to integrate them. But I don't know whether Wen Qing's food was so good that she gained weight later, or whether the ring of the jade bracelet was originally too small. No matter how hard Tang Mo tried, the jade bracelet remained motionless on Wen Qing's wrist. It's definitely not possible to break Wen Qing's wrist. A somewhat terrifying thought arose in Tang Mo's mind. No. If someone saw her like this, they would definitely become suspicious. She couldn't expose herself, or just integrate it directly here. Tang Mo looked around, then looked at Wen Qing, who had passed out due to poisoning, and made a decision. Just like the last time when he integrated the wooden beads given by Grandpa One. Tang Mo took off his necklace and put it in his hand, and then used his mental power to connect the jade pendant to the bracelet. As soon as Tang Mo released his spiritual power, he could feel that the energy in Wen Qing's jade bracelet was much greater than the last wooden bead. It is even greater than the energy in the space of my own jade pendant. It is a genuine treasure. Fortunately, her mental strength now is several times higher than that then. Otherwise she would really be unable to do anything with this jade bracelet today. Under the control of Tang Mo's mental power, the jade pendant rose from Tang Mo's hand, and Wen Qing's wrist with the jade bracelet also slowly raised. Two precious and rare spaces slowly approach each other in the air. I have to say that if someone suddenly saw this scene, it would be really scary. Tang Mo's mental power has actually reached a very terrifying level now. For such a huge mental power output, he still only consumed less than half to complete this space fusion. The jade bracelet disappeared instantly from Tang Mo's wrist, and Tang Mo took the jade pendant that fell from the air after fusion and looked at it carefully. I found that there was a small jade circle on the necklace closest to the jade pendant. Successful! The more things that are fused, the more valuable this necklace becomes. Tang Mo carefully put the necklace back on his neck, then fastened the double safety buckle, and finally hid it in his clothes. It's really unsettling. It would be great if we could shed blood to identify the master like in the novel. It's a pity that Tang Mo had already tried this thing before, but it didn't work at all. She had every reason to suspect that the novel was all a lie. But that's right. If the exotic treasure really could be recognized as its owner with a drop of blood, she wouldn't be able to complete the fusion so easily. Everything in this world really has pros and cons. Chapter 90 Wen Qing's Lies. After each fusion, the space in the jade pendant will change. Tang Mo used his mental power to check his space. Originally, when he entered the space, it was the inside of a supermarket. But now, it was completely different. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, The first site was a large area of land, about the size of 2 or 3 football fields. In terms of space area, Wenqing really didn't lie. Her space area is quite large. However, the land is full of solid loess, and it doesn't look like it can grow food. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he continued to check, and finally found that on the far right side of the farm, there was an area of about dozens of square meters enclosed by a small fence. The area enclosed by the small fence is all dry and cracked land, with some withered plant poles dotted on it. It turns out that the area of this space is indeed as large as Wenqing described. But the area that can be planted is only these dozens of square meters of black land. Tang Mo quickly figured out what was going on. I don't know what kind of brain this Wenqing has. For the sake of her own vanity, she would rather let her own space and land dry up. On the right side of the farm are 2 small houses with signs on the doors. A sign said, Supermarket. Tang Mo opened the door, and it looked like the supermarket in her original space. The goods were still replenished, and it was so full that it made people happy to see it. The other sign was for a warehouse. Tang Mo opened the door, and found that the free space where the cashier was originally had become a separate room because it had become larger. That's fine. It's probably more than 20 square meters, which is a lot more convenient. Tang Mo determined that time stood still in this room of the warehouse, which could be used to preserve food and some precious things. Those less precious and larger things can just be placed on the less open space on the farm. Tang Mo expressed satisfaction with his new space. The scorpion's poison would kill people if it was not detoxified within half an hour. Tang Mo set the time and left after half an hour. She had more important things to do with Jing Jing, and she had not forgotten the purpose of coming out this time. On the other side, Anyang felt a little worried when he saw Wenqing not catching up. But what they are worried about is not Wenqing, but if their team loses Wenqing's space, it will be really difficult to find another space power user. As a last resort, Anyang could only lead his team members to look back for Wenqing. Captain, that woman is really annoying. When will she stop getting into trouble? Everyone in the team was very disgusted with Wenqing. Not only was the princess sick, she always looked down on others. Why did she come to their team if she was so powerful? She really wants to join the Miss team, which is the best in the league. But they don't want her. Although everyone knew about the relationship between Wenqing and Anyang, everyone still spoke unscrupulously, presumably knowing Anyang's attitude. Hearing the complaints from the team members, Anyang's expression became even worse. But he did not refute, obviously agreeing with these words. When everyone found Wenqing, it had been 45 minutes since the scorpion's toxin was released. At this time, Wenqing's face was purple-black and swollen into a pig's head. If it weren't for the obvious sign of the white skirt she wears every day, no one would dare to recognize it. They came here just for the poisonous scorpion, so it was natural to see that Wenqing was poisoned by the poisonous scorpion. Captain, you're still angry. One of the team members turned Wenqing over and took a breath. Anyang took out a detoxification pill and gave it to Wenqing to take. This medicine cannot completely relieve the symptoms of Wenqing's poisoning. The only way to detoxify Wenqing is to go back to the S-base and go to the Alliance Central Hospital for treatment. That would cost a lot of crystal cores. And Anyang's face became darker and darker. This woman is really going to get herself into trouble. If he couldn't find another suitable space power user, he really wanted to leave her here to fend for herself. Wenqing woke up quickly after taking the detoxification pills, coughed, and opened her eyes, full of uncontrollable malice. It's Tang Mo. Help me kill her! I want to kill her! If she hadn't been a spiritual power user, her mental attribute value had just exceeded 100 a few days ago, and she could use mental power to heal, which temporarily hindered the flow of toxins in the blood. She would really have died this time. Tang Mo knew that Wenqing was not a space power user, but he really didn't know that she was a spiritual power user. After all, Tang Mo's mental attribute value has now passed 500, and Wenqing has just passed 100. The gap is so big that Tang Mo doesn't even notice. Anyang and the others were startled by the viciousness that was about to appear in Wenqing's eyes, coupled with her purple-green pig-headed face. It was even more terrifying. Late Tang Dynasty? Anyang thought about Wenqing's words in his mind, regardless of whether what she said was true or not. Tang Mo was not someone he could offend. Anyang would not provoke those people for Wenqing. We'll talk about these things later. You need to put the things I hunted this time into the space first. And let's go back to the base hospital first. Anyang signaled the team members to take out all the poisonous scorpions they had just killed. Wenqing bit her lip, knowing that Anyang was unwilling to stand up for her. But what he said was right. The top priority was to heal himself first, and he would take revenge on Tang Mo for the rest. When Ching tried to use her mental power to send the corpses of the alien beasts into her own space, but her mental power could not find the location of the space. My bracelet? When Ching's heart sank, and she touched her wrist with her left hand, but found nothing. At that moment, when Ching almost screamed, but Anyang and the others were still watching and could only endure it. How did Tang Mo know that his bracelet was a space treasure? Even if she knew it was wrong, she tried on her bracelet and couldn't take it off after putting it on. At the end of the Tang dynasty, he probably wasn't so lucid that he destroyed an exotic treasure by smashing it into pieces. So what happened? Who was that woman in the late Tang dynasty? At that moment, when Ching had countless questions in her mind. If Tang Mo were standing in front of her right now, she would have wanted to eat her alive. If you say at this time that you actually have a space treasure, but it was stolen, Anyang will definitely leave himself here without caring about his life or death. When Ching, who has always been confused, is extremely clear about this matter. I'm poisoned now, and the space seems to be unavailable for the time being. I have to wait until my poison is cured. No matter. Let's get out of here first. When Ching had a tone that sounded pitiful to her, but she didn't know how charming she was with her current appearance. Anyang's face turned even darker, but she didn't say anything. She was carried on her back, and the group returned to the base halfway through the mission. Chapter 91. Jing Jing's role. Tang Mo searched for the strange beasts she could see in the forest. As long as she didn't encounter a group of strange beasts, basically there wouldn't be any big problems with her strength. The majority of today's alien beasts are still junior alien beasts. But considering the current evolution speed of alien beasts, Tang Mo feels that a more severe situation for human beings should be coming soon. There are many strange beasts in the forest, but looking around to kill Tang Mo one by one still feels a bit too slow. Her purpose in coming to the forest was not to collect crystal nuclei or anything. There were still many crystal nuclei left in her space. What she wanted more than to do was to hone her fighting skills. In the training camp, Tang Mo learned a lot of skills from his teacher. But no matter how many skills he had, it was just talk on paper. If you want to become stronger, you have to take it step by step and pass the test in actual combat. Actual combat is the only criterion for testing truth. At the end of Tang's mind, he grabbed Jing Jing, who had been standing on his shoulder, and looked around. You know how to eat every day, and it's time for you to work. Jing Jing is still a cub, and Tang Mo doesn't have much hope for it in combat. But it can still help him attract some strange beasts. Right? This cleverness is wasted if it is not used. Go and wander around. If there is a strange beast that attacks you, just lure it over. If it doesn't attack you, just go and provoke it and bring them all back to me. Do you understand? Tang Mo and Jing Jing explained word for word. Jing Jing looks relatively weak, and those alien beasts are also good at picking on the weak. So it is perfect for her to attract alien beasts. Woo! Jing Jing's round eyes looked at Tang Mo innocently, tilting her head as if I really didn't understand what you were saying. Don't pretend to be stupid. Hurry up and go. Tang Mo knew that Jing Jing understood. He flicked it on the forehead with his hand. You. Jing Jing rubbed her head in pain with her two little paws, then continued to tilt her head and look at Tang Mo innocently. This innocent look reminded Tang Mo of Chen Ling, who loved to act coquettishly with her. She had long been immune to the look trained by Chen Ling. You are responsible for attracting the strange beasts, and all the crystal nuclei inside belong to you. How about it? At the end of Tang Dynasty, conditions were discussed. Jing Jing's little eyes rolled around a few times, nodded, and suddenly jumped out. Tang Mo now only gives Jing Jing one primary crystal core every day, and will not give it to him if he wants more. So the temptation of the crystal core to Jing Jing is still great. Tang Mo lay on the grass and leaned against the tree stump, waiting leisurely for Jing Jing to come back. The first strange beast Jing Jing attracted was a wild boar. I saw Jing Jing leaping nimbly on the tree, with a huge wild boar chasing after her, panting heavily. The wild boar's goal was very clear, and it passed by Tang Mo without taking his eyes off it, without even pausing. Seeing that Tang Mo didn't stop the pig, Jing Jing turned around and brought the wild boar back, whimpering as she signaled Tang Mo to move quickly. Tang Mo was a little dumbfounded when he saw it. He was trying so hard to chase a fox. The little meat on Jing Jing's body wasn't enough for the calories consumed by the wild boar. But when she saw the butt of the wild boar that turned around and came back, she understood the big wild boar brother very well. It turns out that the wild boar was happily strolling there, paying no attention to the little one wandering in front of him. There wasn't much fox meat, and it wasn't tasty. It was just too lazy and a waste of energy. So Jing Jing had no choice but to use her strength to bite a big piece of the wild boar's butt. And then she successfully attracted it. Tang Mo understood that this was not a chase for prey, but a chase for revenge. She quickly recovered from her daze. If she had been a little later, Jing Jing would have been eaten alive by the angry wild boar. Holding Pafong in his hand, Tang Mo kicked off the tree stump next to him and flew towards the wild boar. Thinking of the techniques taught by the teacher in the training camp, he turned his wrist, and the Pafong in his hand inserted diagonally into the lower neck of the wild boar at a very tricky angle. Tang Mo used force with her wrist to force Pafong to enter the wild boar's body. Only now did she fully feel the changes in her body compared to before. Now I can easily break through the hard hair and flesh of the wild boar without even using mental power on my wrist. After Pafong almost completely submerged into the wild boar's body, Tang Mo's arm holding the handle began to lift up, making a 1-foot-long wound on the wild boar's neck. A series of actions happened very quickly. Almost only 10 seconds, and the wild boar was motionless in a pool of blood. Tang Mo stood aside with a knife, cut the pig's brain, picked out the crystal core, rinsed it with water, and threw it to Jing Jing aside. She is an honest person and will not default on her wages. Jing Jing didn't come back to her senses until she hugged the crystal core that still had body temperature in her arms. The wild boar had been chasing me for so long. And was it solved with just one strike? In disbelief, Jing Jing jumped to the side of the wild boar and kicked it. Still motionless, Jing Jing looked at Tang Mo with a hint of awe in her eyes, and took 3 steps back unconsciously. This was the first time Jing Jing had truly seen Tang Mo's fighting state. This woman was really terrifying. Next, Jing Jing, who learned about Tang Mo's strength, cooperated with her even more tacitly. Jing Jing had already seen that a strange beast could not satisfy Tang Mo's needs at all. So the second time Jing Jing attracted 3 strange beasts with deer heads and lion tails. The fight was resolved within 5 minutes. The third time Jing Jing attracted 5 strange beasts. The fight ended in the 8th minute. For the 4th time, Jing Jing, who had watched several battles, already understood Tang Mo's abnormality. They simply lured a small pack of about a dozen wolves over, as if they were treating Tang Mo as a machine for earning crystal cores. This time Tang Mo was not so relaxed. Although there was no intermediate alpha wolf among the wolves, the wolves had a strong sense of combat. She faced a pack of wolves alone, and no matter how much stronger she was, she always felt like she was running around in a hurry and not caring about the tail. Finally, he took out his pistol and used 3 bullets to successfully kill the group of wolves. Tang Mo, who knew Jing Jing's little thoughts, caught it and ravaged it. Her original intention was not to solve the battle quickly, but to hone her skills bit by bit in the battle. It doesn't matter if you take out the pistol and use it. Besides, the bullets are so expensive. The crystal cores on these wolves can't bear the price of the bullets. This time, I have suffered a big loss. Jing Jing, this prodigal. After a period of abuse, Jing Jing, whose hair was already messy and unsightly, finally learned her lesson and stopped challenging Tang Mo's bottom line. Instead, he honestly attracted about 5 strange beasts at a time. This number was just enough that Tang Mo could fully cope with it, and he could even think about his own moves and strategies. Later, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he simply threw the poison-quenching dagger to Jing Jing, and gave it the task of collecting crystal nuclei from the corpses of alien beasts. Chapter 92A Feat. Digging crystal cores is dirty and troublesome. But for Jing Jing, it is a good job. Perhaps Jing Jing treats everything about Jingnu with an almost pious heart. The 2 little paws holding the dagger together soon became extremely skilled, and they dug out the crystal core quickly and well. Tang Mo found a piece of cloth and tied it around Jing Jing's neck. He also found a small bag and tied it with a rope around Jing Jing's neck. In this way, Jing Jing can dig out the crystal core, wipe it clean with a cloth, and put it into her own small bag. When the small bag is full, she can give it to Tang Mo. 1 man and 1 beast almost never stopped, and they kept cooperating to face wave after wave of battles. Tang Mo didn't stop because she felt that time was precious. She had already wasted too much time in the comfort zone of S-Base. Now only non-stop fighting can make her feel at ease. Moreover, her attribute value suddenly increased so much. Although Jing Jing's black beat calmed down the turmoil and discomfort in her body, she still felt uneasy. You still have to let your body adapt to the sudden increase in attribute values as soon as possible and be able to fully exert it. And Jing Jing didn't stop entirely because of her love for Jingnua. And there was no other reason. The battle lasted until late at night. Tang Mo's eyesight was hardly affected at night. But in order to have better mental and physical strength the next day, he still took out the hunter's sleeping bag. She took Jing Jing and fell asleep in the sleeping bag. After dawn, Tang Mo started her nth round of fighting again. 3 days later, the guard on the sentry post at the gate of S base was holding a gun and looking attentively at the clean yellow land outside the gate of S base. In order to observe the situation near S base more clearly, the weeds and bushes within a few miles of the city gate have been cleared away. Because of the heavy flow of people coming and going, the gate to base S is usually open. This also places extremely high demands on the guards. The 2 guards must carefully observe the situation outside the door. Once any strange beast enters the lust plains, shoot it immediately to prevent it from escaping into the base. Look! There's a sandstorm coming over the other side of the forest, the guard on the sentry post said to another person next to him. At the edge where the forest and the lust meet, a huge burst of dust flew up, like a huge wave composed of sand and dust. No! It's a herd of beasts! The other guard was obviously older and more experienced, and he immediately saw what was behind the swirling dust. Quick! Close the door! The guards at the 2 sentry posts immediately notified the guards in front of the base. There was a panic among the crowd. People who had not yet arrived at the door and were eager to check poured into the S base. The guards at the door quickly closed the door, and then they all went up to their sentries, holding up their guns, ready to shoot the herds of animals on the yellow land. The sentries and firepower of base S are relatively strong, because there are so many people gathered. We encounter this kind of thing almost every month. If it is a group of junior alien beasts, or if it is led by only 3 or 2 intermediate alien beasts, there is almost no need to report it, and it can be quickly solved by the base guard team guarding the door. Shooting! As the herd of strange beasts got closer and closer, the guards on the sentry post had already figured out that the culprits of the sandstorm were more than 30 wild boars, and there was a man running at the front of the wild boar herd. Obviously, these wild boars were attracted by that person. On the other side, Tang Mo held Jing Jing and ran at the front. Jing Jing, the fox, didn't know what was going on, but she had been having trouble with wild boars these past few days. 5 times out of 10, the ones she lured back were wild boars. Soon, the frequent disappearances of pigs attracted the attention of the wild boar leader. So for the last time, Jing Jing lured back all the 30 or so wild boars left in the forest. At the end of Tang Dynasty, when he saw those wild boars, he only had one word in his mind. That is, run. He picked up Jing Jing and started running through the forest. With the agility of the late Tang Dynasty, the wild boar could not catch up. But the hatred of these wild boars was too high, and they refused to give up even after chasing Tang Mo. Tang Mo was not originally prepared to bring these troubles back to the base, but she had been running around the forest for a long time. Seeing that her physical strength was almost exhausted, those wild boars wanted to take revenge on her. She had no choice but to take the pigs home. She knew that it was a bit unscrupulous to do so, but after all, pigs were nothing to the base guards, and judging from the current situation, this was all they could do. So the current scene happened. Bullets have no eyes, and facing the man who lured the herd back, the guards didn't even care. They picked up the guns in their hands and started firing wildly. At the end of Tang Dynasty, his mental power was highly concentrated. While counting the bullets flying towards him, his footsteps kept changing, and he was running with an extremely strong posture. If this were a prosperous age, her pace would definitely make her an Olympic champion. As Tang Mo ran, he was still satisfied with his agility in his heart. When Tang Dynasty was about to approach the gate of the S base, only an intermediate wild boar leader was still chasing after the wild boar group behind him. The wild boar leader resisted several bullets, but because his skin was stronger, he still chased Tang Mo with an angry heart of revenge. When we arrived at the door, the base door was closed tightly, with no intention of opening it. Tang Mo stopped and turned to look at the persistent wild boar brother who was still eyeing him. He was almost moved to tears. What kind of spirit is this? It is a perseverance spirit that is worthy of everyone to learn. With the last bit of strength, Tang Mo took out Pafong, with tears in his eyes, and killed the wild boar brother. The guards at the sentry saw with their own eyes that not a single wild boar was left alive. And then, they slowly reopened the gate of the S base. Did you attract the wild boars here? The captain of the guard team was wearing a camouflage uniform and holding a gun in his hand. He showed a sense of righteousness and no anger. The Alliance's guards, patrols, and mobile units are all composed of soldiers. Yes! Regarding this matter, Tang Mo couldn't even find a reason to quibble. He obediently followed the captain to a small dark room, preparing to face the punishment imposed on him by the organization. According to Alliance regulations, if a herd is attracted for personal reasons, the ammunition and manpower paid by the base will be fully borne by the person who attracted the herd. The captain sat in front of Tang Mo and said seriously, "All the ammunition and manpower? In fact, this is very reasonable." But Tang Mo couldn't help but repeat the rain of bullets just now in his mind. How many bullets were there? The price of the bullets purchased at the base is simply too clear. It is a sky-high price. Chapter 93 Going Bankrupt. Then, what if there is no money? Tang Mo weakly raised his hand to speak. She was wrong about this matter. She knew that what she did was really unreasonable. So how could she dare to speak loudly? If you can't get the money, you'll work for the base until you can pay it back. There was a bit of sympathy in the captain's eyes, as it was not unheard of to artificially attract beasts to the base. No one can afford to pay for those bullets flying all over the sky. All those who lead the beast tide will end up as Alliance coolies. Alliance coolies are present in every base. There are no prisons in the bases now. Places where people take care of food and shelter every day without doing anything are no longer a place of suffering for people, but a paradise. How dare you think about it? Nowadays, if people make mistakes, they will temporarily become the coolies of the Alliance. The length of time you have to work as a coolie is determined based on the size of the thing you make. I take the worst and cheapest nutritional supplements every day, but I do as much work as an old scalper, including clearing the weeds and trees outside the base, carrying the corpses of strange animals, repairing the walls, etc. These are all coolies' tasks. 12 hours a day, rain or shine, until the end of the day. In the late Tang Dynasty, the captain estimated that it would take 80 years to pay off the debt. How many crystal nuclei? Tang Mo asked this question tremblingly. Jing Jing on Tang Mo's shoulders also trembled. And Jing Jing understood that this man was asking for Jing Jing's core. You can also see Tang Mo's reaction. There will definitely be no shortage of crystal nuclei required. It's over. It's over. These 4 words are the truest portrayal of the heart of a person and an animal at this time. 30,000. The captain made a 3 count. Counting bullets is actually not an easy task. Their charges are based on the size and strength of the herd. 30 low-level exotic beasts and 1 intermediate-level exotic beast are priced at this price. I'll change my clothes and follow me to the coolie camp to report. The captain took out a bracelet and walked towards Tang Mo. That bracelet was worn by every coolie, and he couldn't take it off. As long as you do not return to the coolie camp on time at night, the bracelet will automatically explode, which is a very effective means of monitoring prisoners. No! Wait a minute! That big brother! Please stop first! Seeing the captain raising his bracelet and walking towards her, Tang Mo panicked. It's not that she couldn't defeat the captain, but she should indeed be responsible for this matter. Tang Mo is such a person. She is not bad at all in what she is supposed to do. Whether she does things that she shouldn't do or not depends purely on her mood. Tang Mo doesn't want to be a good person. She only has one principle in life and has a clear conscience. I have money. Brother, I have money. Tang Mo's words made the guard captain stop smoothly. He looked at the girl in front of him suspiciously. He didn't believe that Tang Mo could produce 30,000 crystal nuclei. It can be said that there are some people in S-Base who can produce 30,000 crystal cores at once, but not many, and they can be counted on 2 hands. There are still some families who may be able to raise the money, but this girl in front of me. The captain looked at Tang Mo. He was wearing dirty sportswear, and his hair and face looked like they hadn't been washed for several days. Girls from slightly richer families will not be like this. While the captain was still thinking, Tang Mo over there had already begun to take out the crystal cores from the space. Isn't it just 30,000? Maybe it would be enough if she just put it together. In fact, there could be a simpler solution to this matter in the late Tang Dynasty. Calling Wen Jianshu or anyone in Chen Ling can solve it immediately. But Tang Mo didn't want to. She didn't want to be the kind of person who had to rely on her family to wipe her, but when she got into trouble. It's so boring. Tang Mo took out bags of crystal cores and piled them on the ground. The intermediate crystal nuclei in these bags have been taken out, and each bag contains 30 primary crystal nuclei. 100, 200, 700, 800. At the count of 8, Tang Mo stopped. There was a pause, and then he started digging again. There are still 65 bags. A total of 865 bags of primary crystal nuclei were piled on the ground by the end of Tang Dynasty, which was very spectacular. However, the face at the end of Tang Dynasty was not so beautiful. And it was full of tragedy. And Jing Jing's eyes were filled with tears. 865 bags. A total of 25,950 primary crystal nuclei. Tang Mo used her mental arithmetic talent when she was 8 years old and came up with a number. No, not enough. What is the exchange ratio between intermediate crystal cores and primary crystal cores now? Tang Mo asked the captain. At this time, the captain's eyes were still focused on the large number of crystal core bags. He didn't expect that someone could actually come up with so many crystal nuclei. She is still alone. It's really rich. This was the captain's first thought. People with space powers. No wonder they are rich. This was the captain's second thought. 1 to 30. The captain gave the answer. This is the official exchange ratio of the league. If it is exchanged on the black market, the price will be higher. Tang Mo started to dig out the intermediate crystal core again, with a sad look on his face. She had used a lot of intermediate crystal cores before. But now she took out all the rest and threw them on the ground. And then counted them one by one. There are 145 intermediate cores in total, which can be exchanged for 4,350 primary cores. Just enough. 30,300 primary cores. After Tang Mo figured it out, he took out 10 pieces from the intermediate crystal core pile and put them back into the space. That's enough for now. Take it away. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he reluctantly stared at his pile of crystal cores. Forget it. If the crystal core is gone, you can still earn it. If you let the wild boar eat it, you will have nothing. Tang Mo comforted himself like this. Hey, you guys are sending 2 people over. Right. The captain put away his bracelet and started talking on the phone. Moving the crystal core. Yes. You heard it right. Moving the crystal core. Well, yes. Hurry up. When he walked out of the small dark room, Tang Mo was dejected. As if he had been emptied out. Nothing is left. Once we returned to before liberation, Jing Jing rarely stayed with Tang Mo, but walked with the same dejection beside Tang Mo. Go away. I have no money now, and can't afford to support you. Tang Mo said to Jing Jing. You. Jing Jing pointed at herself, then at the small black room, then at the base gate, and finally rubbed her head against Tang Mo. Tang Mo understood. What it meant was that it was also responsible for this matter. So even if the crystal core was given away, it would follow Tang Mo. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was almost moved to tears by this scene. In fact, Tang Mo really had a misunderstanding. What Jing Jing meant was that Tang Mo had lost all his cores due to this incident, and was already very poor. It was better to stay here first. Otherwise the blow would be too severe, and Tang Mo would not be able to think about it. Momo! Your new pet? At the end of Tang Dynasty, Chen Ling's voice rang in his ears before he had even left the small dark room. Chapter 94 My Own Money. Chen Ling happened to be free today, and I heard that an unlucky man had attracted a herd of beasts to watch the excitement. I heard that he seems to be a very rich and unlucky guy. There are many people in Base S who can pay this price in one go. Even if he doesn't know them, he should know them. I happened to see Tang Mo nearby with his head lowered, and a little thing beside him muttering something. Chen Ling held Jing Jing in one hand and looked at it. Jing Jing didn't struggle at all. She looked like she had no energy, and was at your mercy. Normally it would be fluttering. But today, sorry, I'm not in the mood. I met him by chance. Keep him for fun. Tang Mo replied. No one would believe that Tang Mo could tame strange beasts now. When they saw a little fox next to her, they just thought it was an ordinary pet. However, Jing Jing did not conclude a contract with Tang Mo. Although it was a strange beast, there was nothing wrong with saying so. But I may not be able to afford it in the future. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he lowered his head and took Jing Jing back from Chen Ling's hands. I heard that a herd of beasts came just now. I don't know who is the unlucky guy. When I first set the compensation rules, I set the price very high against all objections. The security of the base is more important than anything else. Chen Ling expressed that he was very satisfied with his original decision. After all, if he didn't kill a few chickens for everyone to show off to the monkeys, what would happen if the hunters would bring exotic animals back from the forest in the future? Then they don't need to use the bullets they have in S base for anything else. Just save people. After hearing Chen Ling's words, Tang Mo finally knew how the price of this damn thing was determined. He raised his head and glared at Chen Ling together with Jing Jing. Chen Ling was startled. What's wrong? Why are you two looking at me like that? It's so scary. Hello. Chief! At this time, the captain and 2 people were busy moving the crystal core out of the small black room. When they saw Chen Ling, he stood at attention and saluted and said Lo. The fact that Chen Ling is the most powerful person in the S Alliance will only make them obey orders unconditionally. However, Chen Ling's status as number 1 in the Chinese rankings has won the heartfelt admiration of all soldiers. A real man only respects the strong. Miss, you haven't left yet? The captain in camouflage uniform still sympathized with the girl who had just spent a huge amount of money to redeem herself. You? Seeing the pitiful look, the captain of the guard looked at Tang Mo. And the gnashed-teeth look in Tang Mo's look at him. What else did Chen Ling not understand? This really flooded the Dragon King temple. Why don't you call me? Do you really want to pay me as much as I want? Are you stupid? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he lowered his head and said nothing. Lin Tong, put down these crystal cores. I will pay for the cost of repelling the beasts this time. It's all his own money. Chen Ling can't let this money come out of his wife's wallet and enter his own wallet. Yes! Lin Tong broke out in a cold sweat. Even though he didn't understand the ways of the world, he also knew that the relationship between this girl and the leader was unusual. I was also glad in my heart. Fortunately, I didn't rush to put the bracelet on someone. Otherwise I wouldn't be a captain. I would just carry my luggage to the coolie camp. Need not! Tang Mo hurriedly refused. She didn't want anyone to open such a back door for her. Moreover, she is now somewhat aware of one thing. That is, having too many crystal nuclei is not necessarily a good thing. I had too many crystal cores before, so I always seemed to have an inexplicable confidence in my heart. And I lost the sense of crisis to run forward and work hard. This is not good. Now that I am starting from scratch again, it may be a good thing for me. Chief, this? Lin Tong was in a dilemma. It was too difficult for him. Then listen to her. Chen Ling said dotingly that Tang Mo was a person with his own ideas, and he would not impose his own ideas on Tang Mo. The space is much larger? Chen Ling knew that Tang Mo was a space power user since he was in school, but recently, he found that he seemed to be increasingly unable to understand Tang Mo. He had seen fighting in the late Tang Dynasty. Is it a little unreasonable for a space superpower to be so strong? Are the attribute values so high in the late Tang Dynasty really spatial attribute values? There were many question marks in Chen Ling's heart, but he didn't know how to ask. He knew that when Tang Dynasty wanted to talk to him, he would naturally do so. He had enough trust, pampering and indulgence in the late Tang Dynasty. Yeah, it's indeed a lot bigger. Tang Mo thought about the space he had just fused with Wenqing and replied. She still didn't plan to tell anyone about her mental power. Next time you encounter danger, just call me. Remember? Chen Ling asked worriedly. I know. Nagging. The two of them fought for a while before reluctantly separating. Perhaps it was the situation at Base S that he saw with his own eyes at the end of the Tang Dynasty. Or perhaps his feelings for Chen Ling had a deeper change. She actually doesn't care much about whether the relationship between the two must be hidden now. The only worry now is Lin Yi. Once the baby is born safely, it really won't matter. After bidding farewell to the Chen Ling Mountains, Tang Dynasty went to the Alliance Exchange and exchanged all the trophies he had harvested in the forest these days for primary crystal cores. There were a lot of prey in the late Tang Dynasty, and 80 primary crystal nuclei were replaced. She treasured these crystal nuclei and put them in a bag, leaving them for Jing Jing to eat. When Tang Mo returned home, when Jianshu was talking to Wenze in the study, when Jianshu heard Tang Mo coming home and called Tang Mo into the study. Mo, Uncle heard that you and Song Qing from the Li family are college classmates. Tell Uncle, how is that girl Song Qing? When Jianshu asked Tang Mo for information, while Wenze stared at Tang Mo, waiting for her answer, Tang Mo immediately understood that this was a background check for a blind date. Gentle, sensible, erudite, well-informed and reasonable. There is nothing to say about his character. Tang Mo gave him a very high evaluation. Just kidding. She had known Song Qing for 2 lifetimes. Ozawa, what do you think? Uncle knows that the girl is 2 years older than you. If you really don't want to, Uncle will risk everything for the whole Lin family and won't make it difficult for you. When Jianshu's words were purely emotional, he had already told Li Xian exactly what he said. And now it was expected that Wenze's character would take the overall situation into consideration. If the girl was really a bad girl, he wouldn't push his nephew like this. But after all, the girl had good conditions in all aspects. The current situation is unavoidable. I quite like her. It all depends on the family's arrangements. There was a smile in Wenze's eyes. Ever since he knew that he and the girl from the Li family might be on a blind date, he had found various opportunities to meet Song Ching many times. Song Ching is still working in the research institute with Professor Tian. The last time Wenze went there secretly, he was watching Song Ching doing experiments seriously without makeup and wearing glasses. The serious look with his head lowered immediately hit Wenze's heart. He had been waiting for his uncle to mention this matter to him for a long time, and he even looked forward to it anxiously. Chapter 95 Acquired Rare Treasure. It would be great if this were the case. When Jianshu smiled and patted Wenze on the shoulder. He loves his nephew from the bottom of his heart. If Wenze happens to like that girl from the Li family, then it would be better if everyone is happy. On the other side, the Li family. Li Xian had just received a call from Wen Jianshu to discuss the wedding date of his 2 children, and he was in a good mood. He called Song Ching over and informed her directly of the incident. Song Ching heard that Wenze responded and had a good impression of her, and she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Blushing, he responded, I would like to listen to my uncle's arrangements. Song Feng happened to be at home. He saw his uncle calling his sister in for a long time before coming out. He knew in his heart that he must be talking about his sister and the Wen family. How's it going? What's Wen's attitude? At this time, Song Feng was in a very complicated mood. He hoped that Wenze would refuse so that his sister would not be forced to marry. On the other hand, as a girl lover, I feel that my sister is the best girl in the world. So why should I be rejected by others? It's said that they agreed, and they will probably get engaged soon. My uncle wants to finalize the marriage first, but he is not in a hurry to get married. The blush on Song Ching's face just faded away, and she talked to her brother. How could this be like this? No, I'll go talk to my uncle. As long as Song Ching was involved, Song Feng's temper was really fickle. Don't! Song Ching grabbed Song Feng anxiously. It's my own choice. After explaining this, he ran back to his room as if he was running away. Song Feng stood there, scratching his head. If my sister is willing, the Wen family is also a good place to go. But I didn't expect that my sister, who is usually very stable, would actually like a boy of her younger brother's age. Really, in the Wen family, Lin Yi's belly is getting bigger and bigger, and the delivery date is approaching. These days, Tang Mo worked harder and harder to pick up missions from the Alliance Mission Center, and then went to the forest to kill strange beasts and collect crystal cores. It would be impossible if she didn't work hard. She had specially waited for her younger siblings to be born in S-base. When the baby came out, how could she not give some gifts to her as a biological sister? She has spotted a pair of Vitality silver bracelets in the Alliance store. Nowadays, there are 2 types of external object-type exotic treasures. One is created by the universe, and has existed since the moment the exotic treasure appeared in the world. The other type is artificially made by melting a large number of crystal nuclei and certain artifacts together with powerful spiritual power to form an acquired treasure. The advantage of this is that it avoids the burden caused by the crystal core to the body. In theory, one can improve one's comprehensive attribute value by wearing exotic treasures infinitely. It is not easy to form acquired rare treasures. It requires a large number of intermediate crystal nuclei and the powerful spirit of several spiritual power users to be successful. The chance of success is not high. The current data given by the base is 50%. Almost no psychic would attempt this alone. I don't have enough mental strength. I don't have enough intermediate crystal cores. And I can't afford the consequences of failure. At the end of the Tang dynasty, he was now a poor man and did not have so many crystal nuclei for himself to cause trouble. Even if there was, she didn't have time to spend a lot of time studying the experiment now. The most important thing now is to spend time on your own strength. It has been some time since the last time Tang dynasty absorbed a large number of crystal nuclei. In fact, Tang Mo did not relax and kept fighting to kill strange beasts. But her ranking dropped from 15th to 18th. What does this mean? She worked hard, but not the hardest. There was always someone who worked harder than you, and then surpassed you, leaving you behind little by little. Tang Mo did not dare to relax at all. The flower of spiritual power has fully bloomed, and there is no way to take it out for practice. You can only eat its petals. At the end of Tang dynasty, I counted about 18 petals. She is the one who can best feel the difference in her body between the attribute values that are improved by external forces and the attribute values that are improved by herself. For example, between 2 people with the same attribute value distribution, The one who improves through external force will definitely not be able to beat his steady improvement. The purity of attribute values is different. And the effects exerted are also different. Therefore, Tang Mo would try not to use any edible exotic treasures or crystal nuclei if it was not necessary. Since Jing Jing learned to use a dagger to dig crystal cores, it's like a new world has been opened up. That day I held the crystal core and refused to let go. Reluctantly, Tang Mo could only catch a few poisonous elementary insects and beasts in the forest, and went to the Alliance Exchange to make a crude version of a small dagger at a very low price to fool Jing Jing. Fortunately, Jing Jing hadn't evolved to the point where she was too knowledgeable. When she saw the new dagger Tang Mo had made for herself with a sheath and a small strap, she happily slung it on her body. The price of the pair of vitality bracelets is not cheap. Tang Mo struggled hard in the forest for a month. And he also killed 2 intermediate-level alien beasts. All the valuable parts of the beast were sold, so I could afford to buy the bracelet back. After buying the bracelet, Tang Mo only had 2 bags of primary crystal cores and a dozen intermediate crystal cores left on his body. The primary crystal cores were Jing Jing's rations, and the dozen or so intermediate crystal cores were the emergency fund that Tang Mo left for himself, which could not be easily touched. After buying the bracelet, I could be freed from the forest at noon in the late Tang dynasty. Enduring the heartache, I went to the training camp and paid for a few lessons to improve my sword skills. Then, when I had nothing to do, I could secretly have a date with Chen Ling in the 1v1 arena or the stands on the second floor of the Alliance Coliseum. She actually has no great interest in this bet. She still remembers the last time she got a large number of crystal nuclei from here. It was the day when she was the least vigilant and the most relaxed about herself since the end of the world. She prefers to discuss with Chen Ling to see who can win. What are the advantages and what are the flaws? Chen Ling occasionally wanted to bet on it. Not for the crystal core, but simply to get some luck. But whenever this happens, Jing Jing starts to angrily jump on Chen Ling and hit him with her head. It must have suffered terribly from gambling in its previous life, so it hates it so deeply in this life. Chen Ling had no choice but to give up and concentrate on chatting with Tang Mo and watching the game. In fact, Tang Mo understood why Jing Jing did this. Jing Jing ran away from the Alliance Coliseum in the first place. The Coliseum is different from the fighting platform. A human duel only needs to determine the outcome, but a beast duel must determine life and death. He has been on that stage too many times, although he managed to survive each time with agility. But it's like pushing a child of several years old to the battlefield, putting a gun in his hand and letting him fight. For a cub that has only just entered the world, that would be too cruel. Chapter 96 Lynn gave birth. Since the arrival of the end of the world, the living creatures in this world are no longer just humans and animals, but humans and animals and exotic beasts. Alien beasts look a little weirder than animals. Of course, there are also some alien beasts that look like ordinary animals. The boundary between the two is not very clear, but humans don't need to deliberately distinguish them, because the most obvious difference is that alien beasts will actively attack humans. Alien beasts and humans seem to be natural enemies, with no way to reconcile. Therefore, when everyone saw the fox in the late Tang dynasty, they only thought it was an animal, not a strange beast. Because I think it's ridiculous that Tang Mo can sign a contract with a strange beast. She is just a space type. As for the real situation, where alien beasts take the initiative to get close to humans, they have never thought about it. At the end of Tang dynasty, he was not willing to explain. Soon, one evening, Lin Yi's stomach started to stir. The best gynecologists in the entire S base gathered in the VIP ward of the base's only hospital, because they were elderly mothers. Tang Mo and Wen Jianshu stood outside and paced anxiously. You two, stop hanging around. You can't be of much help. Zhou sat outside the ward with 5-year-old Wen Qi. Because of her awkward position in the family, she always has to be more thoughtful in doing things than Wen Jianli and his wife. Zhou said that considering that there was a girl who had never given birth in the late Tang dynasty, and Wen Jianshu was a man who had never had children, she had to help an Anshin. Regarding this point, no matter what the reasons were, Wen Jianshu and Tang Mo took advantage of her affection. Mom, why is the little brother coming out? A child's patience is limited, and when she was really impatient to wait. Hey, you know he is a little brother. It seems that my sister-in-law can really give you a fat boy for your second brother. Zhou joked about the child's words. Naturally, she also meant to please Wen Jianshu. That's a good relationship. Chi-Chi, when your brother is born, your uncle will give you a big red envelope. Although he likes both boys and girls, Given Lin Yi's age, it is obvious that this is the last child. If he can really add a fat boy, he will have a successor in the future. When Jianshu thought about this, he couldn't help but feel happy. And then when he thought about his wife still suffering in the delivery room, his expression became serious again. His face was red and white, which looked very funny. No matter how sensible Wenze is, he is different from his own son. What's more, he has inherited his father's temperament of not fighting or grabbing. He can't support the huge Wen family by himself. At the end of Tang Dynasty, it didn't matter whether it was a boy or a girl. She was already so old. So she just hoped that her mother could be safe. She is usually away from the base, so it is best for her mother to have her children with her. Besides, Tang Imo also really liked children. Chief, my wife has given birth. She weighs 8 pounds and 6 tails. Mother and child are safe. The nurse came out first to announce the good news. Lin Yi had a cesarean section. After all, she was the wife of the leader. The medical staff like them were also worried. Really? Okay. When Jianshu said 2 good words in a row and rubbed his hands in excitement. The adults and children will be pushed to the ward later, and the family can watch it later. Lin Yi was soon pushed out. And when Jianshu and Tang Imo immediately surrounded him, half pushing the bed and following him to the ward. However, only Zhou Ying led Wen Qi to follow the baby who was taken out. She still remembered that when she gave birth to her child, when Jiaming didn't come home all night. Seeing Wen Jianshu's heartache for Lin Yi, I felt extremely envious, and became more determined to be on good terms with Lin Yi in the future. I don't know if it's to balance the population, but babies born after the apocalypse seem to be stronger and cry louder than previous newborns. Tang Imo looks like her mother, with her slender eyes that are uniquely charming, her small nose pointed and straight, and her chin, which is a perfect match for a beauty. And this newborn brother seemed to be a replica of Wen Jianshu, with big eyes, a big nose and a big mouth. When Jianshu was so happy to see him, Lin Yi woke up soon. Tang Imo asked a few questions and found out that her mother was fine. So she gave her seat to Uncle Wen and went to hold the baby. The body of a newborn baby is so soft. Tang Imo, who was used to touching knives, was a little afraid to do it. After finally picking him up, Tang Mo's heart melted when he saw the baby's round eyes staring at him, and his little tongue still spitting bubbles. She originally thought that she would have to have a younger brother and sister now that she was already in her 20s. And it would take some time for her to mentally build up before she could accept it. But when she actually held her brother in her arms, and saw him looking at her dependently, she had to sigh that the power of family affection is powerful. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had lived 2 lives and had grown up. He no longer asked for love from his parents, but took on the role of family protector. Therefore, having one more family member at this time did not make Tang Imo feel any sense of loss. Instead, he felt more satisfied and felt that he was more connected to the world. Lin Yi had to stay in the hospital for a week after her cesarean section, in order to see the baby as soon as possible. Mr. Wen and Wen Jianli and Wen Jiaming came to the hospital several times. Now that his favorite second son has offspring, Mr. Wen is the happiest person. He generously gave Lin Yi many treasures. Tang Imo took a look and found that most of them were precious things to nourish the body. There are also 2 treasures with vitality attributes. One for Lin Yi and one for his grandson. Like Lin Yi has newborn babies, it is most suitable for them to increase their health attributes. It can reduce the chance of getting sick in a harsh environment. And even if they are injured, they will recover faster. The baby's name was finally decided by Mr. Wen. His name is Wen Yang and his nickname is Yang Yang. Lin Yi expressed that she was very satisfied with the name. Accompanying Lin Yi, I spent this confinement well, seeing that my mother's body was back to normal. It was also the day when Tang Imo was leaving. Tang Imo put the bracelet on Yang Yang's hand and said, Yang Yang, be good. My sister is leaving. I'll see you next time when I come back. In just 1 month, Tang Mo's feelings for his brother were already very deep. Imo, be careful when going out. Safety first. Lin Yi knew that her daughter was leaving again, so she was worried and nagging. But she didn't ask to keep her like before. When did Lin Yi's thoughts begin to change? That's when I learned that Tang Imo was ranked 15th on the rankings. It was then that Lin Yi truly realized what her daughter wanted and how powerful it was. She had to let the bird fly and selfishly kept her close to her. As long as you are strong enough and awesome enough, you will be recognized by everyone. This is a truth that the late Tang dynasty realized from this incident. Chapter 97. Can I join? Tang Mo's decision to leave had been made long ago, so he quickly started his next move without any hesitation. This trip should take a long time. So you need to fully resupply yourself at the S base before leaving. Because the space has been upgraded again. Everything in the supermarket is full. The warehouse became empty due to the evacuation of the crystal core and the expanded area. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he went out to fight some strange beasts in the forest and came back. He replaced all the meat and ingredients of the strange beasts with the most common nutrients and piled them in the warehouse. This nutritional supplement only has calories and tastes very bad. But when going out, Tang Imo always feels that he needs to prepare some of this. The pistol has enough bullets, and Tang Dynasty no longer thinks about the exotic treasure. With a little friend Jing Jing beside me, the only thing left to consider is how to set off. The destination at the end of Tang Dynasty was very clear, and that was City B that had been decided before. Although she doesn't want to rely on external force, there are more powerful spiritual flowers still blooming in the space that are not used. But she still wanted to see the desert flower. After all, the place where the rare treasure with 100 attribute points was located should be somewhat special. Just like Taoyuan village, where the flower of spiritual power is located. If Tang Dynasty guessed correctly in City B, there should be a place affected by the flower of desert. She didn't plan to go on the road alone this time. Although it was more convenient to be alone. People were social animals after all. And she was really fed up with just rushing every day. Only by staying with others can you have more special experiences. Tang Imo thought about this very clearly. However, Tang Imo had to think a lot about how to find such a group of like-minded people going to City B. She wandered around the mission center for 3 days in a row. Not to mention, she actually saw a team going to City B. But that team issued the mission. The mission content is, protect a team of 20 people to successfully reach City B and recruit a total of 5 superpowers. The required comprehensive attribute value is above 200. The mission reward is 2 intermediate crystal cores per person. The comprehensive attribute value of 200 is not particularly high. But it is enough to deal with a few elementary alien beasts. And it is barely enough for 5 people to deal with an intermediate alien beast. The distance from City S to City B is actually quite long. If you just walk, it will take about half a month to get there. The remuneration for 2 intermediate crystal cores can only be said to be average. Not high. Now that they have found bodyguards. The bodyguard team and the compensation budget are still so tight. It can be seen that this team of 20 people is really determined to return to City B. And they are really not rich. At the end of Tang Dynasty, it was decided that this was it. Turn on the watch to start contacting the address given on the task. Soon according to the address given by the other party on the phone. Tang Imo found the place where the team was located. It was a very big house. Perhaps it was not appropriate to call it a house. It was a very large room. Perhaps dozens of square meters. It wasn't until he entered the gate at the end of Tang Dynasty that he realized how poor this team was. 17 or 8 people all made bunks on the ground. Some were sitting on the ground to rest, while others were still lying down and sleeping. There were even a few children of several years old playing and making noise in circles in the room. There were men, women and children. The person in charge was a man in his 50s. Everyone in the room called him Uncle He. Hello! Are you here to apply as a bodyguard? Uncle He frowned when he saw a girl entering the door. When he returned home this time, he pulled all his savings together. Barely enough to hire 5 people. For women, this is definitely not possible. They don't have the extra financial resources to hire an idle person. No, I came here to ask. Can I join you? Tang Imo started to laugh again. Every time she smiled with her eyes squinted like this. It was time to start showing off her acting skills. Uncle He looked at Tang Mo's outfit. Although it was ordinary sportswear, it was very clean. Nowadays, people who can ensure that they work quietly every day are not simple people. Firstly, it means that she has a fixed residence. And secondly, it means that she does not worry about food and clothing. Second, Uncle He is a man who has lived half his life. He can tell roughly what is going on in a glance. After thinking for a while, he finally let Tang Imo into the house. The room is relatively simple. I'm sorry. Uncle He took out a small cushion and asked Tang Imo to sit on the ground. Seeing a stranger enter the room, the eyes of more than a dozen people were curious. However, in this room, Uncle He's prestige was very high, and no one asked. However, there was a little boy of 2 or 3 years old with a dirty face. After Tang Imo sat down, he climbed into her arms with great effort. Mao-tu, come out! Uncle He saw the boy's actions and scolded him. Hearing Uncle He's words, the boy was not only not afraid, but also hid his face in Tang Mo's arms. his dirty little face staining Tang Mo's clothes. The little boy's attitude towards Uncle, he shows that Uncle, he is usually very good to children.
It's okay. Let him sit.
Tang Mo smiled and put his arms around the little boy, patting his back gently. Since Yang was born, she watched Yang grow from a wrinkled little dumpling to a big white and tender dumpling, and she unconsciously felt more fondness for any child.
It's like this. I'm not here to apply for a bodyguard, but I want to go to City B with you. If you are willing, I am willing to bear half of the cost of the bodyguard.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he told his purpose. Yes, she didn't come to apply for a bodyguard job. Although she didn't have any money now, it was her initiative, and she didn't need those few crystal cores. Being a bodyguard involves responsibility and no freedom. Although she decided to go on the road with the others, it was absolutely impossible to be tied up. Moreover, she wanted to keep a low profile when she came out to stay with the team this time, and didn't want to be so public. It's better to spend 5 crystal cores to sneak into the team. Be a salty fish. Act according to the situation, and still end up easy. In fact, Tang Mo had already discovered that her improvement rate was getting slower and slower. She missed a lot of literature, which all said that the human body is elastic, and you cannot stretch it excessively in a short period of time. You must give it a certain buffer time. If you can give yourself a recovery plateau and relax a little, then the next progress will be faster, which will get twice the result with half the effort. Although she was a young girl in the late Tang Dynasty, she had never lost weight. If she has lost weight, she will know that this is the same as the plateau period of weight loss. So Tang Mo decided that she should slow down appropriately and experience life, and move forward while feeling on the road. What's more, she is a spiritual person, who values the relaxation and enlightenment of the heart and mind. If the heart and brain are empty, it will be more difficult to increase mental power than to increase other attribute values. This is also the most important reason why Tang Mo wants to choose this team with such a strong sense of life to go with. Chapter 98 Ready to hit the road.
5 crystal nuclei?
To be honest, this number made Uncle, he a little excited. 10 crystal cores are the only amount they have left now, and the family at home doesn't know what's going on. So it's great to be able to save some.
However, you look like you are not short of money. So why are you going with the rest of us? There are so many ordinary people like us. Wouldn't it be faster for you to hire your own bodyguards?
After the end of the world, although everyone has attribute points, due to limitations in talent, age and vision, many people only have a few dozen attribute points. And even the growth is extremely slow. Most of the people in Uncle, his team have attribute values in the dozens. Such people are not considered superpowers. Only those with attribute values above 100 are officially recognized superpowers. Dozens of attributes can't defeat low-level alien beasts, and it can't even protect itself.
Actually, I only have 10 intermediate crystal cores in my body, and I really don't have much money.
Tang Mo grimaced. What she said was true. 10 intermediate crystal nuclei are a lot. But this does not meet Uncle, his psychological expectations for the late Tang Dynasty.
So instead of taking risks, it's better to slow down and go on the road with everyone for mutual benefit and win-win results. I am a girl, and I feel scared when I go alone with bodyguards.
This is pure nonsense. Let alone 5 bodyguards. 10 bodyguards combined may not be able to hurt Tang Mo.
What you're thinking makes sense. If that's the case, then you can come with us. There are so many of us, and we won't take advantage of you. All you need to do is give us 2 crystal cores.
Although Uncle Hier, who has 5 crystal cores, is moved by his heart. He is a principled person. Take what you should take, and never take what you shouldn't take.
Okay.
Tang Mo responded immediately.
But one thing needs to be discussed in advance. Although we have hired bodyguards, no one can guarantee the abilities of the bodyguards and the emergencies we encounter on the road.
So these 2 crystal cores must be given to me now.
Tang Mo nodded. This is very scientific. If she really dies on the road, her bodyguards have worked hard to protect you. So you can't let go of these 2 crystal cores.
Also, to be honest, there are 17 people in our team. There are 3 superpowers. These 3 superpowers will give priority to protecting our own people when encountering danger. Of course, if possible, I will also try my best to protect you.
Tang Mo continued to nod. This was more reasonable. All she had paid was money for a bodyguard partnership. There was no reason for her own people to protect her. In other words, if there is real danger, Tang Mo has no obligation to save these people. Whether to help or not depends on the situation and mood at the time.
The last point is that we, the bodyguards, are responsible for the food along the way. But you have to take care of your own food. I hope you can prepare it.
Everything second uncle he said was reasonable. By finalizing the details in advance, a lot of trouble would be avoided later. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he really appreciated this method of doing things. After handing the 2 crystal cores to Uncle He, the two agreed to hit the road after all the bodyguards were found, and to contact them in advance. When Tang Imo got up and was about to leave, Xiao Mao's mother came back from outside. Xiao Mao's mother is very young and looks to be about the same age as the late Tang Dynasty. After being hit hard by the age of Aunt Li's daughter-in-law in Taoyuan village, Tang Imo was already immune to the matter of young mothers. Mao Tu's mother has short hair like Tang Imo and is very beautiful, although it cannot compare with the exquisite facial features and unique sassy temperament of the late Tang Dynasty. He is also very outstanding among ordinary people. Although he is dressed very simply and plainly, he has a sense of elegance that makes people want to get close to him. They are similar in height and hairstyle, so no wonder Mao Tu clings to Tang Imo like this.
I'm really sorry to cause you any trouble.
Mao Tu's mother's name is Lin Wan. She speaks very crisply, and you can tell from her voice that she is a very cheerful person. Second uncle he is getting older, so Lin Wan is usually responsible for posting tasks and checking the progress of tasks. Tang Imo smiled politely and said hello before going back. On the other side, the Qin family.
Boss, I often see my sister-in-law at the mission center these days. I seem to have seen her take on a mission today.
A black-clothed guard next to Chen Ling said to Chen Ling. The relationship between Chen Ling and his 12 guardians is very special. Not an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. Chen Ling is not only the leader of the S-base, he also has an identity that neither the Qin family nor the late Tang Dynasty knows. That is, the captain of the top-ranked Misty team in the base. And these 12 black-clothed guards are all members of the Mist team. And each of them has an attribute value of more than 500. Everyone only saw in the mission completion column of the mission center that Miwu had completed one mission after another that no one dared to take on. But no one ever knew who they were. No one has even seen them go to the mission center to hand in missions, as if everything just existed there silently. Chen Ling and these 12 guardians in black are not only absolute leaders and obedience, but also brothers who live through life and death.
My sister-in-law is short of money recently, so it's normal for her to take on tasks.
Chen Ling rarely talked to anyone, unless the topic mentioned the late Tang Dynasty.
But I think my sister-in-law's mission is to go to City B.
The boy in black stopped talking midway through his words, because he saw that his boss's head was visibly cold. Even though I've seen it countless times, it's still scary. The title of the cold-faced King of Hell is really not something everyone just blows off. It is well deserved. Silently shutting up, the little brother exited the room without forgetting to close the door.
Are you going to City B?
Chen Ling made a phone call. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had just arrived home and had not sat down to warm up his butt. You know, I wanted to wait until we meet before telling you.
Tang Imo knew that Chen Ling was already a little sad that she had not disclosed her return to S-base this time. She was really speechless when she had to leave so suddenly. I originally planned to meet up, so that we could have a better conversation.
How long will it take to go this time?
Chen Ling asked. He knew that Tang Dynasty was leaving, but he didn't expect it to be so soon.
About a few months.
Tang Imo made an appointment. Maybe she could return to Base S after her trip to City B was over. Months. Chen Ling was silent for a while.
I can come find you on the way. Okay.
This is the result of Chen Ling's thinking. Since he can't selfishly keep Tang Imo by his side, then it's okay to go see her by himself.
I won't go there often. I'll go occasionally. Okay.
Afraid of immediate rejection at the end of the Tang Dynasty, Chen Ling added another sentence. Looking at Chen Ling's face over there, Tang Imo really couldn't say any words of rejection. It doesn't really matter if we meet in the middle. After all, Chen Ling, a rich man, also has an airplane, which is very convenient as the only means of transportation in the end of the world.
Okay,
Tang Imo replied. Chapter 99 Strange Bodyguard. Second Uncle He's bodyguards were recruited very quickly. Only 2 days later, he sent a message to Tang Imo, telling her the day of departure. Tang Imo was planning to join the team this time. Exposing her space might cause some trouble, so she planned to pretend to be an agility user. Anyway, her current agility attribute value has exceeded 200, so there is no problem in saying that she is an agility system user. Without space, it is inconvenient to install many things. Tang Mo carried her backpack as usual, containing some water and nutrients, as well as a change of clothes. Since you have chosen to be gregarious, you can no longer bring out those delicacies. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he rolled up the trapper's sleeping bag and fixed it on the top of his backpack. The sleeping bag was small and light, and did not affect his activities. A group of people decided to gather under a big tree outside the gate of S base at 8 o'clock. The set time was 8 o'clock, and we arrived at the meeting point at 7:45 in the late Tang Dynasty. When Tang Dynasty arrived, Uncle, he was already waiting there with more than a dozen people. Everyone had very little luggage, and many of them were almost empty-handed. That's right. They are so poor. How can they get any extra things? In addition to the people Tang Mo had seen last time, there was also a tall, dark-skinned man standing against a tree with a bag on his back. The man introduced himself as Zhou Jian, and was the bodyguard this time. Except for Zhou Jian, the other 4 bodyguards have not arrived yet. The group of people waited under the tree for about another 20 minutes before several other bodyguards arrived. Uncle He's face looked very ugly. But at this time, it was hard to have another attack. After all, he had to rely on their protection all the way. After everyone gathered, everyone set out on the road. The group of people led by Uncle, he could tell that their lives were not good. Everyone was skinny, except for a few children playing around. Everyone was lifeless. Zhou Jian and Tang Dynasty had similar temperaments, and neither was a talkative person. Only the 4 bodyguards, who were together, made a lot of noise along the way. And the dirty jokes they made the women in the team frown, and wanted to cover their children's ears. Second Uncle, he reminded him once. But to no avail, he could only sigh and stop talking. He left in a hurry this time, and the price he gave was small. He expected that he could not find any high-quality bodyguards, but he did not expect to recruit such people. Fortunately, Zhou Jian seemed to be quite reliable, which at least gave Uncle he a little comfort. At the end of Tang Dynasty, Lynn pulled her and kept walking with the mother and daughter. They occasionally chatted, and the time passed quickly. It conservatively takes about half a month to get from the base to City B. Of course, this is based on the speed of the late Tang Dynasty. If we go at the current speed of this team, it would be really good if we can get there in a month. There were many women and children in the team, and we didn't walk much even though we stopped for a long time. Tang Mo was not in a hurry, but the bodyguards were obviously a little impatient. The mission of the 2 crystal nuclei was originally thought to be half a month, but now it will take a month. The unscrupulous complaints along the way made the people in the team afraid to speak loudly.
If you don't want to do it, leave now, and don't disturb my mood on the way.
The first one who couldn't help it was Zhou Jian, who warned those people.
What did you say? Say it again if you dare.
The head of the 4 people was a short and fat man. He rushed out after hearing Zhou Jian's words. The attribute values of several of them are around 200, and his own is slightly higher at 300. They were originally in a small team, but later the team fought against someone who disliked the abilities of some of them, and kicked them out altogether. This was also the first time for some of them to take on a mission. They were so happy to see the old, weak, sick and disabled people they had to protect, and they all felt that they could dominate this month. Now Cheng Yaojin suddenly rushed out, and he was naturally very angry. There are 4 of them. Zhou Jian, no matter how powerful he is, dares to provoke them. Are you impatient? Zhou Jian didn't answer, but was looking for something on the ground. He picked up a broken piece of wood that was as thick as an adult's thigh and held it in his arms. With a strong push of his arms, the tree broke almost instantly. Be honest, or get out! Tang Mo saw Zhou Jian's movements most clearly. Not only the strength, but also the smoothness of the movements. This is not something that a person with a comprehensive attribute value of around 200 can do. There was something more in Tang Mo's eyes when she looked at Zhou Jian. If Zhou Jian was really a man who hid his own strength as she thought, then he would join this team and spend so much time earning these 2 crystal cores. What is the meaning? Is the addition of Zhou Jian a good thing or a bad thing for this team? All this became more and more interesting, and Tang Mo's expression became playful. She is now looking forward to this journey more and more. Zhou Jian's actions really shocked Wang Er and the others. Their sleeves were already rolled up, but they didn't dare to take another step forward. After muttering a few words, he and the people under him calmed down a lot. 2 intermediate crystal cores. In a month. They thought that only people like themselves could pick them up. A man of Zhou Jian's strength can earn so much money just by being a hunter. He is really a lunatic. Uncle, he looked at Zhou Jian with gratitude in his eyes. At the end of Tang Dynasty, He basically understood Lin Wan's situation through a few gossips. No matter what age group women get together, they will quickly become familiar with each other. Lin Wan is indeed as old as the late Tang dynasty. She gave birth to Mao Tu when she was 20 years old. Mao Tu is already 3.5 years old this year. However, Lin Wan was not a wife. She was pregnant out of wedlock. When she insisted on giving birth to the child, she caused quite a stir in Yunshui town. When she was 19 years old, she had an argument with her parents and ran away to the nearby desert alone. Just when she was about to die of thirst in the desert, a man saved her. She is beautiful, but she is afraid of danger and makes herself look ugly even if she runs away from home. The man didn't know her true appearance, but she really saw the man's face. The night before they were about to leave the desert, they had sex in a wooden house in the desert. It was Lin Wan who took the initiative. Girls in Yunshui town dared to love and hate. Not to mention that the person they liked was her savior. But the next morning, the man left all the water and food he had in the house, and then disappeared without a trace. Lin Wan walked out of the desert by herself when she was sad, and then faced all the rumors alone and gave birth to Hair. I do not regret. Lin Wan said this to the end of Tang Dynasty. Chapter 100 A Bad Start.
Then haven't you thought about going to find the child's father?
Tang Mo asked. Lin Wan was one of the 3 superpowers in their original team, and her character was no better than ordinary people.
I'm not looking for you anymore. Maybe he just doesn't like me. He left quietly. Why bother to embarrass him?
Lin Wan's eyes were a little indifferent, and her eyes drifted away, not knowing where she was looking. There is no such thing as 3 meals a day for people in the last days. It is not easy to provide 2 meals. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, what everyone ate were primary nutrients. Such nutrients could be exchanged for the meat of exotic animals. Of course, if there is no exotic animal meat, one primary crystal core can also buy 10 tubes of such nutrients. Naturally, the 5 bodyguards ate the same thing. Wang Er and the others sat on a big rock while eating, cursing and complaining. But no one paid attention to them. Some of them are already doing well, while many others can't even take nutritional supplements.
Why are you so eager to return to City B?
Tang Mo asked Lin Wan. She is somewhat familiar with Lin Wan now. The reason why she didn't ask Second Uncle He at that time was because she was sure that even if she asked Second Uncle He wouldn't tell the truth to her.
We are all from Yunshui town on the edge of City B, and we have always been backed by the desert. After the apocalypse began, everyone was so hungry that there was nothing we could do. So the mayor took some people who were willing to come out to look for food. Later, he was taken to Base S by the troops. Isn't Base S bad?
These people don't live a good life in this base, but they can survive with the support of the few superpowers and the basic benefits of S base.
You can survive, but this is not home.
Lin Wan's eyes were firm, and these dozen people all had the same thing in their eyes.
At first, I really couldn't live anymore, and I was thinking about whether I could find some way to survive for my family. But now that we have superpowers and plants have grown, we can still survive as long as we go home and think of a way. Nothing is better than home.
Tang Mo nodded. Of course she could understand Lin Wan's thoughts. No matter how good the base is, people will not have a sense of belonging, and it is difficult to leave their homeland. As long as there is some way, people will naturally want to go home. Everyone slept in an open space at night. At the end of Tang Dynasty, there was no need to worry if he was carrying a trapper sleeping bag. But other people were not so lucky, and they all opened their bedrolls and slept on the ground. Although it is an open space, there are grasslands and jungles everywhere. Not only are there mosquito bites, but what is more important to watch out for is the strange beasts that may appear at any time.
There are 4 of us here, and 2 of us will be on guard one night. Zhou Jian, you are so powerful. You can just stay on guard one night alone.
Wang Er did not discuss with Zhou Jian and informed him directly. When it came to these interests, he seemed to have temporarily lost his memory and forgot how Zhou Jian broke down the tree with his bare hands. Fortunately, Zhou Jian didn't care about this and just nodded. It was easier for him to be alone with them. Anyway, staying up all night was not a big problem for someone who had been a soldier. The 2 brothers on Wang Er's side were keeping vigil on the first night. One was tall and the other was short. Both were very thin. At the end of Tang Dynasty, it seemed that both of them were a little confused and not very smart. But despite this, Tang Mo still had a good sleep with peace of mind. After all, the hunter's sleeping bag was not bought for free. The next day Tang Mo was woken up by a loud noise. Amidst the noise, she seemed to hear that something was missing. After getting up and packing her things, she pulled Lin Wan and asked. It turned out that a child was missing from the team. There are 3 children in this team. This is what second uncle, he told himself at the beginning. Although children are difficult to raise, they also represent hope. At the end of Tang Dynasty, it could be seen that uncle he loved every child very much and gave almost all the best things in the team to the 3 children. But how could it be lost?
I heard that the child's mother found that the child who was sleeping next to her was missing when she woke up in the morning. She looked around and didn't see it and became anxious.
Lin Wanho hugged Mao Tu in fear. She could hardly imagine how she would feel if it was her Mao Tu who was lost now.
Where's the night watchman?
Since there is a night watchman, the whereabouts of a child should naturally be clear.
The 2 people who were keeping watch slept until this morning. It wasn't until the child's mother asked about it in the morning that they opened their eyes.
Lin Wan's teeth were itching with hatred. They were all from Yunshui town, and they had a very strong collective consciousness. They were basically all relatives. When something like this happened, more than a dozen people became anxious.
You can't blame us. I was so tired from walking all day yesterday. So what can I do if I accidentally fell asleep?
Until this moment, the 2 bodyguards were still shirking their responsibilities. Uncle He's face was so anxious that he turned green. He really hated himself for why he was so anxious to get on the road and didn't carefully examine these people before making a decision.
You are just bastards.
A man in the team clenched his fists and said bitterly. It was one of the superpowers, and its attribute value had reached 350. So Wang Er and the others were silent.
I've been looking for it all morning. It must have been secretly taken away by a strange beast. There's no point in waiting any longer. Let's go!
Wang Er was a little impatient. What kind of world is this? Just for a child. Even if it is not taken away, I still don't know if it can survive.
You?
Uncle He's face became even more ugly. And even Tang Mo couldn't help but kick Wang Er. However, Uncle He also had to admit that after one night, the child might indeed be in danger. After being silent for a while, he had no choice but to decide to pack up and set off. The child's mother was crying so hard that she couldn't stand up, and she was heartbroken and wanted to find her daughter. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he remembered that child, who was about the same age as Mao Tu. She is a little girl with a round face. She is very well behaved and a little timid. She is very lovable. Things like the end of the world happen all the time. When humans become the lower end of the food chain again, the survival of human cubs becomes difficult again. It is really not an easy task to raise a child well in this era. Even Tang Mo, who had already looked down upon death, couldn't help but sigh deeply when faced with the matter of children. I hope this incident can also remind these people in Yunshui town that it is impossible to rely solely on those bodyguards. Everyone still needs to be vigilant. There are still too many dangers waiting for them on the way to City B. Chapter 101 The Real Crisis. The missing girl was named Nan Nan, and her body was only discovered after the team traveled 2 kilometers. When he found it, it had been eaten away by strange beasts, and was completely unrecognizable. He could only vaguely identify it by relying on the fragments of clothes on his body. Uncle, he didn't let Nanan's mother see it. It would be hard enough if Nanan's mother completely collapsed after seeing this. But the team couldn't bear one more person who lost the ability to move. After the incident with Nan Nan, everyone in Uncle He's team became more cautious. Protect the 2 remaining children in the center of the team, and arrange for the children to sleep next to the superhuman in the team when sleeping. Perhaps they were afraid that another problem on the road would cause public outrage. So Wang Er and the others also restrained themselves a lot. When he encounters a lone junior beast on the road, he no longer waits for the superpower user in the team to take action, or hides behind Zhou Jian, but takes the initiative to step forward and make gestures. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he took a look at the movements of several people, and found that they were basically just a little bit better than ordinary people. Uncle, he was really at a loss for spending these crystal nuclei. There were no major dangers along the way, and Tang Mo was happy to rest among the team in a relaxed manner. For Tang Mo, she was not idle at the S base. She was out and about in the training camp, and occasionally had to go out on dates. Going with Uncle He and his group was a truly relaxing and real vacation. Mao Tu still always liked to stick to him. Even if Lin Wan was still around, she would always hold Tang Mo's hand. 2 or 3-year-old children never asked for an adult to hold them, no matter how tired they were. Tang Mo also admired this kind of education. In addition to Tang Mo, Mao Tu has another person he likes, and that is Zhou Jian in the team. Mao Tu's initial closeness to Zhou Jian made Lin Wan somewhat resistant. Tang Mo understood it very well. After all, he was a strange man, and the incident involving his daughter had just happened. But then she saw that Mao Tu couldn't pull him back. Zhou Jian liked children very much, and always put Mao Tu on his shoulders, and lifted him up. Lin Wan just gave it up, and let Mao Tu do whatever he wanted. She also joked,
"This kid is really discerning, and only likes powerful people."
Tang Mo rubbed his soft hair, and smiled without saying anything. During the marching days, they eat the same thing every day, and sleep very little. Both the protector and the protected have only one purpose, and that is to reach City B as soon as possible. People in the apocalypse have been trained to be very strong, and no one complains. Even Tang Mo, who has always been accustomed to eating oil and water, does not feel any discomfort after taking nutritional supplements for many days, as if this is how the apocalypse should be. However, Tang was a little tired at the end of the vacation, and she still felt a little itchy after watching Zhou Jian and the others fight the strange beast for a long time. Then, Uncle He and the others would often see Tang Mo suddenly disappear for a period of time. Maybe a few hours. Maybe half a day. But then suddenly appear in the team again soon. No one asked Tang Mo about this matter, and Tang Mo just lived an organized and undisciplined life. It was another quiet night. This time, unfortunately, the forest that everyone walked into was very large. Even though it was dark, everyone still didn't go out. In the end, there was no choice but to sleep in that forest. This night was Zhou Jian's vigil, and because it was Zhou Jian, everyone felt a little more at ease. This was not the first time that Tang Mo slept in the forest. Once she got into the sleeping bag, the outside world had nothing to do with her. But the more I am afraid of something, the more I become afraid of it. In the middle of the night, Zhou Jian shouted and woke everyone up. In fact, there was no need for Zhou Jian to shout. When the thing was approaching, Tang Mo, who had left some mental energy outside, had already felt it. Tang Mo didn't have time to carefully use her mental strength to see what it was, but she knew it was a huge thing. Tang Mo opened his eyes instantly, and packed up everything, and put it into his own space in just a few seconds. At this time, she was too lazy to think about whether something should be leaked or not. The war was about to begin, and it was still unknown how long these people here could survive. No one would sleep too soundly in such a forest. As soon as Zhou Jian called out, everyone got up.
"If you encounter anything, you can handle it by yourself, but you still have to wake up everyone."
Wang Er and others yawned and were very dissatisfied. Zhou Jian ignored Wang Er's troublemaking and stood on a stone looking into the dark depths of the forest in the distance.
"This time, we might really be in trouble,"
Zhou Jian muttered to himself.
"What's that?"
Uncle He is worried. Who is Zhou Jian? If he can say this, it is definitely not a trivial matter. I don't know if the bodyguards he hired can handle it. Uncle He stretched his neck and looked, but he saw nothing but darkness.
"Second uncle, gather everyone together and let a few superpowers come out."
During the late Tang dynasty, I had become very familiar with Uncle He and his group. The people in Yunshui town were so simple that they hardly seemed like they were living in the 21st century. She didn't need to stretch her neck to look. She had already looked at it with her mental power just now, and she knew what it was. Tang Mo is actually not afraid, no matter what she encounters. Even if she can't defend herself, there will be no problem. But after getting a long day and night during this time, she couldn't bear to let these people die here. The belief of this group of people to go home was so strong that even the late Tang dynasty was a little moved.
Okay.
Uncle He immediately turned around and started making arrangements after receiving the information. What he wanted most now was who could give him such an instruction. No matter how much management ability he has, and how much life experience he has, he is just an ordinary person. He has no way to deal with a powerful enemy and is powerless.
"Wang Er, come here with a few people and listen to me later." "Who are you? I still listen to you. I think you are crazy." "Right."
Until this moment, Wang Er and others, who had no idea that the danger was about to come, were still lying on the ground with their legs dangling and refused to get up. Tang Mo didn't waste any time. He walked over and pulled Wang Er up by the collar. He took out a dagger and stabbed him in the arm. Then he quickly pulled it out, letting the blood flow crazily.
"Are you obedient now?"
Tang Mo let go of his hand, and Wang Er suddenly collapsed on the ground. The dagger in the late Tang dynasty was poisoned, and Wang Er was considered useless. But Tang Mo didn't care. She didn't plan for these people to be of any help at this moment. She just wanted them not to cause trouble. The villagers of Yunshui town have gathered together, and the three superpowers are standing in front of them with weapons. Chapter 102: The Strength of the Late Tang Dynasty. The footsteps coming from the dark forest were getting closer and closer, and without even having to look at it, the sound of heavy footsteps on the ground could be heard in my ears. This loud sound seemed to step on everyone's heart, making people unable to breathe. More than a dozen women, children, and the elderly hugged each other tightly. Everyone said nothing, and their bodies were trembling slightly. Mao Tu's mother, Lynn, is one of the three superpowers. At this time, she couldn't stay with Mao Tu for the sake of the collective, so she could only put her son into the arms of the woman next to her, gritting her teeth and blocking everyone's way. Although the little Mao Tu didn't know what was going on, the child was the one who could sense the atmosphere best, and he could clearly feel the danger coming. At this moment, her mother was not around. Mao Tu's little hands were tightly grasping the skirt of the woman holding her, and his eyes were fixed on Lin, for fear that she would disappear. Tang Imo walked up to Mao Tu and pinched his little fleshless face.
Don't be afraid, and Tang Imo will protect you.
As soon as Tang Imo finished speaking, Zhou Jian, his second uncle Wang Er, and the others looked at her. The late Tang dynasty ranking is now 18th. Unfortunately, after being surprised, everyone's eyes turned to regret. What's the use of being ranked 18th? It's a pity that he's just a space superpower. At this time, if they were ranked 38th or 48th, maybe they would be saved. What is the use of space superpowers at this critical moment of life and death?
What do you think that is?
A huge thing walked out of the jungle, and some people with sharp eyes could already see clearly what it was. Nan. As the scary thing got closer and closer, a 3-meter-tall black bear appeared in front of everyone. No one knows the fighting power of a bear, especially when this bear is a strange beast.
It's over. Everything is over.
Wang Er's eyes widened. Not to mention the old, weak, sick and disabled like them now. Even when he was in the team, they would only have to run away when encountering such an intermediate beast.
I can't run away anymore. This time I really have to explain it here.
The dagger at the end of Tang Dynasty was poisoned, and Wang Er's entire arm was already black at this time. Not to mention running away. He had lost too much blood, and now it was difficult to even stand up.
Ran?
Those who can't escape. The only ones who can escape here are Tang Imo and Zhou Jian. Tang Imo didn't run away because she didn't think it was necessary. But if Zhou Jian doesn't run away, I don't know why. Tang Imo briefly recalled the people at the top of the rankings, and it seemed that she had never seen the name Zhou Jian.
Have you ever been beaten?
Tang Imo touched Zhou Jian's shoulder.
Can't beat him.
Zhou Jian answered honestly with a serious face.
Then, why don't you step back a little bit?
Tang Imo took Pafong out, and it was time for her to move her legs and feet. She hadn't faced such a big challenge for a long time, and the militant cells in Tang Mo's body seemed to rush to the top of her head. She occasionally encounters intermediate-level alien beasts, but intermediate-level alien beasts are also divided into strong and weak ones. This bear is obviously the top king among intermediate-level alien beasts.
Are you not a space superpower?
Zhou Jian originally planned to risk his life to delay it for a while. He is the soldier's most important commitment. Besides, he still has some special feelings for Yunshui Town. Everyone on the ranking list doesn't know what attribute values they have. But in the late Tang Dynasty, this dark horse from the space system was listed in the Alliance daily for a whole day, and everyone knew it.
You can't beat me anyway. Why not let me try? What if the blind cat meets the dead mouse and wins?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, the sleeves were already rolled up. A blind cat meets a dead mouse. Zhou Jian looked at Tang Imo as if he were looking at a monster. Why did he feel that the girl looked at the bear with excited anticipation in her eyes? He silently took a step back and handed the stage to Tang Imo. The bear was now no more than 200 meters away from everyone, and Tang Imo held Pafong in his hand. Although this intermediate-level alien beast looks like a bear, neither its strength nor its brains can be possessed by a bear as an ordinary mammal. People have become stronger through mutations, and so have bears. This time the target was a bear, and Tang Imo was not the first to attack. She is waiting for the bear's movements, and then finds flaws in his movements, so that she can have the highest winning rate. Soon, the bear rushed over, raised its big bear paw and slapped Tang Imo hard. After the mutation, the bear's nails are black and long, and can scratch a person's face to pieces. This palm was so powerful that it caused a gust of wind. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, the mental power at this time was more than enough to strengthen several areas. Tang Mo's eyes, arms and legs were strengthened with mental power, and he easily avoided the bear's palm with a single dodge. The bear's palm failed, and Tang Mo had already turned to the bear's back. When the bear turned around again, Tang Mo's knife had already struck the bear's eye. Xiong's weaknesses are poor eyesight and slow movements. As for his body, Tang Mo really doesn't seem to know which part is more vulnerable.
She can't really beat this one.
Uncle, he looked straight at the person at the front of the crowd behind the superpower. He originally thought that Zhou Jian would be their life-saving straw this time. Unexpectedly, it was the person who gave him 5 crystal cores to partner with him. Tang Mo's knife was blocked by Xiong's raised arm. This powerful knife actually hit Xiong's arm. No blood. Tang Mo looked carefully and found that the knife did not even penetrate deep into the bear's flesh. The bear's defense was too strong. In the late Tang dynasty, strength was a weakness, and even the bear's defense was difficult to break. At the end of Tang dynasty, when he was still thinking about the next step, another bear attack came. Tang Mo, who was stunned, was suddenly thrown away and landed heavily on his back. It hurts. It hurts so much. My ribs are about to be broken. Xiong walked towards the end of Tang dynasty step by step.
Let's go. We can hold off for a while.
Lin shouted and rushed forward. And the other 2 superpowers followed without the slightest hesitation. They didn't run away because they had family here. The reason why Tang Mo didn't escape was because of them. They must not ignore death now. The people in Yunshui town are simple and honest here, and they have their own philosophy of life. But the reason why Tang Mo stayed here was really not because he wanted to save them. Or this was not the main reason. The main reason why Tang Mo stayed here was because this bear was also the strongest guy she had ever met so far. And she couldn't wait to test her skills with it. It's just a pity that it failed. But a fall would be nothing to Tang Mo. After all, she had paid a huge price for her vitality. Patting his butt and standing up, Tang Mo had already thought about how to deal with the bear-shaped tank in front of him. Chapter 103 Challenge Yourself. At the end of Tang Dynasty, there were 2 plans in mind. The first one was to take out the pistol. The bear's movements were slightly slower than other intermediate beasts, and Tang Mo's aim was completely confident that he could hit its eyes. This is a safer method. But Tang Mo was not prepared to do this. She wanted to try again based on her true strength without the help of external forces. Catching such a big guy is no easy task. Just when Tang Mo stood up, Lin and others had already rushed in front of Tang Mo and started fighting with the bear. The people in Yunshui town are really poor. What a few people hold in their hands are not serious weapons, but construction waste materials such as steel bars and iron rods collected from unknown sources. No matter from any aspect, these people can't hurt the bear at all. However, it also helped Tang Mo buy a buffer time. Just when several people were knocked away by the bear, Tang Mo went up again with Famine. She could see that in a face-to-face attack, her own strength could not support her, and stabbed the knife into the bear's chest. You can only jump on the bear and insert the knife into the most vulnerable part of the bear's body, the eye, at the closest distance. After twisting his sore arms and legs, Tang Mo jumped on his toes and sat on the bear's back. The 3-meter-tall bear was about to catch up with the 2 people. Tang Mo knelt on the bear's shoulders with his legs and clamped them tightly. He pulled the hair on the bear's neck with one hand and pushed Famine towards the bear with his right hand at an extremely fast speed. Poke it in the eye. She didn't dare to clamp the bear's neck with her legs. Otherwise the bear's paws could easily scratch her legs to pieces. The current posture is a little more difficult, but fortunately it is safe. And safety is the most important thing. In fact, stabbing the opponent's eyes on the shoulder is not a very convenient angle, and there is no way to use full force. In addition, the current intermediate level beasts are very smart, fully aware of their own weaknesses, and pay special attention to protection. Tang Mo tried it and felt it didn't work, so he quickly changed his strategy. Decided to change from pricking eyes to pricking ears. The ears are right next to the late Tang dynasty. Picking up Famine, Tang Mo put all his mental power into his right hand at that moment and stabbed it into the bear's ear hole. The area inside the ear is a very fragile place for any flesh and blood body. Although Tang Mo's knife could not penetrate the bear's brain and kill it directly, it pierced the bear's eardrum, and blood immediately poured out. The pain was severe. A second before the bear went crazy, Tang Mo jumped off the bear's shoulder, rolled around, and kept a safe distance from the bear. People who are not strong enough cannot fight forcefully. This is a truth that Tang Dynasty has long understood. In countless actual battles, she had already figured out the fighting method that suited her best. The bear was even more maddened by the pain, tearing at all the trees it could reach with its palms. Second uncle, he had quick eyesight and quick hands. When the knife penetrated at the end of Tang Dynasty, he immediately led everyone to retreat a long distance behind. However, Wang Er, who was poisoned and unable to stand up, was not so lucky. His younger brothers had already disappeared without a trace, and they did not even remember that there was such a person. Unfortunately, Wang Er became the first target of the bear's attack. The frantic bear took a few steps in front of Wang Er lying on the ground, raised its paw, and slapped Wang Er's belly hard. Everyone turned their heads away, and the eyes of the two children were covered. Perhaps it was because his ears hurt too much. With this palm strike, the bear's anger level did not disappear at all. He stepped on it a few more times until Wang Er's whole body was turned into meat. And then he swayed towards He. Second uncle walked over there. Mom! I want Mom! This scene is like being in a horror movie. Even adults can hardly bear it. Children have seen it before. He saw a huge creature with bleeding head and body stained with Wang Er's blood, staggering over like a hill. Mao too, who had been holding back crying, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Woo! Mom! I want Mom! Mom! I'm afraid! The child's voice is like a heart-piercing knife. Because at this time, Lin Wan could not get up after enduring the heavy blow from the bear. Even if he wanted to get to his son, he had no choice but to watch the bear walk by. Don't be afraid! Mao too! Mom is here! Lin Wan cried, anxious and hateful, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. At this time, Zhou Jian stood in front of second Uncle He and his party instead of those people with superpowers. But at this time everyone knew that this was just a mantis trying to use his arms as a cart. But when the bear was less than 50 meters away from the crowd, it suddenly stopped. Then everyone saw a long knife pierce deeply into the bear's eye socket. It turned out that Tang Magong jumped up from the direction of the injured ear while the bear wasn't paying attention. He also took advantage of the fact that the bear's ears were unable to hear, and his sensitivity was greatly reduced due to the pain. So he took advantage of the bear's unpreparedness and attacked the bear's eyes. Tang Mo pulled out his knife, went around to the back of the bear's neck, inserted the knife into the bear's neck, then held the handle of the knife and pressed downward. The knife slashed from the neck to the bear's tailbone. After being opened on the back, the hill-like bear finally lost its ability to fight and stood there in a daze, without any reaction for a moment. Everyone was stunned by this sudden situation and had no idea what to do now. Tang Mo's movements were too fast, and her moves were so unexpected that people couldn't even guess them. While the disease was killing him, Tang Mo's mental strength was now added to his arm. He had used up almost all his strength just now, but you can't relax at this time. At this time, the only 3 superpowers in the team are already lying on the ground. Judging from his expression, as if he is facing a powerful enemy, Zhou Jian should not be able to count on it. The subsequent finishing work still needs to be done by Tang Mo himself. To be done. Once again, he jumped onto the bear. At this time, the bear had almost no backhand power. Tang Mo used up the last of his mental strength to insert Pafong from the bear's jaw and into his throat. Boom! The behemoth finally fell, and the huge sound startled a group of birds resting in the forest. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he stuck Pafong on the ground and rested panting while holding the knife. She looked a little embarrassed, but she was still quite satisfied. After all, it's much better than sitting on the ground unable to get up before. People can't be greedy. Just make some progress. In this battle, Tang Mo could clearly feel that the energy in the crystal nuclei he had absorbed before had been completely integrated into his body through his repeated combat. She seemed to have more control over her body, and the accumulated combat experience will also allow her to face various emergencies more calmly. Tang Mo was not used to having teammates, so cultivating her ability to deal with various emergencies alone was something she had always focused on. Chapter 104. There is another secret. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he really didn't have the energy to get the crystal core anymore. So he simply gave Jing Jing the task of digging the crystal core again. Not only the crystal core, but also the valuable and precious parts of the bear's body were removed by Jing Jing with a small dagger. At the beginning, Tang Mo didn't give Jing Jing this task, fearing that it wouldn't be strong enough. After all, the bear couldn't even penetrate its skin easily. Later, I saw that Jing Jing's movements of cutting flesh and skin were extremely smooth, so I tentatively let Jing Jing do it. Unexpectedly, it was even more efficient than Tang Mo himself, which really made Tang Mo feel ashamed. But this also proves one thing. That is, Jing Jing's strength is not as weak as its size, and it is much clearer than Tang Mo about what is useful and what is useless for alien beasts. Try to avoid wasting as much as possible. Tang Mo has also been observing recently that Jing Jing's crystal nuclei were not absorbed in vain, but that his body had undergone great changes. Although he still couldn't figure out the specific changes, Tang Mo knew that he must have become stronger. He handed a blue intermediate crystal core to Tang Mo, and Tang Mo gave Jing Jing a primary crystal core as a reward. She couldn't afford the mid-level crystal core for Jing Jing now, so she could only bully the cheap labor force in this way, making Jing Jing feel aggrieved for the time being. But Jing Jing is not greedy, and she is very happy holding a primary crystal core. Lin Wan and 3 others were lying on the ground at this time, with blood bleeding everywhere on their bodies. Tang Mo briefly checked and found that fortunately the black bear's slap did not damage their internal organs. Take out all the medicine and bandages, and ask the remaining women in the team who haven't been frightened to help bandage them. These are all skin injuries, so I should be able to hit the road after a day of rest. Mao Tu stumbled towards Lin Wan while wiping his tears with the back of his hand. He also knew that his mother was injured, so he didn't dare to throw himself into her arms. So he just squatted there and watched others applying medicine to his mother, with tears still welling up in his eyes. Among these people, Lin Wan was the most seriously injured because she was the one who rushed to the front to block Tang Mo.
Mo, could you please give me some medicine?
Before Tang Mo didn't want to reveal his true identity. He always told others that his name was Mo. Although this name was a bit girly, it was still usable. Lin Wan asked the woman who was applying the medicine to take Mao Tu aside. After all, the fact that Lin Wan was so seriously injured had something to do with her. Besides, she and Lin Wan were very chatty, so naturally they would not refuse. Tang Mo had done a lot of wound treatment in his previous life, so he was naturally very good at it. After everyone left, Tang Mo began to concentrate on applying the medicine. Lin Wan's face changed again and again, and she bit her lips again and again.
If you have anything to say, just say it.
Lin Wan was not a person who could hide things. Tang Mo had already seen it with the hesitant look on his face.
I'd not have told you about Dad Mao Tu before.
Tang Mo nodded.
Mao Tu's father is Zhou Jian.
Tang Mo's hand paused, and Lin Wan took a breath of pain.
You already knew? Well, I recognized him from the first time I met him, but I didn't tell anyone that he left without saying goodbye. I don't know if he still wants to mention it. Maybe he might be married. Now that I'm so seriously injured, I don't know if I'll be able to see the sun the next day. It doesn't matter if I die. I'm just afraid that Mao Tu will have no one to take care of him then. Tang Mo, can I trouble you with something? If I die, can I give the hair to his father? I really don't want to disturb him, but for the sake of my son, I am selfish.
After Lin Wan finished speaking, she closed her eyes, as if she had explained something important. At the end of Tang Dynasty, his hand moved.
Ah!
Lin Wan cried out in pain.
Please be gentle. Ancestor, you still know it hurts. You can't die. Don't say anything unlucky.
Tang Mo just listened, saying neither yes nor no, because these superpowers were injured. Everyone decided to rest for one more night before setting off. Wang Er is dead, and his subordinates have all run away, so Zhou Jian can only stay guard one more night. Uncle, he found Tang Mo and hesitated before speaking.
Tang Mo, thanks to you this time, we can all survive. These are the 5 crystal nuclei you gave me, and now I will give them back to you. Second uncle, this is what we agreed. There is no need to change it.
In the late Tang Dynasty, these 5 crystal nuclei were originally paid for travel expenses, but she gained a lot from this trip, and it was already worth every penny.
No, you must hold it.
Uncle, he was extremely persistent. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he did not want to destroy Yunshui Town's own persistence, so he accepted the crystal core.
And one more thing.
Uncle He's face was a little hesitant. Is this second uncle he related to Lin Wan? They all talk the same way. Tang Mo thought silently.
Second uncle, I really want to go to City B. So whether Wang Er and the others are here or not, I will go to City B.
Tang Mo's words were a disguised guarantee.
Okay. Thank you, Tang Mo. You must come to Yunshui Town when the time comes. We will entertain you well then. Okay. Then you can rest early, and I won't disturb you anymore.
After hearing Tang Mo's words, Uncle, he was so excited that he couldn't explain clearly. After thanking him repeatedly, he hurriedly left as if he was afraid that Tang Mo would regret it.
This group of people is really somewhat cute.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he thought it was a bit funny. The fine tradition of being afraid of causing trouble to others might really be passed down from generation to generation in Yunshui town. Excessive exertion during the day did not make Tang Mo feel tired, but the sequelae of excessive excitement made her still unable to sleep.
You've been guarding for 2 days. Go back and rest.
Tang Mo walked to Zhou Jian, who was leaning on a stone, to look at the moon and said,
No. You go back to sleep.
Tang Mo is everyone's savior today. How could Zhou Jian let her guard it? Tang Mo didn't say anything. Nor did he leave. He sat on a tree stump on the side.
Are you going to City B too?
There was no reason for Zhou Jian to go all the way for the 2 crystal nuclei. The only reason was that he was along the way.
Well, let's go do something. What's up?
Tang Mo was actually not someone who liked to talk a lot and inquire about other people's privacy. On the contrary, she was very measured. But this time she made an exception.
Find someone.
Zhou Jian answered happily.
A woman? Did you meet him in the desert?
As soon as Tang Mo's words came out, Zhou Jian was stunned for a moment. Then immediately stood up and stood in front of Tang Mo.
Do you know her? Where is she? How is she doing?
Sure enough, Tang Mo was right. Zhou Jian went to City B this time for Lin Wan. This silly girl thought she had unrequited love. If she hadn't been seriously injured, she wouldn't have dared to let Mao Tu and her biological father know each other. She almost let 2 people who liked each other miss each other.
If you don't mind, tell me what happened at that time.
Chapter 105. A good thing. Tang Mo did not intentionally want to inquire about other people's affairs to satisfy his curiosity. It's just that Lin Wan trusted her before leaving this matter to her. She knew about Lin Wan's injury. Although it will take some time to feel better, it is definitely not life-threatening. So if Zhou Jian's attitude was unclear, she would not tell him this matter. If they were abandoned again, wouldn't it cause secondary harm to Lin Wan and her son?
That was several years ago. It was still a prosperous time, and the world was not what it is now. I was a soldier and went on a mission to the desert next to City B. I happened to meet a girl who was dying. I gave her the water and food I had on me. She was probably very grateful to me while I was asleep.
No matter how powerful she was in the late Tang dynasty, she was still a girl. Zhou Jian's words in this regard were very cryptic, but still understandable.
Actually, it's my fault. I couldn't control myself at the time. After the incident happened, I was really confused. Before I could figure out what to do, I received a mission call from above and left early in a hurry. This is probably because I chose to escape.
Zhou Jian did not shirk his responsibility. He said it very sincerely with a look of guilt on his face.
That was actually just a one-night stand. I made my choice at the time. Why would I go back to look for her now?
At the end of Tang dynasty, he couldn't understand what Zhou Jian meant by going back to find a girl now.
After I left, I couldn't let go of this incident. I had contact with the girl at that time. She and I walked in the desert for 2 whole days and talked a lot. We had a lot of conversation. Although the girl is not beautiful, she is really kind-hearted and decisive. I should have been responsible for them at that time.
Zhou Jian lowered his head in annoyance. He was a very traditional person, and he should not have escaped for any reason at that time. Ugly? Tang Mo thought for a moment about Lin Wan's gentle face. It was hard to even imagine how rebellious Lin Wan was back then, and what kind of look she painted on herself in the late Tang dynasty.
So when you find her this time, are you prepared to take responsibility for her?
This was the focus of Tang Mo's conversation. She wanted to know Zhou Jian's clear attitude.
If she is willing, I will marry her immediately.
The expression on Zhou Jian's face was firm.
If she is already married, then I have no choice but to wish her happiness. This may become a regret in my life.
Tang Mo nodded and corrected his mistakes when he realized they were wrong. After all, Zhou Jian was a man.
Congratulations to you. Not only will you have a wife soon, but you will also have a son for nothing. Son? She got married and had a child and then got divorced? It doesn't matter. As long as she is willing to marry, I will help her raise the child.
Zhou Jian hesitated for a second, but remained firm. Tang Mo shook his head.
It's yours. The child is already 3 years old. Oh? She was pregnant at the time and gave birth to our child?
Zhou Jian couldn't believe it. If this was true, how did the girl get here in the past few years? He had done so many inhuman things.
Tang Mo, please tell me where their mother and son are. I will treat them well in my life.
Zhou Jian said anxiously.
Do you like that kid Mao too?
In the late Tang dynasty, the answer was wrong.
You mean?
Zhou Jian had already become an officer at Base S. This time, he took leave to look for someone to make up for the regrets in his heart. Naturally, he revealed everything at once. The kid Mao too is smart and cute. If you look carefully, his features do look a bit like him. Naturally, he likes her very much. It's just Lin Wan. The girl he remembered at that time definitely didn't look like Lin Wan.
Impossible. The girl I met in the desert was ordinary looking. Not even very beautiful. She could never be Lin Wan.
Zhou Jian shook his head.
Isn't that right? You can ask tomorrow and you'll find out.
Right. Tang Mo yawned and walked back with Jing Jing in his arms. She had done everything she could, and the rest depended on their fate. If the child Mao Tu hadn't been destined to her, she would have been a little touched when Lin Wan sacrificed his life to save her in the end. She really wouldn't have cared about such noisy matters. I hope these two people won't let themselves down. After listening to Tang Mo's words, Zhou Jian couldn't calm down. He just stood there looking forward to asking Lin Wan for clarification at dawn. When Tang Mo got up again, he saw Zhou Jianshou beside Lin Wan, helping her change her dressing. Lin Wan blushed, but did not refuse. Mao Tu lay on Zhou Jian's lap and frowned to supervise the work. It was really a happy family. Tang Mo nodded with satisfaction. After changing the medicine, Zhou Jian came to see Tang Mo again.
There's no need to say thank you. Just be nicer to them. Mother and son. In the future.
In the late Tang dynasty, there was a need to repay kindness, and there was no need to repay it. She was not used to the idea of thanking someone for 1,000 favors.
Okay. Then I won't say anything.
Zhou Jian was not a shy person, and the joy on his face was about to overflow.
These are all the crystal nuclei I have in my body. I give them to you. They won't be enough for me to return to you when I get to S-Base. I hope I can buy some medicine from you. I want Water to recover quickly and not leave any root causes of illness. Water called you so soon. It seems like she accepts you.
Fortunately, she was not single at the end of Tang dynasty. She still had Chen Ling. Otherwise she would have been.
It doesn't count as acceptance. After all, we didn't know each other for a long time at the time, and we haven't seen her for a long time now. We agreed to contact her first, and then I will marry her when she wants to marry her.
Zhou Jian was now focused on Lin Wan. I was originally responsible for a girl, but now the girl has become a fairy, and she also brings her own biological son. Everyone will feel that it is a big gift package dropped from the sky, and they must cherish it.
Okay, I'll take the crystal core. Just leave Lin Wan's injury to me.
At the end of the Tang dynasty, the crystal core was accepted. Zhou Jian looked like he was doing well in the S-Base. She had helped them so much. Why couldn't she accept it? This is the cost of medicine.
Thank you very much. If you don't have enough, please tell me, and I will find a way to replenish it for you.
Zhou Jian thanked him repeatedly, and then went to Uncle He's side, bending over and saying something. That's right. Lin Wan has been gossiping about Mao Tu in recent years. Now that the child's father has come out, Mao Tu can be regarded as a child with an identity. Second uncle, he took care of Lin Wan and her son a lot. So it was appropriate to explain the situation and express his thanks. Zhou Jian is very thoughtful. Among the 3 superpowers, Lin Wan was the most seriously injured, but she recovered well thanks to the
private pharmacy Shuzhou
given to her by Tang Mo. He can't walk yet, but now that he has Zhou Jian, it's no longer a problem. Carrying him the whole time is more conducive to cultivating feelings. It's not too late for Zhou Jian to be happy. Just like that, the team was ready to start again. But just when everyone was packing their luggage and getting ready to leave, Uncle he came to Tang Mo's side. Chapter 106 Arriving at Yunshui Town.
Tang Mo, don't you want the rest of the bear?
Uncle He's eyes looked at the body of the bear that had been dismantled by Jing Jing.
No. I'll take it and put it in the space. Let's eat it tonight.
Tang Mo slapped her head, and she almost forgot one thing. That is, the meat of intermediate alien beasts can be eaten, and eating it will be good for the human body. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she didn't care much about the energy boosted by external objects, but paid more attention to the improvement she obtained in actual combat. So she didn't care about it. But this group of people in Yunshui Town are different. They don't even dare to take nutritional supplements. There is still a little bit of oil and water in their stomachs. Everyone looked at the bear eagerly. This much meat can feed them for how many days? And most importantly, this is meat. In order to facilitate processing, Tang Mo asked everyone to cut off the most tender parts of the bear and put it into the space for her to take out and eat together on the way. After everyone cut the essential parts, They couldn't bear to throw away the remaining corners, so they packed them in bags and carried them on their backs. Tang Mo wanted to say that even if he couldn't finish all the meat on his back, it would be spoiled. But seeing how happy everyone was, it didn't disappoint him. In the evening, everyone who had been traveling all day set up a bonfire and used the meat to have their first carnival after the end of the world. Mao Tu was only 3 years old, and he was holding a piece of roasted and oily meat in his hand and gnawing on it. His eyes narrowed into crescents in happiness. At the end of Tang Dynasty, looking at this happy scene, he couldn't help but feel that human beings were really very satisfied. No matter how hard it is, as long as there is a little bit of sweetness, it can be infinitely magnified and enjoy happiness to the fullest. The rest of the journey was uneventful, except for Lin Wan. All the supernatural beings in Yunshui town had fully recovered. Since he had been exposed, he no longer had to keep a low profile. In the late Tang Dynasty, he killed more beasts than Zhou Jian. At first, everyone would think that such a thin girl looked like a different person when she killed strange beasts. The kind smile she wore all day long was no longer there. But instead, she had a cold and determined temperament. Later, they understood that Tang Mo was originally how she looked when she was fighting, and the appearance they saw in her daily life was not the real her. Because of the presence of people with abnormal strength like Tang Mo, the speed of this team has obviously accelerated a lot. 3 weeks later, a group of people arrived at Yunshui town on the outskirts of City B. City B is composed of many towns and villages. Because it is very close to the desert and the traffic and weather conditions are very bad, it has not developed. Many towns and villages there maintain a relatively primitive state and are relatively backward. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he originally planned to separate from everyone when he arrived here and go alone to find Lin Yu's village. But I couldn't bear the kind invitation from Uncle He and Lin Wan, so I had to go to Yunshui town with everyone first. These people have not returned to Yunshui town for a year. When they left, the land was still barren, but now it has grown into a lush area when they returned. Because of the plants that could be imported, the remaining villagers in Yunshui town were able to come back. Knowing that the mayor was coming back, the mayor's wife took everyone to wait under the giant tree at the entrance of Yunshui town early. The brick and tile houses have all collapsed, and now everyone in Yunshui town built their own houses with wood. Fortunately, many people in Yunshui town have become superpowers, and their attribute values are surprisingly good. Therefore, everyone in Yunshui town is self-sufficient by hunting and collecting fruits, and does not fall into an embarrassing situation. In City B, due to the strong racial attitudes in various villages and towns, no one is willing to go to the base to receive relief as long as they can survive. This is why Uncle He and his party must go home.
You are finally back.
The mayor's wife looks older than Uncle He. She is a woman with a very strong aura. During the period when Uncle He was away, she also led everyone to manage everything in an orderly manner.
Thank you for your hard work.
Uncle He's eyes also became moist. Everyone quickly went back home. When they left, almost one person from every family was leaving, and now every family is reunited. The remaining bear meat had already been roasted into jerky by everyone, and the ones that could not be eaten were distributed to everyone. And now they are all taken back to their respective homes. This can be regarded as fulfilling their original agreement to go out to find food. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he rejected Uncle He's invitation and chose an unoccupied house instead. When she is alone, she is more comfortable no matter what she does. Zhou Jian naturally went home with Lin Wan to visit his parents, admit his mistakes, and take responsibility. He can't live in Lin Wan's house now. The only empty house has been occupied by Tang Mo. He can only cut wood and build a house by himself. Anyway, the most indispensable thing now is wood, and the most indispensable thing is strength. Zhou Jian is planning to live here permanently until Lin Wan and Mao Tu completely accept him before taking them to S base. The reason why that room was vacant at the end of the Tang Dynasty is a coincidence. There was a single man with no family in the team that originally went out to look for food. Everyone was looking forward to the return of this group of people and built a house specifically for him. Who would have known that this year in the team, he would get close to another girl in the team, and they had agreed to come back and live together in the girl's home together to serve the girl's parents. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she took inventory of her belongings, including what Uncle He returned to her, what Zhou Jian gave her, and what she occasionally left the team to go out to fight. She now has a total of 18 intermediate crystal nuclei and dozens of primary crystal nuclei. Okay, it's more than enough. After dinner, Tang Mo went to Uncle He's house to chat with the mayor's wife, wanting to know more about the situation in City B. The mayor's wife had already learned from the mayor who Tang Mo was. And it was thanks to her that everyone was able to come back smoothly this time. So not only did I bring out the best dried meat in the house, but I also brought out a few fruits that looked very delicious.
Most of the situations in City B are similar to those in Yunshui Town, especially in the villages and towns to the north of us. There are especially many people with superpowers, so they are lucky enough to survive in such a world.
The mayor's wife answered Tang Mo's questions in detail. The north side is close to the desert, and there are many people with supernatural powers. It is no surprise that they are affected by the desert flower. However, the desert flower only has a spiritual attribute value of 100, which is far inferior to the spiritual flower in Taoyuan village. Why does it have a greater impact on people than that flower of spiritual power? Which link in this process had the problem? Tang Mo drew a big question mark in his heart. Chapter 107 Wuxi Village. If there are more people with special abilities in the north and are more affected by exotic treasures, then it is right that talented players like Lynn you can be found in the villages to the north. This is a very important clue, and Tang Mo is almost certain of it.
How many villages and towns are there in the north?
Tang Mo wanted to get as much key information as possible. Yunshui Town is a small village that is very harmonious and has no ambitions. There is no one like Lin Yu. As the late Tang dynasty already knew, it's impossible for her to stay here all the time. It would be more reliable to get some information and then go to other villages and towns.
There are 4 villages and towns in the north. Lushui Town next door is similar to our Yunshui Town. There is also Wuxi Village, which is closer to the desert. That village is famous for raising insects.
Uncle He and his wife have lived here for more than half their lives, so they naturally know them very well.
Where's the other one?
At the end of Tang dynasty, he asked. Wasn't it said that there were 4 villages in total?
There is another town called Sha Town. We have only heard of this town, but no one has ever been to it.
Mentioning this place, Uncle He and his wife both had strange expressions.
At the end of the Tang dynasty, I advise you not to go to this place. It is very dangerous. All the people there live in the desert and make a living by catching sandworms and eating them. The lifestyle habits and habits of people living in a normal society people are very different. So it's better not to have any contact with them.
Uncle, he sincerely advised Tang Mo. There are legends about Sand Town throughout the ages, and it is true that people in strange costumes are seen in the desert every year, catching bugs in the desert. Sandworms are endemic to the desert in City B. They are rich in body fluids and can not only replenish water for humans, but also provide the most basic protein. However, they do not have contact with outsiders. Because they are in the desert, they are free from any control and follow their own primitive survival system.
Do you just live in the desert without contact with outsiders?
Tang Mo murmured to himself. Alien beasts also need to eat and drink, and naturally there are more of them in the forest. She had only heard of a village that used its entire village to scrape together 10 intermediate crystal cores in exchange for the sand-ridge flower. In her previous life, she had no idea about 10 intermediate crystal cores, but now she knows it very well. Even Uncle He, who is so downtrodden that he lives in base S, can gather 10 crystal nuclei, let alone an entire village. Besides, how could an exotic treasure with a spiritual attribute value of 100 be sold for only 10 intermediate crystal cores? There must be something wrong with this. Wuxi Village and Sha Town sound like 2 very interesting places. After understanding the information, Tang Mo said goodbye to Ershu He and his wife. She had rested enough and decided to hit the road now. For the current Tang dynasty, the challenges ahead are much more interesting than staying in a comfortable place. Because there is no specific location of Sha Town, only that it is in the desert. So at the end of Tang dynasty, he planned to go to the nearby Wuxi Village first. The location of Wuxi Village is marked on the map, and she just needs to follow the map. According to the speed of the late Tang dynasty, if you travel at full speed, you can get there in 1 day. Because she was alone, Tang Mo traveled lightly and put everything in the space. Only Jing Jing was still sitting on her shoulders. Jing Jing has become heavier and heavier recently, and she may not be able to sit on this shoulder for much longer. In order to reach the place as quickly as possible, Tang dynasty did not stop to hunt strange beasts along the way. After sleeping outside for a night, we finally arrived at Wuxi Village early the next morning. Uncle He and his wife told the late Tang dynasty about the customs of Wuxi Village. That place was good at raising insects, and there might be some secret customs that were not known to outsiders. So when you go to that place, you must be as low-key as possible. When I arrived at the outskirts of Wuxi Village at the end of the Tang dynasty, I could clearly feel the difference from Yunshui Town. Compared with the bright sunshine in Yunshui Town, Wuxi Village is shrouded in tall bamboo forests. Each of the houses inside is very short and dark, which makes people feel depressed instantly. Wuxi Village is a closed village. The only entrance is a row of bamboo gates, which strictly blocks the scenery inside. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she could clearly feel Wuxi Village's desire to isolate itself from the world. But there was no way. She had to enter this door today. She had come here, so there was no reason to return empty-handed. After standing at the door and thinking for a long time, Tang Mo turned around and went into the jungle on the side.
I'll give you a mission. Catch 10 insect-like beasts. If you catch them, I'll be rewarded with an intermediate crystal core.
Tang Mo put Jing Jing on the ground and assigned her a task. Insect-like alien beasts are the most common existence in the jungle. But because they are very small in size, and their individual combat attack power is not strong, few people with powers care too much about them. With Jing Jing's size and sensitivity in the jungle, this task is most suitable for it.
Woo!
The charm of the intermediate crystal core was unstoppable to Jing Jing. After saying yes, she jumped and disappeared into the jungle to complete the task. Tang Mo found a clean place, sat and ate bread while waiting, feeling extremely comfortable. Fortunately, there is Jing Jing. Otherwise, if I had to do it by myself, it would be difficult even if it was dark. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he thought about it. If he knocked on the door of Wuxi Village rashly, he would definitely be kicked out. He would have to find some excuse. For Wuxi Village, insects are the most attractive thing. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he planned to do what he wanted. Jing Jing's business ability has to be said to be very strong. Before Tang Mo finished eating a piece of bread here, Jing Jing had already delivered insects one by one over there. These bugs were all strangely shaped and colorful. So much so that in the late Tang Dynasty, he no longer even had the desire to eat bread. He took out a small box and packed all the bugs, and then paid Jing Jing's salary. Tang Mo then stood up and patted his butt, preparing to go back and knock on the door of Wuxi Village.
Dong dong. Hello. Is there anyone?
After knocking almost tirelessly for 5 minutes, someone came out and opened the door a small crack.
What's up?
A head popped out of the door and looked Tang Mo up and down.
Hello. I have some special bugs here. I wonder if you are interested.
Tang Mo took out the small box, shook it in front of the man, and gave what he thought was the friendliest smile.
Special bugs?
The person who opened the door stared at the small box, and it was difficult for Tang Mo not to notice the enthusiasm in his eyes.
Wait a minute. I'll go ask. Just wait here and don't move.
The man inside suddenly retracted his head and trotted away. As he ran, he told Tang Mo not to leave. Chapter 108 Accidental Collision. Soon, the boy who opened the door for Tang Mo ran back again. This time he opened all the doors and let Tang Mo in enthusiastically.
The clan leader invites you to come in,
the boy said to Tang Mo, his eyes still fixed on the jar in her hand. Tang Mo followed this man through the door and kept walking forward. The arrangement of buildings in Wuxi Village is very different from that in Yunshui Town. Compared with the chaos in Yunshui Town, the arrangement of houses in Wuxi Village is obviously much more orderly, and some patterns can even be seen. There are many bottles and cans placed under the eaves of each small house, and there are many incomprehensible symbols and characters painted on the walls. Tang Mo secretly remembered all these details in his heart. The village chief of Wuxi Village is not called the village chief, but the clan chief. Sure enough, this place was a very mysterious place as others described it. Tang Mo felt that he must be more careful when speaking. The place where the patriarch lives is completely different from that of other villagers. It is no longer a small and dark house, but a bright and spacious place like an ancestral hall. The house also has a small courtyard, and there are 2 rows of young adults standing at the door like guards. Taoyuan Village, Yunshui Town, and the late Tang Dynasty were also people who visited several villages in the apocalypse. This was the first time she saw a leader living in such a grand manner in the current apocalypse. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Tang Mo stuffed Jing Jing into the backpack behind him, then walked into the hall holding the box.
Zong zong zong. The people are here.
The man who led the way was very respectful to the clan leader, and the words he used made Tang Mo feel a little surprised. It was not like a villager's attitude towards the village chief. On the contrary, it seems like Tang Mo suppressed his thoughts for the time being.
Bring me the box and show it.
The image of the patriarch of Wuxi Village is very different from what Tang Mo thought. Perhaps the image of Uncle He Heir and the village chief of Taoyuan Village they met before are too positive.
This time, Tang Mo will be more optimistic when he meets the patriarch of Wuxi village. Some are not used to it. She originally thought that in such a mysterious village, the image of the village chief should have a mysterious and simple temperament. But in fact, the village chief of Wuxi village is a very white and fat middle-aged man. You can even say that he is somewhat greasy. In today's world, people who can maintain themselves so well really have to be admired. Tang Mo stepped forward and handed the box in his hand to the clan leader. The clan leader signaled the people around him to put the box in a jar with a big belly and a small mouth. Then opened the box in the jar, and then immediately sealed it with a layer of transparent steel gauze. When someone brought the finished jar to him, the clan leader began to look at the contents of the jar. Naturally, the jar contained the 10 bugs that Tang Mo asked Jing Jing to catch. Most of those bugs were seen by Tang Mo, who had never seen them before, also observed some of them. Although they looked unusual and had strange shapes, they were actually very common bugs. The attack power of such bugs is very weak and of little value. Tang Mo knew in her heart that the people in Wuxi village could not take a liking to these bugs. She was just looking for a reason to get in. Now that she has come in, these bugs have completed their mission even if they were criticized as worthless by the clan leader. Yes, there is a medicine insect in here. I wonder how the girl sells this medicine insect. The clan leader observed the mouth of the jar for a long time and came to a conclusion. Medicine bug? Tang Mo, who was originally prepared to be looked down upon, was startled. Could it be that Jing Jing, a clever little ghost, had really caught a useful bug? Tang Mo followed the medicine insect, pointed by the clan leader, to see if it was one of the insects he didn't recognize. But after looking over, Tang Mo's eyes changed a little. The insect that the clan leader pointed to happened to be one of the most familiar insects in the late Tang dynasty, the Heteroptera. This kind of bug is rare, compared with other bugs that appear in swarms. Heteroptera appears alone. However, although it is rare, it is not unheard of. Tang Mo has seen it many times, but she has never known what special value this Heteropteran has. This kind of bug is too small to have a crystal nucleus, has no valuable parts on its body, and can't even eat enough to fit between its teeth. Excuse me, Chief, what are medicine insects? If you don't understand, just ask. At the end of the Tang dynasty, I thought medicine insect might be a word unique to Wuxi village, and it might also have something to do with the bottles and jars under every house. Of course, this is our secret. We can't talk about it. The girl just needs to set a price. The clan leader was about 40 years old, and he was stroking his chin with a profound look, which was inconsistent with his fat image. Then, how much is this bug worth according to the clan leader? At the end of the Tang dynasty, I really didn't know the price of goods in Wuxi village. Anyway, this Heteropteran could not even sell a primary crystal core on the Alliance exchange. The clan leader thought for a moment and stretched out a finger. A crystal nucleus? Tang Mo asked. If it is a primary crystal core, the price is not very high. Maybe the Heteroptera here is really worth the price. That's right. An intermediate crystal core. Do you want to sell it? An intermediate core? This Heteropteran is the most common low-level alien beast. If it were worth an intermediate crystal core, then from the end of the Tang dynasty, I would have nothing to do but go to the jungle to catch Heteropteras every day. She promised that as long as she was there, not a single Heteroptera would be left alive. And it was so easy to make money. Make a deal. Tang Mo nodded immediately. Don't worry about what happened to him. If she didn't want the money, wouldn't she be a fool? The clan leader was also very happy. He grabbed the alien worm out of the jar, put it into a separate small jar, and then settled an intermediate crystal core for Tang Mo on the spot. Okay, we've collected the bugs, and the girl can leave. The clan leader has already started seeing off guests. Wait a moment. Tang Mo finally managed to sneak in. So naturally, he would not let himself be kicked out easily. I know there are a lot of bugs like this in one place. I wonder if you want to know about them. Chief? As soon as Tang Mo's words came out, huge surprise appeared in the eyes of everyone in the room. But there is only one person who looks different from everyone else. Tang Mo had been observing the clan leader's expression, and she clearly felt that after she finished speaking, the clan leader's face became much more ugly. Sure enough, Tang Mo was right. There was something wrong with the village chief. Drug bugs and other concepts that have not even been researched by the Base Alliance Research Institute can be researched by such a small closed village? Wuxi village is not a century-old heritage. She heard about it from Uncle He and his wife when she was in Yunshui town.
Wuxi Village became famous only in these 10 years. If it's more than 10 years, it should be the length of time this clan leader has been in office. Chapter 109 Moving into Wuxi Village. Tang Mo could clearly feel the clan leader's repulsive attitude towards him. Not only was he not surprised by what she said, but it actually seemed to make him shut up. Compared to the surprise of the people next to him, the huge contrast between the clan leader made Tang Mo find this matter more and more interesting.
It rained today, and the road there is a bit muddy. The bugs may be hiding in their own nests. How about I stay here first and take you there when the weather gets better?
Tang Mo completely ignored the clan leader's expression and suggested, kindly.
This is too troublesome for you. Why don't you tell us the address, and I will send someone there then?
It was not that the clan leader of Wuxi Village had never received outsiders before, but this was the first time he had seen someone as expressionless as Tang Mo.
No trouble. No trouble. The location is very remote. I'm afraid you won't be able to find it. I'll show you the way. I happen to have nothing to do recently,
Tang Mo said to the clan leader with a smile, not bothering him at all.
There is no need to pay, as long as you have food and accommodation for these few days. My requirements are very low. It seems that medicine insects are really important to you. I will definitely help you,
Tang Mo said in a serious tone. The appearance of Miss Tang, an enthusiastic citizen. Everyone in the room except the clan leader looked at Tang Mo with eyes filled with respect. There are still such good people in the last days. It's really touching.
Why don't you stay at my house? I still have an empty room.
The little boy who opened the door to Tang Mo and brought her in was the first to invite her. That's a drug bug. It's something that can save lives. Not to mention his sister's current situation. What she needs most is insecticides. So he was the happiest one about Tang Mo's words. There was no vacant house in the village. Even though he was a guest, he couldn't stay with the clan leader. His house was the best choice.
Okay. That's troublesome.
Tang Mo agreed immediately before the clan leader could speak. She originally listened to what second uncle he and his wife said, and was still a little in awe of Wuxi Village. But if the legendary bugs in Wuxi Village were like this, then there was really nothing to fear. And because of being isolated from the world for a long time, she felt that the villagers in Wuxi Village seemed to be simpler than those in the outside world. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was also bold and had no hesitation. So he immediately decided to live in Wuxi Village. Putting Lin Yu's matter aside for now, the secrets of Wuxi Village made her even more interested at this time.
In this case, then Xiaohu, please take her back. In a few days, I will send someone to go to that place to find out what's going on.
The clan leader waved his hand with a dark face. At this time, he really didn't want to look at this uninvited guest anymore. If Tang Mo's words hadn't been heard by many people, he would have really wanted to kick her out immediately. The clan leader said goodbye very politely, and Tang Mo happily followed Xiuhu home. Xiuhu is about 17 or 18 years old, and his face is still very immature.
Xiuhu, what on earth are those medicine bugs?
On the way, Tang Mo asked Xiuhu that she still didn't know what the medicinal insect was used for.
You can't say it. The patriarch won't let you say it.
Xiuhu still remembered what the patriarch said just now that he couldn't say.
I couldn't say it just now. But in 2 days, I will take you to catch a large number of insect pests. You can't make such a big contribution without knowing what this thing is. Right. What if you use it to do something bad? That would be helping others to do evil. And I can't do that.
The righteous words spoken at the end of Tang Dynasty showed that he was determined not to help evil forces.
How could it be a bad thing? Medicine bugs can save lives in the apocalypse.
Xiuhu suddenly became anxious when he heard the bad things about Yao Chong in the late Tang Dynasty. Yao Chong was the lifeblood of their Wuxi village.
Save lives? Is this what you put in the jar?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he pointed to the jars under the eaves of the roadside. At this time, Xiuhu realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly covered his mouth and shook his head.
If you don't tell me, I will tell your clan leader that you told me about the medicine bugs that can save people, and I won't take you to find those medicine bugs.
Tang Mo was very good at deceiving children.
You?
Tang Mo's words seriously frightened Xiuhu. This child's psychological quality is really not good. He will get scared even if he is even slightly frightened.
Then let me tell you. Just pretend you haven't heard it. Don't tell the clan leader that I told you. Otherwise I will be punished.
After seeing Tang Mo nodding, Xiuhu continued speaking hesitantly.
Medicine bugs are special bugs. They can be made into medicine bugs using special methods. If a person is sick, he only needs to eat some, and he will be cured soon. So magical? Are these all medicine bugs?
Tang Mo pointed to the jars under the house.
This is just a semi-finished product, and it can only be taken to the clan leader for the final step. The prepared insecticides are all at the clan leader's place. If someone gets sick, the clan leader will get some, and the illness will be cured quickly.
When he mentioned the clan leader, Xiu's tone was full of respect.
Have you been the head of this clan for many years?
Tang Mo was curious.
No, not long after the end of the world. Our old sect leader was attacked by a strange beast and injured. It was the current sect leader who brought him back and treated the old sect leader's injuries. Later, the old sect leader abdicated. At that time, let him be the new clan leader. Can an outsider who has only been here for a year be the clan leader?
Tang Mo was surprised. Did the people in Wuxi village accept it like this?
Don't say that. Our clan leader is very powerful. He discovered the drug bug. Without him, how could we have something that can cure diseases and save people?
Su Shi noticed Tang Mo's disrespect for the clan leader, and Xiaohu immediately corrected her. Tang Mo didn't say anything anymore. She could see that the people here were in deep respect for their clan leader. She didn't dare to draw any casual conclusions before she figured out what the insect was. She was sure that there was nothing special about this insect. She would definitely see what the semi-finished product in the jar looked like if she had a chance. If the semi-finished product is not surprising, then the last step with the clan leader is intriguing. A foreigner who has only been here for a year can become the head of the clan. So no matter what aspect, he must have some merits. Xiuhu's home is a relatively large wooden house, which is divided into 4 rooms. Xiuhu's mother saw Xiuhu bringing someone back, and after hearing the reason why Tang Mo stayed at her house this time, she excitedly held Tang Mo's hand to welcome him. Such a formation made Tang Mo really flattered. She came here to live and eat for free, so this kind of welcome was really embarrassing. But immediately, Tang Mo knew the reason for Xiuhu's parents' attitude. Chapter 110: The Secret of Wuxi Village. There are 4 rooms in Xiuhu's house. 1 is for Xiuhu's parents, 1 is for Xiuhu, and 1 is for Xiuhu's sister. Xiuhu's sister Tang Mo did not see it. Xiuhu's mother said that her sister Xiaoao was very ill now, and could not come out to welcome Tang Mo to forgive her.
Severely ill? Can't you ask the clan leader for medicine and insect treatment?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he still remembered what Xiuhu said to him on the road.
The clan leader said that each kind of medicinal insect can cure different diseases. The kind of medicinal insect that can cure Xiaoao is not yet available in the village.
Xiuhu lowered his head, which was why he eagerly wanted to go to the place Tang Mo mentioned. If we can really catch a lot of medicine bugs, maybe we can encounter the kind of bugs that can cure Xiaoao's disease? He really wanted to save his sister's life. Xiaoao is getting more and more sick now. It will take a long time to prepare the insecticide. I don't know if it will last until then. Can one insect cure a disease? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he felt that this matter was getting more and more mysterious. Xiuhu's parents were naturally looking forward to the place Tang Mo mentioned, so they were extremely enthusiastic about Tang Mo. Take her to the empty room and prepare bedding and some daily necessities.
What is this empty room?
At the end of the Tang Dynasty, it was observed that the houses in Wuxi village were arranged very regularly, and there would be almost no redundant empty houses built.
This turned out to be my brother's. Then he fell ill and died.
Tang Mo nodded. No matter how powerful the clan leader and Yao Cheng were, Wuxi village was not immortal. Xiuhu still remembered what Tang Mo said to the clan leader, that he would take them to that place as long as food and accommodation were provided. So at night, Xiuhu brought dinner to Tang Mo. An independent village like this that does not rely on a base naturally does not have nutrients. The meat of low-level alien beasts is difficult to eat. The meat of intermediate alien beasts is naturally good, but it is not easy to get. What Xiuhu brought to Tang Mo were 2 dried bones with some dried meat, and 2 fruits on them. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he vaguely felt that this was the meat of an intermediate-level exotic beast. Judging from how much Xiuhu valued food, this should be the best food in their family. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was a little embarrassed to accept it. Xiuhu's family also had a seriously ill sister. He had come in on false pretenses. So what was going on when he ate up all the best food in his family?
It's good to live here with you. I can just take care of the food myself from now on. No, don't go back on your word. You must take us to that place. Please.
Xiuhu thought that Tang Mo's refusal was because he didn't want to take them to that place. His eyes were full of pleading, fearing that Tang Mo would not accept and put down his things and run away soon. The people here have really simple ideas, thinking that if they meet Tang Mo's request, she will definitely fulfill her promise. Tang Mo had no choice but to pick up the dried meat and chew it slowly. It feels really uncomfortable to lie to an honest person. I'd better find an opportunity to return the favor in the future. At the end of the Tang dynasty, the current mental strength no longer required him to find time alone at night to concentrate on practice. Now she has found a new method, which is to cultivate her mental power with two minds. For example, when she is on the road, she often runs around while running around with her mental power. As long as she doesn't talk or fight, she can let her mental power circulate regularly throughout her body at any time, which undoubtedly saves herself a lot of time. She is already ranked 21st on the Chinese rankings. If she doesn't work hard, she won't be able to do it. She also wants to save face. At night, while Xiaohu and his family were already asleep, Tang Mo quietly got up and came to the door. She squatted in front of the row of jars and opened one. As soon as Tang Mo untied the white cloth wrapped with hemp rope that sealed the mouth of the jar, he was almost carried away by the disgusting smell. How would you describe the smell? It smelled like rotting alien flesh in a swamp and was covered with flies. Tang Mo endured the stench and looked inside the jar. There were only 2 insect corpses inside, and the rest was a thick black liquid. That's right. Tang Mo just sold one of these bugs today. One for each intermediate crystal core. It's so precious. So it's normal for Xiuhu's family to only have 2. Just smelling this smell made Tang Mo unbearable. She could hardly imagine how someone could eat this stuff. It really makes me sick to my stomach just thinking about it. After looking at it carefully several times, Tang Mo could confirm that it was just the corpse of an ordinary soaked rotten insect. Although I don't know what this liquid is. This insect is certainly worthless. And it is simply impossible to cure diseases and save people. It seems that the key to the problem lies in the mysterious last step of the clan leader. Tang Mo carefully wrapped the lid of the jar in the original way and put it back. The villagers in Wuxi village should be relatively simple. Otherwise, they would not leave such valuable things in their eyes around like this. It must be that everyone dares to do this because they are sure that no one will take it. Tang Mo quietly returned to the house. When passing by Xiaohu's sister Xiaonao's room, he heard a coughing sound coming from inside. Elder sister. Tang Mo naturally heard this sound, approaching the door of Xiao Tao's room. Are you calling me? Tang Mo hasn't seen Xiao Tao yet, but Xiao Tao should have heard about her arrival in the room. The sick little girl should be very happy knowing that she can take everyone to catch a lot of insect pests. It's a pity that he is destined to disappoint her. Sister, can you come in for a moment? The girl in the room had a very gentle voice. Her breathing was not very steady and was mixed with coughing, which made people feel very distressed. Tang Mo hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and walked in. A small chair was placed next to Xiao Tao's bed, with a candle lit on it. There was also a half-read book placed on the chair. It seemed that the girl spent her days in the room reading. Tang Mo looked at the girl on the bed. Xiao Tao is 19 years old like Xiaohu, and they are twins. Xiao Tao's face had no blood, and was sallow, and her lips were white and a little dark. There was a trash can on the ground next to it. Tang Mo glanced inside and saw some toilet paper with blood stains on it. It seems that Xiao Tao is really seriously ill. Sister, you are from outside. Right. Can you tell me about things outside? Xiao Tao did not ask anxiously about catching bugs as Tang Mo imagined, but asked her about things outside. Only her eyes were still bright on her dark yellow face. Tang Mo sat by the bed and told Xiao Tao about Base S and the villages around City B. Tang Mo's talk was very brief, and it was probably something you could read in the Alliance Daily. But Xiao Tao still listened very seriously. Chapter 111 The Only Sobriety. Sister, I know I won't survive. Different from the eager mood of Xiaohu and Xiaohu's parents, Xiao Tao's face was sallow, but there was a sense of indifference, and there was not much hope of survival. Tang Mo looked at Xiao Tao's face, and she saw something on Xiao Tao's face that no one in Wuxi village had, and that was clarity. I am the only college student in our Wuxi village who has passed the exam. I am from S University Medical School. I only returned home after the apocalypse began. I know that my own body is basically a tumor of internal organs. In the past, medical technology could not survive after a few years. Now I just have to wait for death. There is no other way. When it comes to death, Xiao Tao seems to be ready for it. Perhaps we can find insecticides specifically designed to treat your disease? Don't you hold out such hope? Malignant tumors are cancers. In the past, with the improved medical facilities, chemotherapy and targeted drugs, it was not a problem to live for a few more years. But now, there is no way to survive. Currently, the only hospital that can treat serious diseases is the S-base. But the high cost of crystal nuclei is not something that an ordinary family can afford. It can be said that it is much more difficult for people in the last days to treat illnesses than before. However, don't people hear of medicine bugs they believe in?
Huh? Medicine bugs? They're just the most common alien bugs. Sister, do you really believe that bugs can cure diseases?
Xiao Tao's thin, somewhat detached face had big eyes, and she looked at Tang Imo intently, as if waiting for a definite answer.
It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. What matters is whether you people living in Wuxi Village believe it or not.
Tang Imo just came today, and will leave in a few days. It doesn't matter whether she believes it or not. What matters is the people here.
They have completely gone crazy. I have said it many times. No one listens. No one listens to me.
Xiao Tao is a person who has received scientific education, a person who has gone to university, and a person who studies medicine. After so many years of education and books she had read, she could not accept the concept of insecticides with peace of mind. If medicine bugs could really cure diseases and save lives, then her brother would not have died.
Can drug bugs really save people? Have you seen it with your own eyes?
At the end of the Tang dynasty, I heard Xiaohu say that many people went to the patriarch to get insecticides, and then almost immediately after taking the medicine, their illnesses were cured. If it is not an isolated case, then how can everyone recover from their illness?
Someone went to the clan leader to get bugs and ate them to cure the disease. But that had nothing to do with the disgusting bugs.
After Xiao Tao fell ill, her parents took her to the clan leader to get a bug. The price they paid for this was one of her father's legs. Not everyone who is sick has the right to enjoy medicine and insects. Only those who go out to hunt exotic animals and make contributions to bring back the prey are eligible for treatment. As for the extent of contribution, it is up to the clan leader alone to decide. It is completely a monopoly. Xiao Tao's father went into the forest alone to beg for a medicine insect for her, and later came out of the forest covered in blood. For Xiao Tao's father paid the price of a leg. But it's no use. Xiao Tao still remembers how disgusting the bug was from the tip of her tongue to her throat, and finally to her stomach. But after eating, she didn't feel better at all. Instead, she felt nauseous for several days.
How did those people recover from their illnesses?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he lowered his head and pondered. If the patriarch was a liar, and the medicinal insects were all fictitious, the only thing that didn't make sense was that there were real people who got better after taking the medicinal insects made by the patriarch. How should those people explain it?
I couldn't figure this out before. I've read a lot of news and related research recently. Sister, do you know that the mental power of people with psychic abilities can be used for healing?
Tang Mo nodded and signaled Xiao Tao to continue.
I suspect that the patriarch is a spiritual superpower. The cure can only be done to himself. He may have derived the cure based on the cure. I have asked about people who have recovered from the disease after taking medicine, and it is generally very simple. The disease is slightly more complicated, and the clan leader said that he couldn't find a suitable insecticide, which should be due to his lack of mental strength.
Xiao Tao analyzed it carefully. She had been studying this matter for more than half a year. She only told these words to her family members. But no one believed her. No one in the family believed it. And she didn't dare to tell outsiders.
Psychic power to heal others?
As an absolute spiritual power user, Tang Mo was as surprised when he heard this as he was excited when he heard that the atomic bomb had just been developed. If mental power can really heal others, then the status of people with mental powers will be greatly improved. The most important thing is that if mental power can really heal others, then people around you will be saved from being injured in the future. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was extremely hopeful that the patriarch of Wuxi Village would be like Xiao Tao's analysis.
Sister, I heard what you and brother said. If that place is dangerous, don't go there. It's really not worth sacrificing yourself for those meaningless bugs.
This was also the most important reason why Xiao Tao called Tang Mo in. She really didn't want to see anyone give up their life because of those worms.
Don't worry. Have a good rest.
Tang Mo, who came out of Xiao Tao's room, had been thinking about this problem. If the clan leader was really a spiritual superpower, he didn't know how he would compare with himself. She doesn't dare to test easily. People with high mental power test people with low mental power. Those with low mental power will not find out. But if a person with low mental power tests a person with high mental power, they will be discovered immediately. If the difference is too great, they may even suffer backlash. The principle is similar to that of taming alien beasts. At the end of Tang Dynasty, when he didn't know the depth of the clan leader. He really didn't dare to act rashly. However, she is already ranked 19th on the ranking list, so she shouldn't be able to memorize ideas so easily that she can just find someone in a mountain village with higher mental attributes than herself. Tang Mo recalled a dozen or so people in front of her. Although she didn't know them, they probably had a vague impression. It seemed that there was no one as greasy as the clan leader. No matter. Take a gamble and give it a try next time. Of course, you can't just wait for opportunities. If you want opportunities, you have to create them yourself. As soon as Tang Mo got up the next day, he went straight to the clan leader's house and knocked on the door. There were always several people waiting in the clan leader's courtyard. When he opened the door and saw that it was Tang Mo, he didn't dare to take her lightly and quickly invited her in. This is someone who can find a large number of drug bugs, so they have to be treated with caution. He easily entered the same hall as yesterday and found a chair to sit down. Soon, Tang Mo saw the clan leader whose face was darker than yesterday. Chapter 112, Making Things Up. Clan leader. Good morning. Tang Mo gave the clan leader his most enthusiastic smile. The smile this time was really not fake. The clan leader probably had the secret of how to treat spiritual energy. How could she not be excited? It is no exaggeration to say that Tang Mo now looks very pleased with the clan leader. The fat is no longer greasy, and he is cute and chubby. The heat in Tang Mo's eyes was so obvious that the clan leader was startled. But his expression remained ugly.
Didn't I say that it's been 2 days? What's the matter with you coming here now? It's really something. I want to buy a medicine insect from the clan leader. I heard you mention this yesterday. It should be a unique treasure of Wuxi village.
Tang Mo thought about it. If she wanted to determine whether it was the bugs or the spiritual power of the clan leader that cured the villagers' diseases, she could only witness the process with her own eyes.
As I told you yesterday, medicine insects are the most important thing in our Wuxi village. They are top secret and cannot be sold to outsiders.
There was some anger in the clan leader's voice. Does this Tang Mo not understand human language? She said she couldn't speak yesterday, but she still wants to buy it today. What on earth does she think of this place?
If you are going to make trouble like this and disrespect our customs, then no matter how many bugs you can find, I will have to drive you out.
The clan leader just couldn't find an excuse to drive Tang Mo out. And now was the perfect time. Seeing the clan leader's angry look, Tang Mo seemed to have expected it. He calmly sat on the chair and took out a small box from his bag. The box was opened, and inside was a petal of the flower of spiritual power, which Tang Mo had just picked from her flower. The flower of spiritual power has already fully bloomed. If it is placed in the warehouse in the Tang Dynasty space, time will stand still. Even if it is not used in the Tang Dynasty, it will not wither. She roughly counted. There were about 20 flowers. Pick one and put it into the box.
Not only the medicine insect nest, I also know the location of an exotic treasure. The exotic treasure is a flower, and each petal has a mental attribute value. It has not fully bloomed at the time, so I only picked one petal.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he took the box with a petal to the clan leader.
If the clan leader is willing, I am willing to use that flower in exchange for a medicine insect.
After Tang Mo finished speaking, he kept observing the clan leader's expression. If the patriarch is really a spiritual power user, then the flower of spiritual power will definitely have a huge attraction to him. Sure enough, Tang Mo was not disappointed. She saw suppressed ecstasy on the clan leader's face.
What do you want the medicine bug for?
He was not carried away by the joy. After all, he had been the clan leader for more than a year, and no one thought about things too simply. Since Tang Mo knew the value of the flower of spiritual power, why would he use it to exchange for bugs? If it was really like she was just curious about the treasure in Wuxi village, then the price would be too high. If something went wrong, there would be a monster.
To tell you the truth, I came to Wuxi village this time just for the medicine bugs. I have had headaches since I was a child, and I have not been cured for a long time, and I have suffered a lot.
Tang Mo had a painful expression on his face.
I heard that Wuxi village is good at cultivating insects. If the medicinal insects can really cure my headache, let alone a rare treasure, I will be willing to pay any price.
The words spoken at the end of Tang Dynasty were sincere, as if she were a miserable girl who had been suffering from headaches for more than 20 years.
Headache?
Tang Mo's words stirred up the clan leader's mind several times. If it was really just a headache, then maybe he really had a cure for the disease.
Since you are suffering from such a disease, there is no reason to refuse to save you when you come to Wuxi village. I can exchange this medicine insect for you. But it will have to wait until I get the rare treasure.
The clan leader is not a fool. He drew a big pie and it was like lying to him. Nothing in this world is so easy.
Zong. My head hurts really bad. I'm tortured every night and can't sleep. Please let me go a day earlier.
Tang Mo said and handed over another bag of things, which were 5 intermediate crystal cores. The flower of spiritual power is like a carrot falling on the donkey's head. It is impossible for her to give such a precious thing to others even if she doesn't use it for the time being. But it was urgent to find out the truth about the sect leader. At this time, the usefulness of the crystal core became apparent. Looking at these 5 brilliant intermediate crystal cores, the patriarch's hands couldn't bear to push them out. He had seen the petals of the spiritual power treasure. But the story about the treasure was actually real. At the end of the Tang dynasty, this man was detained in his village again. And this rare treasure basically could not escape from his hands. Forget it. It doesn't matter if you give her the insecticide in advance. Anyway, it doesn't cost you anything. The clan leader put away the crystal core and petals, then got up and went to a room next door, opened a big lock with a key, and went inside for a while. When he came out, he was holding a jar in his hand. The patriarch handed over the task of opening the jar to a servant next to him. It seemed that he was disgusted by the sin he had committed and was unwilling to touch it. With a pious heart on his face, the attendant carefully opened the lid and took out the body of an alien beast from the jar. At this time, the insects were so rotten that their original appearance was no longer visible, and people could smell a rotten and disgusting smell even from a distance. At this point, Tang Mo could only stretch out one hand to hold the insect corpse. The greasy, soft and cold feel gave her instant goosebumps. There was no difference between the half-finished insect he saw at Xiaohu's house last night. Tang Mo came to a conclusion after observing it. It seems that the trouble is really with the clan leader.
Eat it. As long as you eat it, you'll be fine soon.
The clan leader couldn't help but feel a lot better when he saw Tang Mo's appearance. In addition, after collecting so many things, his face was not so dark anymore. Tang Mo pinched the insect with his hand and put it into his mouth. Just when he was about to touch the corner of his mouth, he secretly sent the insect into his own space. The whole show was done, and in order to make the effect more realistic, Tang Mo even pretended to retching, which made the clan leader even happier. Soon, the moment Tang Mo sent the insect into the space, Tang Mo felt a spiritual force approaching him. Fortunately, she could feel that the clan leader's mental power was much lower than hers. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he said it was a headache, and the head happened to be where the spiritual power was. She used her mental power to create a barrier to keep out the clan leader's mental power, and even bounced it away. How so? The moment the clan leader's mental power was rebounded, he leaned back heavily. What is going on? Chapter 113: The Secret of the Patriarch. The clan leader has never encountered this kind of situation. Although there have been cases where the treatment was not good before, this is the first time that the first step of spiritual power entering the body has failed.
Zong, have I recovered from my illness?
After feeling the foreign spiritual power being ejected, Tang Mo looked up at him pitifully and asked. Sure enough, Xiao Tao's guess was correct. The secret of this treatment did not lie in the medicine bugs at all, but in the clan leader's mental power treatment. After figuring it out, Tang Mo didn't dare to act rashly anymore. She was on someone else's territory now, and she wasn't afraid of the clan leader alone. But if she was alerted and the whole Wuxi village attacked her, it would be really troublesome. As for how to dig out this secret from the clan leader, we still need to think long and hard. At this time, the spiritual power that was rebounded in the head of the clan had not yet stabilized, and his head was aching.
I understand your disease, but there is no matching insecticide yet. After we go to the place you mentioned and capture a batch of bugs in a few days, I will make medicine for you. Okay. Thank you very much, Chief.
The two of them each had their own thoughts, and one of their faces was more sincere than the other. On the way away from the clan leader, Tang Mo felt much lighter. Now she at least knew about mental healing. Sure enough, there was something she wanted in Wuxi village. She would not leave without getting this secret, and Tang Mo had no habit of leaving empty-handed. On the second day after arriving in Wuxi village, when I walked on the road again, I saw that the housing construction was no longer as shocking, mysterious and daunting as the first time I saw it yesterday. However, were those weird paintings on the wall created by the clan leader to deceive others? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he randomly picked a wall of a house and approached it. The wooden boards were painted with an unidentifiable dye. These patterns are all broken, like twisted lines intertwined together. making it difficult to tell what they are. Tang Mo's eyes were fixed on the line, although she couldn't understand it. She always felt that there was a mysterious force attracting her. I don't know if he stared for too long, but when Tang Mo was trying to figure out the lines, his eyes suddenly felt dizzy, and Tang Mo couldn't help but take a step back.
Are you okay?
Xiao, who happened to be passing by and saw Tang Mo's body swaying as if she was about to fall down, so he quickly came over to help her.
Fine.
Tang Mo took a step back and blinked hard. Maybe it was because I was too tired yesterday, and I stayed up half the night waiting for everyone to go to bed, and went out to look at the semi-finished insecticides, so I didn't get a good rest.
What are you going to do?
Xiao, who held a weapon in his hand and was dressed neatly.
We go out to hunt. Only when we bring back the trophies and hand them over will we have food for the day.
Xiao, who briefly told Tang Mo about the situation in Wuxi Village. It turns out that Wuxi Village is not as reclusive as everyone heard, and they also have to go out hunting every day. However, their activities were very close to each other. They had to come back every night, hand over all the trophies, and then wait for the clan leader to distribute some pitiful food as a necessity for survival. You can't keep the loot private at all. Once it is discovered, the clan leader will not care about you if you get sick in the future, and the medicine bugs will have nothing to do with you. Many lonely elderly people have no labor force, so naturally they cannot get food. Too many elderly people have not survived this year. Now most of the people left in Wuxi Village are useful people. This is the real exploitation of labor force, and it still squeezes an entire village at once. Tang Mo clicked his tongue in his heart. This sect leader is really ruthless in what he does, but he also has the trump card of medicine insect, which makes the villagers respect him very much. No wonder in this world he could feed himself so fat without doing anything. At the same time, people with mental powers, look at what they are doing, feeling. This is a living Buddha enshrined by the villagers of Wuxi Village. But the people here didn't even listen to Xiao Tao's words, so Tang Mo naturally didn't want to be unhappy. So he said goodbye to Xiao Hu and went home. Xiao Hu's parents were not at home at this time. Although the two of them could not kill the strange beasts, they could go to the patriarch's house to find some work and maybe get some food. Xiao Tao's room was not closed, so Tang Mo glanced inside when he passed by. Xiao Tao was still leaning against the bedside, holding a book and reading. Tang Mo saw the cover of the book. It was something like Joey Bugwa. The pattern on the cover immediately attracted Tang Mo. She vaguely felt that the pattern seemed familiar, and she couldn't help but knock on the door and enter Xiao Tao's room.
Sister, are you back?
Xiao Tao feels very happy to have someone in the family who understands her words and is willing to listen to her.
What are you reading?
Tang Mo pointed at the book in Xiao Tao's hand.
Bugwa pictures. Just for fun. Does your sister like this too?
In fact, Xiao Tao couldn't understand it either. She had read all the books at hand, so she had no choice but to dig out some of her grandfather's books from the bottom of the box and read them to relieve her boredom. Tang Mo took the book Xiao Tao handed over and flipped through it.
Are those paintings on the houses in the village from before? Well, my grandpa said that when he was a child, Wuxi Village was very knowledgeable about the Joey Bugwa. Later, when the younger generation came, it declined.
Tang Mo held the book in her hand with a pity. In fact, she quite liked these things, but it was a pity that the old people who understood them were no longer around.
Xiao Tao, are you a superpower?
Tang Mo suddenly asked.
Yes, spiritual type. It's strange to say that most of the superpowers in our village are spiritual type. Then why don't you use your spiritual power to cure the disease yourself?
There is no official precedent for using mental power to heal others, but the effectiveness of mental power to heal oneself has been documented in research papers.
Although it is a mental system, I am too ill and the mental attribute value is too low, so it is useless.
How come Xiao Tao hasn't tried it? No one wants to die. They just gradually give up hope because they have no other choice.
Can you lend me this book?
It is difficult to understand a book like Joey Bugwa if you read it briefly. Only by reading slowly and thinking at the same time can you understand it better. Seeing Tang Mo's interest, not only in this book, Xiao Tao immediately took out a pile of books on this subject and handed them all to Tang Mo. Most of these books were compiled by the old people in Wuxi Village. They have a history of hundreds of years and contain the efforts of many people.
If Grandpa and the others know that there are people who are interested in these inheritances, they will definitely be very happy under Jiquanxia.
Chapter 114 Mental Power Materializes. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she moved all these books back to her room. She always felt that these things were somehow related to the paintings on the wall. although she didn't know the meaning of the paintings on the wall. The ancestors of Wuxi village would never buy something meaningless. She asked Xiao Tao. Although those houses were built with wooden boards after the apocalypse, those paintings were passed down by the ancestors. Although the people of Wuxi village did not inherit the Zhui Bugua, they still maintained awe in these paintings and painted them all on their houses. I hope those ancestors can keep me safe in this cruel world. There are still many things I can't understand just by reading those books. And now no one can ask. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he simply checked many aspects of information on the internet. And after a little bit of self-study, he could barely understand the basics. That night, Tang Mo did almost nothing. He just sat under the lamp and read page after page, one after another, over and over again. The next day, Tang Mo slept until she woke up naturally. Since leaving school, she rarely slept until she woke up naturally. As soon as I left the room in the morning, I heard a coughing sound outside the room. Xiao Tao was still alone at home, lying on the bed covering her mouth with paper and coughing hard. Xiao Tao is a very smart girl, very polite and sensible. To be honest, Tang Mo really likes her.
How are you?
Tang Mo walked in. They were the only two people at home now. She should be concerned, even though this sentence was nonsense.
It's not good. There isn't much time left.
Xiao Tao said this with a smile. What Tang Mo admired most about her was that she did not bring negative emotions to the people around her when she encountered setbacks. Instead, she still left her most optimistic side to others. This is not easy when you are really facing life and death. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he saw a wrinkled fruit on the table beside Xiao Tao. Tang Mo also received one from Xiuhu this morning. Xiuhu's performance yesterday was not good. These wrinkled fruits were the only food for their family today. Tang Mo had seen too much about death. But when the girl Xiao Tao faced it, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Tang Mo knew why. Because Xiao Tao was the only sober person in Wuxi village. If Xiao Tao died, then the kind people in Wuxi village would be in darkness forever.
Wait a moment.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he went back to his room and took out a bowl of porridge from the space. He also took out 2 boiled eggs and brought them into Xiao Tao's room.
Eat it while it's hot.
If it weren't for Xiao Tao, she might not know the secret of using spiritual power to heal others. Nor would she have access to the books inherited from Wuxi village. She might not be able to do anything about Xiao Tao's illness, but she could still treat her to a meal.
Sister, this.
When Xiao Tao saw the steaming food, she naturally knew that Tang Mo was a person with dimensional powers.
Eat quickly. Only when you are full will you have the strength to think about other things.
After Tang Mo turned around and went out, Xiao Tao cautiously touched the bowl of hot porridge. He picked up the spoon prepared by Tang Mo and took a small bite and put it into his mouth. The hot, soft and sweet taste at that moment made Xiao Tao's tears fall uncontrollably. Rice is so delicious. She really wants to live. After pretending to be Xiao Tao, Tang Mo felt that she should change her previous plan. Everything should be done a little in advance. The weather happened to be very good these days. So on the 5th day after arriving in Wuxi village, Tang Mo set out with a 6-person team from Wuxi village. During the past few days in Wuxi village at the end of Tang Dynasty, she had never seen the patriarch leave the village. She was originally worried that if the patriarch did not go this time, her plan would not be implemented. But obviously she was thinking too much. The clan leader was always thinking about the rare treasure that Tang Mo told him. If Tang Mo is let out alone this time, what if she regrets it and leaves with the exotic treasure? So the clan leader dragged his body fat and set off with everyone. I don't know if it's because of laziness, or because the patriarch's mental power is all used for treatment, but his combat ability is particularly poor. The few people in this group were almost exhausted from fighting strange beasts and protecting the clan leader along the way. In the late Tang Dynasty, there was no place to catch bugs. I just thought it would be more convenient to go farther. So I took everyone for a whole day before stopping.
This is where I saw those insect caves last time. Let's spread out and look for them.
As soon as Tang Mo's words came out, everyone in excitement lowered their heads and looked for bugs. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he came to the side of the clan leader who had just sat down and whispered,
"Sect leader, follow me. The rare treasure is right next to here."
Since Tang Mo was able to maintain his strength along the way, he didn't take action at all. The clan leader thought she was just an ordinary little girl and didn't take her seriously at all. When he heard that Tang Mo was going to take him to find the exotic treasure, he got up and followed without any hesitation. The forest that Tang Mo brought everyone to was passed by on her way to City B. The environment and terrain were very complex. The trees inside are thick and tall, perfect for killing people and selling goods.
Where is it?
They had walked for a long time, and now they still hadn't seen the rare treasure that Tang Mo mentioned. The patriarch's patience was gradually worn away.
I was here before. How could this happen? Did I remember it wrong?
Tang Mo's expression at this time no longer pretended to be sincere. Since she brought the clan leader here today, she was not ready to let him go back. While the clan leader was still bending down to search in the grass with his fat arms, Tang Mo took out her poison-quenching dagger and stabbed the clan leader in the shoulder.
Ah!
With a cry of pain, the clan leader suddenly fell to the ground.
You fool me?
Angry roars struck at the end of Tang Dynasty. If he doesn't know what's going on at this time, then his job as a village cadre this year will really be in vain.
Tell me, what's going on with mental healing?
Tang Mo got straight to the point. Time was tight, and she didn't like to play games.
How did you know?
The clan leader shouted instantly, his urgent voice even breaking, compared with Tang Mo's attack on him. Tang Mo's last sentence obviously surprised him more.
But, do you think you can hurt me with just your sneak attack?
The patriarch's confidence comes from the fact that he is a spiritual superpower, and his spiritual attribute value is not low. Although the other attribute values are a bit low, it is still more than enough to deal with a little girl. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Mo felt several blades condensed with mental power attacking him in the air. He can actually use his mental power as a physical attack. In the late Tang Dynasty, he barely escaped the clan leader's attack. It seemed that this trip to Wuxi village was more rewarding than she thought. Chapter 115 Manslaughter. When Tang Mo saw the sewing made by condensing mental power, he couldn't tell whether he was more frightened or pleasantly surprised. Fortunately, the clan leader now had it in his hands. His mental power was not concentrated enough, nor was his speed very fast. He did not have enough wind power. Tang Mo dodged in time after discovering it, and managed to avoid it. If this was a blow from the clan leader in his heyday, it would not have been easy for Tang Mo to avoid it without noticing it. There is no difference between the sharpness of such a wind blade and the damage caused by a physical blade. If it cuts a vital part, it will still be fatal.
Are you also a psychic?
When Tang Mo was dodging, in desperation, he naturally used mental power to increase his body and visual enhancement. Once there is a fluctuation in mental power, the clan leaders, who are also in the spiritual department around you, will naturally be able to feel it. No wonder that Tang Mo, who was so thin, dared to trick himself out alone. It turned out that everything had been prepared in advance, and despair arose in the clan leader's mind.
Stop talking nonsense. How do you use this mental transformation? Did you come up with it yourself, or where did you learn it?
Changes will come later. The late Tang Dynasty never liked to waste time with the defeated.
Do you think I'm stupid? Even if I tell you, can you let me go today?
After all, the clan leader had lived for decades, and he couldn't figure out such a big scam like Wuxi Village's medicine insect without any brains. He knew only too well that his only value now was this secret. Tang Mo felt that what he said was indeed very reasonable. Not only did he not refute, he also nodded. The upper hand held the poison-quenching dagger that was still inserted into the shoulder of the clan leader. He pulled it out with a little force, and then inserted it into the clan leader's right shoulder with his backhand.
You're right. Don't even think about leaving alive. But you can choose to die or die in pain.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, I heard a lot about this clan leader from Xiao Ao. If he only used his spiritual power to save people in exchange for support. Judging from Tang Mo's temperament, there would actually be nothing wrong with him. But his mistake was that he was too greedy. The wealth of the entire village was gathered together and only distributed to the villagers to barely survive. Deliberately starved to death the old, weak, sick and vulnerable groups in the village, leaving only the useful labor force in the village for them to drive and enslave. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, I met the village leader in the courtyard. He did not regard the villagers as equals at all, but as his servants. The most disgusting thing is that in order to keep his drug scam going, he used the excuse of being pious to organize those who he could not cure to seek medical treatment outside. People who could have been cured lost their chance of living. Xiao Tao's younger brother died like this, which is why Xiao Tao has been pursuing Zhong Chong Yao Chong's scam. For such people, there was really nothing to show mercy to in the late Tang Dynasty. The clan leader groaned twice in succession. He didn't expect that this young girl could be so decisive and cruel.
Stop dreaming. Is this dagger of yours poisonous?
The clan leader originally wanted to say a few more words, but the sudden strange pain in his body made him unable to bear it. No, there's something wrong with this dagger.
Why don't you tell me quickly and suffer less?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he pulled out the dagger and inserted it again.
You?
The pain spread rapidly, and the leader could even feel that every part of his body was gradually stiffening and losing consciousness. Soon the pain gradually spread from the edge to the head. Without even uttering the last complete sentence, the clan leader slowly closed his eyes full of unwillingness.
Now
Tang Mo was a little confused. A person with superpowers would not die so quickly after only a few blows had avoided the vital points. Right? She hasn't asked about the secret yet. Tang Mo really didn't want to kill the clan leader so quickly. She probably knew it well. The last time she used the poison-quenching dagger to deal with Wang Er, she specifically observed what Wang Er's physical condition was like. The clan leader's spiritual attributes were obviously much higher than Wang Er's, so a few cuts shouldn't be fatal immediately. In fact, this issue was ignored in the late Tang Dynasty. That is, although Wang Er's attribute value is low, his vitality is very high. He has been active in the wild, and has good physical fitness. But this sect leader only has high mental power, and very low vitality. The self-healing function of mental power was completely unable to remove the poison on the poison-quenching dagger in just a few minutes. In addition, he was usually pampered and his physical condition was extremely poor. So he died from the rapid onset of toxins with just a few blows. Tang Mo refused to give up and kicked him hard several times. But there was still no reaction. Jing Jing also jumped off Tang Mo's body and stepped hard on the clan leader's still body. But the result is the same. That is, the clan leader keeps this secret and closes his eyes forever.
Why don't you usually exercise and exercise? Hey, it's true.
Tang Mo felt so uncomfortable. If she had known that the final result would be like this, why would she waste so much effort? What to do now? They searched the whole body of the clan leader and found nothing except the 5 crystal cores given by Tang Mo before and the petals of the flower of spiritual power. Paid off. Paid off. I really paid it off this time. The time cost and the brain cells wasted thinking about this plan are all wasted. Tang Mo reluctantly decided that when she returned, she would take the time to visit the clan leader's house to make up for all her losses. After cleaning the dagger and putting it back into space, Tang Mo left the scene. By the time she came back here, it was already 2 hours later. At this time, everyone had discovered the murderer of the clan leader, and they all gathered around the clan leader, their faces filled with grief.
Who is it? Who killed the village chief?
Voices of grief and anger erupted from the crowd. Any fool could tell that the knife wound on the clan leader's body was caused by a human injury, rather than an attack by a strange beast.
Who did it?
The little tiger had the strongest reaction, because he still held on to the hope of curing his sister. But now everything was over, and he couldn't even save his last sister. They stayed in this place for a long time without seeing any outsiders. It was very likely that one of these people did it.
Even if the clan leader usually goes too far, he still has medicine bugs in his hands. Why can't you just hold on a little longer? If you hold on a little longer, my sister will be saved.
Xiaohu roared and shouted, tears falling down his face. Tang Mo looked around, and almost all the people around him had the same expression as Xiaohu. It turns out that they all know. It turns out that everyone knows the unfair treatment they have been receiving. And it turns out that all the respect is just a pretense of humiliation. But just because the medicine bug in the clan leader's hand can save everyone's lives, everyone just wants to live. No one suspected the end of Tang Dynasty. Chapter 116 Discovery in the late Tang Dynasty. There are 2 reasons. First, she is a guest and has no grudge against the clan leader. Secondly, the grief on Tang Mo's face was hard to ignore. If they didn't all know that she had just come to Wuxi village, they would have thought that Tang Mo was related to the clan leader. The grief at the end of Tang Dynasty was really not staged. She was really the saddest person when the clan leader died. It would be weird if she wasn't sad. This was so sincere that Xiaohu was embarrassed to cry anymore. The bug was not found. The clan leader died again, and the group returned to the village dejectedly. The clan leader's body was left like that in the jungle. Everyone was dead, and it was of no use anymore. No one cared about his body anymore. It was really good if he didn't kick him a few times. Many people in Wuxi village were waiting for their triumphant victory at the village gate. Many people are already seriously ill, and are waiting for the medicine to save their lives. But this time, they were destined to be disappointed.
Did you catch the bug?
The villagers grabbed the little tiger and asked anxiously. Xiaohu shook his head and said nothing.
Where's the clan leader?
People looked around. Why was the village chief missing?
The clan leader is dead,
Xiaohu replied.
Dead? Why are you so impulsive? Shouted an older man from the village. Almost no one thought that the clan leader was attacked and killed by a strange beast. After all, the entire group came back intact, and only the clan leader remained there. No one asked the village chief how he died. The body was left there, and everyone just walked home in silence, as if everything was tacitly understood. Tang Mo said nothing and carried Jing Jing and Xiaohu back home. When Xiaohu returned home, he entered Xiaodao's room and closed the door. Tang Mo could probably figure out what he wanted to say to Xiaodao. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he returned to his room and saw the Zhou Bagua books he had been studying these days. He suddenly felt that maybe the secret of Wuxi village was not just the clan leader. Tang Mo sat on the chair, gradually calmed himself down, and picked up the thickest book again. I turned to a page casually and looked at the picture on it. This picture. Isn't this the pattern on the house she observed last time? Although Tang Mo couldn't tell what the pattern of the house was, she knew it was not complete. And the pattern on this book is obviously part of the pattern on that house, making it even more fragmented. So, if the pattern on the house is a relatively complete version of the book, where's the real complete version? Tang Mo couldn't sit still anymore, so he put on his clothes and ran out. At this time, Wuxi village was still immersed in a sad atmosphere, and no one was wandering outside. Of course, everyone is sad that medicine insects can no longer be produced, because it is impossible to be sad after the death of the clan leader. Tang Mo found the house she observed last time and raised the book in her hand. That's right. That's it. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, it can be determined that this pattern must be a more complete version. I read the patterns in the book many times in late Tang Dynasty, but I basically had no feeling about them. But when he saw the more complete pattern on the house last time, Tang Mo remembered his dizziness at that moment. This was definitely not a coincidence. But there must be a secret in this pattern. Tang Mo had a hunch that if she could see a more complete picture, something more wonderful might happen, which might be a gain for herself. Tang Mo put down the book and looked straight at the pattern on the wall. When I first started, the patterns were just 2D patterns. Later, gradually, Tang Mo's mental power flowed out of Tang Mo's body uncontrollably, as if he was attracted by something and could not control it. The pattern on the house gradually turned into a 3D pattern in Tang Mo's mind, and the three-dimensional lines kept hovering in Tang Mo's mind. She felt something strange about her mental power, but she didn't control it. Instead, she let the mental power go out and wander along the lines on the mass. The mental power happily clung to the line. Every time he wandered a little, Tang Mo felt that his understanding had deepened and his control over the mental power had become stronger. But the end of Tang Dynasty still couldn't figure out what those insights were, what their use was, and what the complete path of this spiritual power was. Because every time you swim for a period of time, the pattern is broken. Because it is not complete. The mental power is broken halfway, and there is no end point. Tang Mo changed positions, turned around and went to the house next door, stopping to look at the patterns of the house next door. Tried again and again. Still the same result. As long as the pattern is not complete and does not have a key point, the perception will not reach an end point, making it impossible for the late Tang Dynasty to accurately grasp the final meaning of the pattern. No matter what, I'd better go to the clan leader's house first. Now the villagers in Wuxi village are busy grieving that they will be free of insect pests in the future, and they suddenly lose their sense of security in the apocalypse. Who cares who goes to the clan leader's house and why? Even the original villagers in the clan leader's family, who were driven by him, left one after another after learning the news of the clan leader's death, and returned to their homes to grieve with their relatives. She had been to the patriarch's courtyard several times in the late Tang Dynasty, and was very familiar with it. This was the first time that the entire courtyard was empty when she came. Tang Mo walked directly into the house without climbing over the wall or through the window. The folk customs in Wuxi village are as simple as those in other villages, and almost all households do not lock their doors. I guess the clan leader also knew the villagers of Wuxi village and felt that no one would dare to come to his house, so he didn't even lock the door. This was more convenient for Tang Mo, who just opened the door and went in. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she arrived at the hall. She still remembered that last time. The clan leader rummaged through the room next to him for a long time before he took out a jar of insecticides. There must be something good in that room. Tang Mo stood in front of the room, which was locked. Tang Mo looked at the lock. She had searched the patriarch's body at that time, and there was no key on it. Not bothering to look for it, he raised his foot and kicked the door open. The door fell down with a bang, and the room inside was empty. Tang Mo could see almost everything in the room at a glance. Except for the door. The other three sides of the room were lined with large shelves. There were large jars on the shelves on the left and right. Tang Mo opened a few and checked them out. They were full of disgusting bugs. It seems that this is where all the clan leaders' inventory is. On the innermost shelf. There were piles of things on the shelf. Tang Mo took a closer look. Is this patriarch a hamster? Chapter 117 The Mysterious Pattern. The shelf opposite the door is filled with a dazzling array of things. From top to bottom. The first layer is full of crystal nuclei. And densely packed bags are piled together. Which looks very spectacular. Tang Mo took a look and found that most of them were primary crystal nuclei. And only a few of the bags were intermediate crystal nuclei. In fact, it makes sense when you think about it. These are all the gains of the villagers of Wuxi village in 1 year. Because there are no crystal cores to improve. The villagers' mental attributes are not high. And it is indeed a bit reluctant to fight against intermediate beasts. Woo! Seeing this shelf full of crystal cores, Jing Jing's entire beasts first stood up in excitement. Before the end of the Tang dynasty, more crystal nuclei were installed into space. People who had seen big scenes felt that it was okay when they saw the primary crystal nuclei on this layer. But Jing Jing had never seen so many crystal nuclei before. She jumped off Tang Mo's shoulders and jumped onto the shelf. In just a few seconds, she held many bags in her arms. Jing Jing's coat color is now more and more beautiful. Although she has not grown in size, her strength can be seen whether she is running or working for Tang Mo. These are undoubtedly the effects of Jing Jing's core. Jing Jing. No! Tang Mo shook his head. The villagers of Wuxi village worked hard for a year to create these. I don't know how much blood and life they spent. Tang Mo really couldn't get it. Go ahead and do it. Seeing Tang Mo shake his head, Jing Jing suddenly became frustrated. After spending time together, Jing Jing can be said to be the person who best understands Tang Mo's true strength and listens to Tang Mo's words very much. He released his little paws to let all the bags fall from his body. And then he lay down on the ground. However, when Tang Mo wasn't paying attention, Jing Jing secretly used her little paws to pull a few crystal cores into her arms. On the second floor of the shelf were a few scattered items. Tang Mo took a quick look and found that they were all the most common rare treasures. Most of them are edible. And only 2 items are jewelry. The attribute values of these things are not very high. About 15 to 35. Which are considered the most common exotic treasures. At the end of Tang dynasty, she kept all these things in her own space. She now has many exotic treasures on her body. Necklaces, wristbands, vitality short sleeves, etc. At the end of Tang dynasty, he was not ready to add anything more to his body. The attribute value could be improved by exotic treasures. But after all, it was not his own strength. The current Tang dynasty is more concerned about the power it can exert than the level of comprehensive attributes. Just like the top students in school no longer care about their scores. They only care about how much knowledge they have learned and whether they can absorb it and use it for themselves. There are 3 shelves in total. And the bottom layer is all dried exotic animal meat. Tang Mo flipped through it with his hands. And found that they were all the best parts of the mid-level beasts. As for those little bits and pieces, they were naturally treated as rewards and kept as treasures in the villagers' homes. At the end of Tang dynasty, he still remembered the way Shu's family treated the bone with almost only a trace of meat as a treasure. It was in sharp contrast to the shelves full of meat now. Tang Mo was not prepared to take the crystal cores or exotic animal meat. But she took away all the exotic treasures on the shelf. You can't leave empty-handed. But just after the items in the second row disappeared from the shelves, a pattern was revealed behind the hollow layer. This is? Seeing the familiar pattern appear before his eyes again, Tang Mo's heartbeat seemed to slow down a beat. At this time, she had only one reaction, which was to immediately pull open the entire shelf with both hands, revealing the full pattern of the pattern behind it. The shelf was pushed aside, and its contents were scattered all over the floor. But Tang Mo couldn't care about these things in his mind right now. He stared straight at the pattern hidden behind the wall. It takes no effort to get there even if you wear iron shoes. It turns out that the complete pattern that the late Tang dynasty had been looking for was hidden on the wall of the clan leader's warehouse. This is the secret of the clan leader's mental transformation. Not caring to look at the pattern carefully, Tang Mo walked to both sides and pulled the shelves on both sides to the ground. Sure enough, just as she thought, there was a complete pattern covering the front wall on each of the 3 walls behind the 3 shelves. If the ones in the book are just the tiniest parts of the pattern, then the ones on the walls of the villagers outside are a slightly complete version.
And the paintings on the 3 walls of the clan leader are absolutely complete versions. If she guessed correctly, the 3 patterns should correspond to 3 different mental transformation abilities. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had already seen 2 types of swordsmen in the clan leader. One was the mental power used to treat third parties, and the other was the physical wind blade formed by the mental power condensed outside the body. So what is the third pattern? Didn't the clan leader learn it at that time? Otherwise, why didn't he use it before he died? These questions in Tang Mo's mind can only be answered when she studies these patterns herself. Now here is obviously not a good place to concentrate on studying. Tang Mo looked at these 3 patterns carefully and remembered them in his heart. Just in case, Tang Mo took out a pen and paper and copied the 3 patterns again. After thinking about it several times in his mind and confirming that he had completely remembered it, Tang Mo left the clan leader's house. At the end of Tang Dynasty, when he came out of the courtyard of the patriarch's house, he happened to bump into the group of people waiting at the entrance of the village, and the group of people who went out with the patriarch, who came to the entrance of the patriarch's yard. The atmosphere suddenly became a little solid. Everyone saw Tang Mo coming out of the clan leader's house, and everyone looked at each other in shock.
Something was left here before. Come and get it.
Tang Mo's reason was so lame that even Xiaohu didn't believe it. But at this time in the late Tang Dynasty, she no longer cared whether they believed it or not. Except for the layer of rare treasures, she had not touched the remaining food and crystal cores in the clan leader's warehouse. Although everyone thought it was strange that Tang Mo came out of here, they had more important things to do at this time and couldn't care less about her. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was also very happy. He saw everyone pouring into the patriarch's yard and went back to Xiaohu's home alone. It seems that the villagers in Wuxi village are different from what they think. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he returned to the room and, with Xiao Tao's consent, installed all the Zhou Boudoir books into the space. You may encounter these when studying those patterns later. After changing his clothes and eating something, Xiaohu came back from outside carrying a lot of things. Tang Mo left early, but he didn't know that after those people entered the clan leader's warehouse, what was most vying for was not the crystal cores nor the food, but the 2 large jars of medicinal insects. Chapter 118 Who is the Thief? During the year when the clan leader was in office, not all those who were sick were lucky enough to get insecticides from the clan leader, whether you give him or not. Apart from the huge harvest you bring back every evening, all depends on the mood of the clan leader. Since the emergence of medicine bugs, due to the strict control of the clan leader, medicine has completely disappeared in Wuxi village. This means that if you don't get the insecticide, you will die if you get sick. The clan leader holds all the power of life and death in Wuxi village. There are too many people in Wuxi village who are suffering from illness without receiving medical treatment. The clan leader died, and there were no more medicine bugs. The remaining big jars naturally became the treasures that everyone was fighting for. Xiaohu had long known that the elder's medicine bugs were of no use to his sister's life, so he just took some crystal nuclei and a few large pieces of dried meat home.
Xiao Tao, I'm already clear about mental healing. Just hold on and eat well. I'll cure you after I've completely figured it out.
The spiritual power of the late Tang Dynasty was much higher than that of the clan leader. If the clan leader couldn't cure it, she might be able to cure it. During the few days she came to Wuxi village, Xiao Tao helped her a lot in every aspect. She has a good impression of this girl who is sober-minded and willing to think and has a strong psychological quality.
Really? Thank you, sister.
Xiao Tao's eyes showed a surprise that had disappeared for a long time.
If possible, sister, can you also heal the other people in Wuxi village? I don't want them to be immersed in that life forever. Besides, all the medicine in Wuxi village was thrown away by the previous liar. If not treated, they will all die dead.
Although Xiao Tao has been lying at home, she still knows a lot about the various situations in Wuxi village. After all, they were people who had lived together in Wuxi village for 20 years, and she really wanted to give them a chance to survive. Before Tang Mo could answer, Xiaohu knocked on the door.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, someone is looking for you outside.
Xiaohu said this with his head lowered. His confidence was very low, and his eyes were looking at his toes. The 2 women in the room knew immediately that something had happened to Xiaohu. But Xiao Tao, who was unable to move, could only watch the 2 people go out, full of worry. The same group of people standing outside Xiaohu's house now seemed like everyone had divided their things and sent them home.
I wonder what everyone wants from me.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was curious. The clan leaders, who could make medicine bugs, were all dead. They probably still wanted to catch bugs themselves.
Hand over the things you took from the clan leader's room? Yes. Hand it over. The clan leader's warehouse was so messed up. You must have taken some treasure from it. Those are our things. Take them out quickly. Don't force us to fight with you. That's right.
When one person speaks out, a group of people follows suit. Tang Mo never thought that this group of people came to ask for something from him. But think about it. It's normal for the villagers to doubt that he walked out of someone else's house so arrogantly.
Many of us have been responsible for guarding that warehouse before. Everything in it is accounted for. Don't try to cheat.
Tang Mo felt that it was too difficult for him. So he took a few things and let others catch him. After thinking about it, these things should have been obtained by the villagers with a lot of effort. And she didn't need them herself. I simply took out those 8 items from the space and returned them to others.
It's all here. Now that you know everything, you must be on the right track now.
Tang Mo really didn't notice these things. The 3 mysterious patterns she wanted most were firmly in her mind. This trip to Wuxi village has been more rewarding than she imagined. And she is very satisfied. Seeing Tang Mo pulling out everything like a magic trick. The people around him stared straight-eyed. This is a space superpower. As we all know, space superpowers are the richest and have a lot of good things.
No, it's a lot less. It's a lot less. Take it out quickly. Don't try to fool us.
Such voices began to appear in the crowd and became more and more intense. Everyone began to force Tang Mo to take out more things.
Don't go too far. We have all peeked into the clan leader's room. These are the ones that are correct.
Xiuhu was anxious to argue for Tang Mo. This kid was sincere and felt that Tang Mo was just a girl being bullied by a group of people. Even if he himself was from Wuxi village, he couldn't stand it.
Xiuhu, don't talk.
An older man immediately scolded Xiuhu.
Xiuhu, aren't you seduced by this woman? She is a thief. You have to stay away from her.
Seeing that Tang Mo took out all the good things without being frightened, this group of people began to pour dirty water on Tang Mo.
You guys are talking nonsense.
Xiuhu's face turned red with anger. But the people speaking were older than him, so he couldn't react too much.
Oh, what a joke.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, this group of people would be amused. She felt even more speechless about herself. She had already lived 2 lives. How could she still be such a holy mother? What does the life and death of these people have to do with her? Why on earth did she leave those crystal nuclei and food for these people? You actually want to return these rare treasures? She is a big fool. Tang Mo put the 8 things he had just taken out and piled them at his feet back into his own space. It's not their fault. It's not her fault. It's the world's fault. In this world, kindness and compassion are simply not allowed to exist. Everyone is working hard for their own survival. And there is no way they can spare any extra kindness to others. She could actually understand that they were telling lies with their eyes open. As long as they can force something out of themselves, their lives will be better in the future. And what about yourself? Since the clan leader could exploit these people at that time, it was only fair that she took away the remaining value. She was a fool. Just now, she almost wanted to promise Xiao Tao to cure all these people before leaving. Reality really slapped her in the face extremely quickly.
You know how much you have. So I won't settle it with you. I just want to say, even if I took too much, I won't pay it back today. So what?
Tang Mo took out the phone, pointed it at the half-man-thick tree next to him, and waved it seemingly casually. The tree trunk fell in response.
If you want to end up with the patriarch of your savior, you might as well come here.
Tang Mo stood there with the knife in his hand, without any unnecessary expression on his face. Chapter 119 Strange Team. Everyone stood in front of Xiuhu's house and looked at each other. No one dared to speak. The meaning of Tang Mo's words couldn't be more obvious. She told them clearly that she was the one who did this to the clan leader. As for why she didn't need to tell them, Tang Mo, who originally wanted to keep a low profile and cover it up, suddenly felt that it was boring to think so much here.
Then we don't want anything else. Just take out those rare treasures. They were all found with our hard work.
Someone in the crowd dared to say. They don't know what is in the clan leader's warehouse. What is their hard work and what is not? They know better than anyone else. Tang Mo was really angry and laughed. Should she call them innocent, stupid or bad? At this point, I still want to take things back.
Xiuhu, please help me. There is a rare treasure you brought back from outside.
The elder who scolded Xiuhu before was a little anxious. These things were originally theirs. Tang Mo had returned them just now. And now they are gone. How could they not be heartbroken? If I had known that the end of the Tang dynasty would be such a difficult situation, I should have stopped as soon as it was good.
Hey. You guys.
Xiuhu's face turned redder. He was not angry at this time, but guilty. It was so embarrassing for them to do things. So how could he have the nerve to ask them to take out the things? Xiuhu, who really couldn't say anything, simply turned around and went back to the room. Everyone saw that Xiuhu, the only person here who still maintained a friendly relationship with Tang Imo, had left, and they knew that the thing would definitely not come back. They had no choice but to gradually disperse in disgrace. After all, they didn't dare to provoke someone who could kill even the clan leader. When Tang Imo entered the room, Xiuhu came over and said sorry to her. Tang Imo shook his head. What does this have to do with Xiuhu? It's just that she underestimated human nature. She never would again.
Elder sister.
Xiao Tao pushed herself up and knocked on Tang Mo's door. This was the first time she got out of bed and walked in this month. She had already heard from Xiuhu what happened at the door. She originally thought that after Tang Imo learned the method of mental healing, he would help treat all the villagers in Wuxi village. But now it is impossible for her to say these words.
Xiao Tao. I'm leaving. Please pay attention to your health. I will come back to you when I learn how to do it.
In fact, at the end of Tang dynasty, there was no need to stay here longer after getting the things. This was better, since she promised Xiao Tao. If she can do what Xiao Tao does, she will definitely be responsible to the end. Xiao Tao nodded. In fact, the people of Wuxi village went too far. Xiao Tao originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of treating everyone in the late Tang dynasty to let everyone know that medicine insects are a huge scam. It's all meaningless now. Let them live in self-deception with those medicine bugs. At the end of Tang dynasty, he spent another night in Wuxi village and left the next day, still only carrying a backpack. Holding Jing Jing in her arms, she embarked on her next journey. Lin Yu was not in Wuxi village, so he should be in the mysterious sand town. Tang Mo himself would definitely not be able to find where Shajin was, so he simply didn't have to worry about this matter and just walked and looked. A man and a strange beast were walking in the jungle. Tang Mo clearly felt that the strange beasts in the forest were becoming more and more powerful. Originally, there seemed to be mid-level beasts that rarely appeared during the break, but now they are becoming more and more numerous. In the late Tang dynasty, I met 2 of them in just half a day, which was impossible before. If the frequency of encountering intermediate-level strange beasts in the forest was so frequent before, then few people would come out of the forest alive. In the next 2 weeks, Tang Mo's life was very simple. Move towards the edge of City B. That is, towards the desert. Kill strange beasts. Study the Book of Changes and Bagua obtained from Xiao Tao. She had seen those 3 pictures many times, and she could only get a vague idea of them. But she really couldn't understand them. Only by carefully studying the most basic things in these books. Maybe you will make some progress in studying the 3 complete patterns. In 2 weeks, Tang Mo reached the edge of the desert. After walking 1,000 meters, there was a desert in front of him. And Tang Mo did not dare to go any further. The desert around City B is very famous. Not a great one, but a bad one. Because the terrain is extremely complex. The area is extremely vast. And the weather environment is extremely harsh. Countless tourists die here every year. The local government no longer recommends that tourists use this place as a tourist attraction. But there are still some people who like challenges, who come here again and immerse themselves in it. After the end of the world, almost all topography has changed. But this desert has not changed. The desert is still a desert. Tang Mo didn't want to go in alone. She didn't know much about this place, and it would be difficult to get lost here. She didn't know how much time would be wasted. I heard before that there are guides around this desert. Those people grew up here and are very familiar with it. Just look for them, and you can take a short walk in the desert on the safest route. However, in today's world, I don't know if this industry still exists. Tang Mo wandered around in the nearby forest, waiting to see if there were anyone else. Even if you don't find a guide, it would be good to find someone else to go with. But after waiting for 3 days, Tang Mo didn't even see anyone. Unable to wait any longer, not even a single beast in Tang Dynasty could be seen in this area. Tang Mo decided not to care and go in. But when he left the forest at the end of Tang Dynasty, he unexpectedly saw a few people beside the desert. It's really unintentional. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had not seen anyone for almost half a month. When he saw these people, he ran over to say hello regardless of gender or age.
Are you going into the desert too?
The late Tang dynasty was extremely enthusiastic. When I walked in, I realized that this was a small team of 3 men and 2 women. It is actually easy to distinguish between ordinary people and superpowers in the post-apocalyptic world. There is fear and avoidance in the eyes of ordinary people. But there is killing and determination in the eyes of people with special abilities. As soon as Tang Mo got closer to these 5 people, he could feel the aura of superpowers on them.
Are you going to the desert for a mission?
No matter what they were going to do, as long as they entered the desert, Tang Mo could be with them.
Are you going to the desert too?
A girl with a ponytail in the team asked. This girl's facial features are very three-dimensional, and her hair is brown. You can tell at a glance that she is of mixed race. It's a pity that the big European-style double eyelids were not inherited except for the eyes. The slender eyes still retain the mysterious charm of the Orientals.
Well, let's go together.
Tang Mo saw that among the 5 people in the group, this girl was the one who had the final say. She should be the captain. Chapter 120. Let's go on the road together.
Yes.
Tang Mo pointed to the backpack behind him. She had 2 bottles of water and some food in her backpack. And she wasn't afraid that the other party would get interested if they saw too much money. She estimated that everyone should be about the same. If they couldn't beat them, just give them all the things in the bag.
Give us half, and we'll go together.
The girl lowered her head and thought for a moment before replying to Tang Mo.
Half of it for you? What's in it for me?
Tang Mo looked at the girl amusedly. They didn't look like they were teaming up to rob. Tang Mo didn't expect that the other party would make such a request for a companion.
My name is Lisa. And I swear in the name of my family that this time when we enter the desert, the 4 of us in the team will do our best to protect you.
Lisa's oath was so strong that even Tang Mo was shocked. Isn't it just a little water and food? No need to make such a serious oath. Tang Mo took a closer look at the 5-man team. Lisa stood very close to a tall, thin boy with a pale face next to her. And it seemed that they had a very close relationship. There was also a man and a woman who had been standing behind Lisa, as if they were listening to everything Lisa said. There was also a man standing a little far away. He was short and chubby. He really didn't match the other 4 people in terms of age and temperament.
This is the guide we found from City B. He will take us into the desert this time.
Seeing Tang Mo's eyes on the guide, Lisa immediately noticed it and explained to Tang Mo. In fact, if you go with him, you may save a lot of trouble on the road. What's more, wasn't Tang Mo just waiting for a guide these days? Now that it happened to be ready-made, she was too late to be happy. As for what Lisa said, Tang Mo really didn't think much about it. After what happened in Wuxi village, the end of Tang dynasty would no longer easily think who was a good person.
Good.
Tang Mo readily agreed, opened his school bag and gave half of the water and food to Lisa. After Lisa got the water and food, she quickly distributed the things to everyone. Several people carefully held the things and ate and drank in small bites. After just eating and drinking a few mouthfuls, he collected all the things and put them in Lisa's bag for storage. Tang Mo could tell that their group had been thirsty for a long time. This place is very desolate. If you come from the nearest village in City B, it will take more than half a month. For such a long time, food is easy to solve. Just kill the strange beasts. But the problem of drinking water is really a big problem. After all, only the base now has a complete water purification system. And the water in the wild is still not drinkable. After everyone in their group had eaten and drank, Tang Mo officially set out on the road with them. A group of 6 people set foot on this vast desert. The biggest reason why this desert is called the Desert of Death is because it is so large. Once you walk into it and can't find your way around, and you've used up all the food and water on your body, you're basically leaving your life there. This group of people should only have the few things left with them. Right? Tang Mo looked at the withered backpacks of several people suspiciously. They dared to step into this desert without any supplies. They are really brave enough. What kind of mission is it?
Is it convenient to tell you about your mission this time?
Generally speaking, missions are received from the mission center. Missions such as entering the desert must be very well-paid missions. Many teams keep secrets when receiving missions with rich rewards, for fear of encountering any surprises along the way.
Do you know Sandtown?
Lisa did not answer the question, but asked Tang Mo instead. Sandtown? Their destination is also Sha Town?
I've heard a little bit about it.
Tang Mo was telling the truth. She really only heard a little bit about Sha Town from Uncle He.
We are going to Sandtown this time.
Lisa's eyes were firm, without any hesitation.
That must be hard.
Now that he knew about Sha Town, Tang Mo believed that Lisa and the others must have understood what was going on in Sha Town.
It's difficult to go. Abin can't wait any longer.
Lisa took the hand of the male voice next to her, her eyes full of tenderness. Abin is Lisa's boyfriend. They have been together since they were in college. However, after graduation, when they worked hard to get engaged at home, Abin fell ill. Leukemia is very serious and can lead to death. During those days, Lisa accompanied Abin here. Later, both of them became superpowers. As a spiritual superpower, Abin began a long and slow process of self-healing. Because he continues to treat himself every day, Abin's disease has been suppressed a lot, and he can basically survive. But his mental power is too weak. If he relies solely on his own mental power to heal himself, his illness will gradually become more severe and wear down his body. So Lisa took him on the road to seek medical advice. The other two people in the team were saved by Lisa along the way. Since they had nowhere to go, they simply left together. Lisa didn't explain it very clearly, but through this, Tang Mo already knew why she had to go to Sha Town. They should know about that desert flower. Maybe you don't know about desert flower, but there is a rare treasure near Sandtown, and this news should have spread. Lisa. The more Tang Mo thought about it, the more familiar it became. He opened the page of the ID Watch ranking list and looked up Lisa's name on it. Sure enough, Tang Mo found Lisa's name at the 35th place. Since Tang Dynasty had not absorbed crystal cores or any exotic treasures for a long time, her current ranking has dropped to 29th, which is very close to Lisa's position. I didn't see the names of Abin and the other two people. No wonder the person with the highest say in this team is Lisa. So everything makes sense. Although the guide Lisa and the others found was a little timid, he was very familiar with this desert. He skillfully led a group of people through the desert, trying to avoid ups and downs, quicksand, and places that would cause sandstorms. The guide had a look of bitterness and hatred on his face, but he didn't dare to complain. Tang Mo found it very funny. It is interesting to say that this guide came here. In fact, he has made enough money, and has not been a guide for a long time. He is living a comfortable life in the base of city, be relying on the food he hoarded with his previous money. Who would have thought that Lisa somehow found out about being a guide, and rushed into his house to drag him out? The base in City B is a small one. Lisa and the others grabbed him and ran away without giving anyone else a chance to react. He reluctantly stood here today, reluctantly serving as a guide in order to survive. Chapter 121 Changes under the gravel. Lisa's team only had the little food that Tang Mo gave them at that time. The group did not dare to eat or drink along the way. They tightened their chapped lips and just kept their heads down and hurried on. Lisa and the four of them are fine. But the guide, who is used to living a good life in the apocalypse, can't bear this. Knowing that Tang Mo was a wealthy man, while leading the way, he surrounded Tang Mo like a dogleg. After all, he has been dealing with people for half his life. He knows when to introduce what things by looking at Tang Mo's eyes. Although he talks a little too much, it is not annoying. Tang Mo was also very helpful, and gave the guide some food and water from his bag. It seems that this guide is also a poor man. He did nothing wrong but suffered such an unreasonable disaster, and was kidnapped into this vast desert. She doesn't hate such people. Chickens don't pee. And everyone has their own way. It's their ability to make a living with this ability. Tang Mo was a very wise man. He got a lot of useful information from the guide, so he naturally wanted to give him some due rewards. The climate and environment in the desert are very harsh, although they don't have to worry about the direction with a guide. The strong wind mixed with sand blows to everyone, causing pain. Tang Mo put on an ankle-length leather jacket over his sportswear to keep out the wind and gravel. I lowered my cap down on my face and put on a thick mask, which made me feel much better. But obviously others were not so lucky, and could only endure the gravel scraping the exposed parts of their bodies, causing scars. Fortunately, everyone is a superpower, so these minor injuries are nothing. But in such an environment, the feeling of hunger and thirst is quickly amplified many times. 2 days later, Lisa came to Tang Mo to negotiate and buy some food and water from her. In the past 2 days in the late Tang Dynasty, in addition to eating and drinking by herself, Lisa also generously provided food to the guide. Lisa knew how much stuff was in her bag at that time. Tang Mo didn't want to hide the fact that she was a space power user. After all, they didn't know how long they were going to stay in the desert, and it was unrealistic for her to survive until the end with only the few things left in her bag. In the end, the two reached an agreement for the price of a mid-level crystal core, a bottle of water, bread, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits. Lisa's attribute value is high, and several other people are also superpowers. The team is very strong and has a rich family background. Every time he came to Tang Mo to consume 5 or 6 crystal cores, he didn't feel bad at all. And Tang Mo also made a lot of money. The group of 6 people moved forward in harmony. When the guide knew that Lisa and the others wanted to go to Sha Town, his face was very ugly. He knew about the mysterious tribe in Sha Town. Everyone who had been a guide here would have heard of that place. Many people have even met people from Sand Town, including the guide Lisa hired. But it was not a good memory. The people in Sha Town behave strangely, and are different from ordinary people in terms of behavior and thinking. There are even legends that people in Sha Town have the custom of cannibalism. So some people call Sha Town a cannibal town. The night in the desert is very scary. There is silence all around. You don't know when something scary will rush out from the side and bite you in the throat. However, for this 6-person team, who are not in a hurry to get out of the desert, night is a rare time to rest.
There shouldn't be any strange beasts in this desert. Right?
A girl in Lisa's team asked. They haven't encountered even a strange beast in so many days. For Lisa's team, they hope to encounter more strange beasts and get some crystal nuclei. After all, the crystal cores in their team will soon be consumed at the end of Tang Dynasty.
We'd better pray that we don't encounter strange beasts in the desert. It's not just hunting. It's terrifying beyond your imagination,
the guide said seriously on his sleeping bag.
Have you seen strange animals in the desert?
The girl asked.
How can it be possible? No one who has seen strange beasts in the desert has come out alive.
The guide didn't dare to think anymore and got into his sleeping bag to get ready for sleep. Lisa and others also fell asleep afterwards. And only Tang Mo was still sitting on his sleeping bag and looking up at the stars. Since the arrival of the end of the world, the starry sky has become particularly beautiful, with little bits of light, clear and translucent. The starry sky in the desert is even more beautiful and dazzling. Unfortunately, in the desert in the apocalypse, few people can have such a mood to look up at the stars. Everyone is exhausted trying to survive. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he made a video call to Chen Ling and his mother after dinner. She usually called once a week to talk about recent events and express her care and miss. In the video, Yang Yang was sucking milk. Tang Mo teased him, and he would smile at his sister, which made Tang Mo very happy. Chen Ling was still acting coquettishly in the video and wanted to come and play with Tang Mo. But unfortunately, he was ruthlessly rejected by Tang Mo again. The situation at Base S is relatively stable now. Song Qing and Wenze are engaged. And I heard from Chen Ling that the two of them are getting along well. Since Chen Ling had a relationship like that of the late Tang Dynasty, it was naturally a lot gentler to Wen Jianshu and the Li family. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he smiled and listened to Chen Ling talking about all kinds of gossip about S-Base. He found it very interesting. If other people saw Chen Ling's gossipy look, they would be shocked. Because the situation is relatively stable, Chen Ling often takes his team out to do missions. After all, only by being in actual combat can you make progress. Chen Ling did not hide anything about the Mist team. Instead, he happily shared with Tang Mo what tasks he had completed recently and asked for praise. The incident of the Chen Ling team greatly touched the end of Tang Dynasty. On the one hand, she felt that Chen Ling was not limited to the position of a powerful person and continued to expand her abilities, which made her feel more attractive and cool. On the other hand, she also had the idea of forming her own team. When we reach the end of the apocalypse, how wide the gap in strength will be. After all, one person's strength cannot compete with a group of people. No matter how strong an individual soldier is, he still cannot defeat a team. If there is any chance to meet the right person again, maybe it would be a good choice for everyone to go together. Just when Tang Mo was looking at the starry sky and thinking about it, her mental strength suddenly tightened for a moment, and she clearly felt that there seemed to be something moving in large groups under the sand. And the strange movement was getting closer and closer to him. Chapter 122. Everyone shows their magical powers.
Everyone, get up quickly! The alien beasts are coming!
Almost instantly, Tang Mo quickly reacted, got up, packed his things, and put them into the space in one go. Although she didn't know what was under the gravel, her intuition and experience told her that it was a group of alien beasts. And there were so many that she couldn't express them with an accurate number. Lisa and the others responded quickly. It was obvious that this team had experienced such a long time in the wild, and had become very mature, and had a tacit understanding. Almost as soon as Tang Mo finished speaking, Lisa and the others quickly opened their eyes, and began to pack their sleeping bags and backpacks. To Tang Mo's surprise, among these people, Except for Lisa. The short and fat guide was actually the second fastest. He gathered his things and hid behind Tang Mo. In the eyes of the guide, Tang Mo made him feel more secure than Lisa.
What's this?
Except for the late Tang dynasty. Only a bin here has spiritual powers. And only he can feel the strange movements under the gravel.
Run!
The things were getting closer and closer. And the squat guide was the first to turn and run back. He seemed to know what it was. The group of people did not hesitate. Turned around and ran after the guide.
Everyone split up and run.
The speed of people was obviously slower than those things. Seeing that thing getting closer and closer to a bin, who was gradually falling behind, everyone could see clearly what those things were from the corner of their eyes. There are very few strange animals in the desert, except for snakes and scorpions. But they were very unlucky today and encountered the latter. Swarms of scorpions swarmed after smelling the scent of their prey. Everyone could imagine the consequences of being caught up. Just like a crop passed by a swarm of locusts. All flesh and blood will be eaten away, leaving only the bones buried alone in the desert. No one could survive like this. So Tang Mo quickly made the decision to split up and run away. There are 6 of them in total, which can at least disperse the number of scorpions and give people a chance of survival. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he took the lead and ran at the front. Several people behind him went in different directions, and the scorpion group divided into 6 groups and chased everyone as everyone expected. Tang Mo's pressure suddenly eased a lot, and he put all his mental power into his legs and started running fast. Tang Mo's original speed attribute value was very high, and now with the added mental power, he quickly kept the scorpions behind him at a distance. But the distance was not enough to make those scorpions lose their target. So Tang Mo turned around briefly every time he opened a distance, took out Pafong from the space, and killed a dozen of the ones closest to her. Then, he immediately picked up speed and started running forward. He kept running for more than 2 hours before he finally eliminated the group of scorpions. Even if Tang Mo is mentally strong, such consumption is very tiring for her. After finally escaping the predicament, Tang Mo sat directly on the sand, took out a bottle of water, and started drinking it. Over there, Lisa was not very fast with a bin. Lisa was not a speed user, and a bin's physical fitness was very low. After the 2 people separated from the large army, they were soon overtaken by the scorpion group. But just when the first scorpion was about to touch a bin's ankle, Lisa and a bin suddenly flew into the air. The 2 people did not panic. Instead, they sat cross-legged in midair, as if they had practiced it many times. If there was anyone around at this time, they must have thought that some fantasy event had occurred.
Aubin, the weight of the flying carpet in your ears is getting higher and higher after your mental power has been condensed. I remember that it flew very low when I used it last time, but now it can fly so high.
At this time, Lisa and a bin were about 3 meters above the ground, which was high enough to be out of reach of the scorpions.
When I get the flower of mental power and my mental attributes are high enough, I might be able to get it not just a flying carpet, but even a spaceship.
A bin's eyes were filled with determination, which was very different from his previous image of a weak and quiet scholar.
Lin Fong and the others know the secret of your mental transformation, but the Tang Dynasty can't tell its origins because it's unclear. It's a pity that Lin Fong and the others are still dead after following us for such a long time.
Lisa's tone was a little pity. Although it will be more difficult for a few more people to sit on a bin's flying carpet, it is not impossible as long as the height of the ascent is lowered. But in order not to expose this secret in front of the end of Tang Dynasty, both Lin Fong and the others had to be sacrificed.
On the way to becoming a god, some people always have to sacrifice.
A bin put his arm around Lisa's shoulders, and Lisa leaned into a bin's arms like a little bird.
You will definitely become the most powerful person in the entire alliance in the future.
Lisa's tone was full of admiration and love. It would be really interesting if Tang Mo could hear the conversation between the 2 of them. You may be glad that you made the wise decision to just treat it as fart when you heard Lisa swearing to protect her with her family. The trust between people does not collapse all at once. The trust in people in the late Tang Dynasty collapsed little by little. Wuxi Village was the last straw that broke the trust in human beings in the late Tang Dynasty. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he would no longer trust anyone. There is heaven outside the world, and there are people outside the world who can live for such a long time, and the apocalypse has nothing to do with others. Fortunately, in the late Tang Dynasty, I still felt that my acting skills were quite good. Tang Mo over there rested for a while, and replenished food and water before starting on the road again. Now without a guide or a partner, I can only explore the desert alone. These days, Tang Mo also realized that the guy didn't know where Sha Town was at all. He even said that Sha Town didn't have a fixed place at all. It was mobile. If you really want to meet him, you still have to rely on luck. In the late Tang dynasty, luck was always average. So it was okay to leave in a hurry. The desert environment is endless. It's all sand, not even a plant. And it's all yellow as far as the eye can see. It is too difficult to mark the route, and any marks made will be quickly covered up by the yellow sand. At the end of the Tang dynasty, I could only rely on the direction of the sun to identify the direction. And I didn't know how many circles I went around in a day. She really suspected that from morning to dark, she did not go beyond 10 miles, and kept drawing circles in place. When it gets dark, the desert becomes very cold, and the temperature difference between day and night is not suitable for people to continue walking. What's more, a road that was unrecognizable during the day was even more unrecognizable at night. In the late Tang dynasty, the Buddhists simply set up camp very early, wrapped themselves in their own cotton-padded jackets, and began to rest. Unable to sleep while lying in his sleeping bag, Tang Mo took out a small desk lamp and began to read a few books he had brought back from Xiaoao. Those complete pictures were a bit too deep for her, and she still wanted to study these basic things thoroughly first. That way, you will be able to understand more things from those pictures, and your gains will be greater. Chapter 123, The First Appearance of Supernatural Powers. In fact, Xiao Tao's books were almost torn by Tang Mo. Tang Mo could memorize every tiny picture in the book. Even when you turn a certain page, you can immediately restore the prototype of the fragment in your mind. After making sure that he had thoroughly understood all the contents in these books, Tang Mo took out the paintings on the wall that he had copied. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she got 3 paintings from the clan leader. What she can confirm now is that 2 of them. One is about spiritual third-party treatment, and the other is about spiritual power turning into physical attacks. There is another one, which is almost certainly about the use of spiritual power in the late Tang Dynasty. But she has never seen the clan leader use it, so she doesn't know what it is specifically, because it was not clear which type these 3 paintings corresponded to. Tang Mo simply pulled out one at random, and then carefully put the other 2 back into the warehouse in her space. These paintings can almost be said to be her most precious things now. To the late Tang Dynasty, they were even more precious than the flowers of spiritual power. The painting that Tang Mo is currently holding in his hand has actually been firmly remembered in his heart. But just to be on the safe side, I went through it again in my mind. After making sure that I remembered it correctly, I controlled my mental power and wandered around the pattern in my heart. Patterns are both invisible and tangible in the mind. Like a transparent painting, the late Tang Dynasty used consciousness to write and spiritual power as the ink to outline the entire pattern bit by bit. Tang Mo's control of mental power had actually reached a very subtle level. She knew very well that normal mental power flowed through the body's meridians to the outside of the body, and there was no way to treat others or turn it into a physical attack. So in what way does this picture allow people's spiritual power to extend outside the body in a different way? At this time, Tang Mo focused all his attention on the mental power that was forming patterns in his mind. She could clearly feel that while the thread-like mental power was gradually forming into a painting, the color of the mental power was getting brighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. Following the path in the picture to travel with mental power can speed up the cultivation of mental power. This is the first surprise this picture brought to the late Tang Dynasty. Just like a spiritual power technique, if all spiritual superpowers now practice spiritual power traveling around the body in their own way. So this picture gives a mentally fixed walking route, which can achieve twice the result with half the effort than walking along the body's meridians. Just when Tang Mo was feeling the joy brought to him by his rapidly growing mental power, the pattern was about to take shape. Tang Mo held his breath and did not dare to be distracted at all. She had no idea what kind of surprise or fright this pattern drawn with mental power would bring to her. To be on the safe side, the late Tang Dynasty only used 1/3 of his mental energy on this pattern. In fact, it is possible to use all the mental power to complete this pattern, but it was not possible in the late Tang Dynasty. After applying mental power to the last part of the pattern, nothing strange happened as imagined. The huge pattern with white light just floated in Tang Mo's mind. What's going on? Is that all? Seeing the pattern floating there, Tang Mo was a little confused. This doesn't seem right. The pattern has been successfully condensed, but it can't exist only in the sea of consciousness. Tang Mo tried to control the light pattern to move, and it worked. As expected, the pattern composed of her mental power was constantly moving by Tang Mo's consciousness. thinking that mental power must be extended outside the body before it can be used. Tang Mo had an idea and manipulated the mental power light map to swim through the meridians in the form of mental power threads. This light pattern is much stronger than the filamentary mental power, and the speed of traveling is also slower. In the first attempt, Tang Mo only pursued stability rather than speed. When the pattern reached the end of Tang Mo's meridian, Tang Mo suddenly discovered that the mental power pattern at this time was hot and soft. She tried to knead the mass of mental energy together, and sure enough, the light pattern was like plasticine, allowing Tang Mo to knead it at will. At the end of the Tang dynasty, he immediately understood that this was the last blow of the clan leader before his death, and that his spiritual power was indeed materialized, according to the appearance of the wind blade used by the clan leader at that time. Tang Mo also condensed his soft spiritual power into 2 wind blades. This light pattern at the end of the Tang dynasty only used 1/3 of his mental power, so it was just right to condense it into 2 moderately sized wind blades. The moment Tang Mo's wind blade shot out, Tang Mo knew he was done. Although the distance it shoots is not far, it is not accurate either. But this was her first attempt after all. After understanding the principle of using that pattern, everything else became simple. It turns out that the secret of the pattern is to first condense the mental power pattern in the mind, and then use the mental power pattern to replace the filamentary mental power and travel around in the meridians before extending out of the body. At the very end of the meridian, the power contained in the pattern is exerted to achieve transformation. If Tang Mo guessed correctly, the remaining 2 pictures are used in the same way as this one. At the end of the Tang dynasty, all the spiritual power was probably used to condense patterns, which could produce 6 spiritual wind blades. These 6 mental wind blades undoubtedly gave her a lot of advantages in attack. As for the attack speed and accuracy, these can be improved through continuous proficiency. Taking those wind blades back into his body, Tang Mo recondensed them several times, each time becoming more skillful than the previous one. Satisfied, he put away everything. It was already late at night, so Tang Mo put away everything and lay down to sleep. The next day, Tang Mo started his desert journey alone. Although there is still no direction, Tang Mo walking in the desert obviously has one more task, which is to train the accuracy, attack speed, and distance of his wind blade. The wind blade is just one of the methods of transformation, but Tang Mo still understands the principle of biting off more than he can chew. First use the 6 wind blades skillfully, and then use other transformation methods to maximize the power of each attack. As he hurried on, he let the 6 wind blades circle around him, and time passed very quickly. The environment in the desert was still very harsh, but Tang Mo felt much more relaxed now that he had something to eat, drink and do. If you can skillfully use a mental transformation method, your journey into the desert this time will not be in vain. Chapter 120 for the Mysterious Palace. Without a guide, the desert journey in the late Tang dynasty would have been much more difficult. Although the strange beasts were no longer encountered, Tang Mo could no longer escape the harsh terrain and changing weather. Jing Jing is now heavier, although she is not very tall. Her weight has caught up with that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Only in emergencies would he get into Tang Mo's backpack. Usually he would jump in front of Tang Mo to clear the way for Tang Mo. With such a little guy by his side, Tang Mo didn't feel so lonely, and was quite happy along the way. I don't know how long he walked, but Tang Mo still didn't see anything in the desert except sand. There wasn't even a green plant, let alone a human being. Once there are no other obstacles in people's field of vision, their attention will be much more focused. Tang Mo lowered his head and looked at the sand under his feet. It was rough and had the scorching temperature of the sun for a long time. When I looked up at the road ahead, it was still the same. Wrong. Tang Mo's originally lazy eyes suddenly became serious. The sand beneath her feet was rough, even mixed with small particles of stone. But the gravel in front is obviously more delicate, and even reflects some of the golden light of the sun. Tang Mo took a closer look and found that the fineness only existed within a small area of 100 meters in front of her, which was a circle of about 5 meters in diameter. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. At this time, Tang Mo remembered what he had said to the guide before, so he stopped cautiously. But Jing Jing, who was walking in front of Tang Mo at this time, continued to move forward unprepared, and was about to reach the area of the fine sand. Jing Jing, stop! Tang Mo immediately shouted at Jing Jing, who had been walking in front of him. Woo! Jing Jing jumped forward a few more steps, then looked back at Tang Mo with a look of confusion on her face. At this time, there was a slight vibration on the ground. The vibration was very subtle, But it was still noticed by Tang Mo, who released his mental energy and paid attention to his surroundings. Just 1 second after the vibration, the circle of fine sand began to flow on the ground like a liquid. It's quicksand. Until this time, Tang Mo finally confirmed what the fine sand in front of him was. It was quicksand. She had heard the guide mention quicksand before, which was like a man-eating monster that could devour people in a short period of time, leaving them without the strength to resist. That is the most natural terror trap in the desert. At this time, Jing Jing's legs had sunk into the sand. It kept struggling, but it couldn't pull its legs out. It could only watch its body being pulled into the sand little by little. Woo 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 woo! Jing Jing looked at Tang Mo with a look of horror and pleading, hoping that Tang Mo could save it. At this time, Tang Mo had already taken out the previously prepared lifeline from the space, then tied a bottle of mineral water on the top, aimed at Jing Jing's position, and threw it out. Jing Jing's little head was very clever. When Tang Mo took out the rope, he immediately understood what she meant. He grabbed the mineral water bottle as it flew over. Tang Mo saw Jing Jing grabbing the bottle over there, and quickly pulled the bottle and the fox out, trying to pull out Jing Jing's lower body that had been sunken. Tang Mo was well aware of Jing Jing's weight. He usually didn't have a problem carrying it on his back, but now he just pulled it out, and Tang Mo didn't take it seriously at all. But when she exerted her strength here, she realized that the situation was not as simple as she thought. The half of Jing Jing's body that had been sunken was too difficult to pull out. It didn't look like it was buried in the sand at all, but like there were a pair of terrifying hands pulling hard under the quicksand, engaging in a tug-of-war with Tang Mo. Jing Jing's two front paws pulled hard on the rope and tried to struggle upward, but there was nothing she could do. Tang Mo added mental power to his arms, and then leaned back with all his strength. But the rope still didn't move at all, and even pulled Tang Mo's quicksand-like covering area away bit by bit. Both ends of the rope refused to admit defeat. Tang Mo gritted his teeth and persisted, but still slid forward involuntarily. Seeing Tang Mo getting closer to him, Jing Jing Yuan's round eyes were full of struggle. Just when Jing Jing was about to let go, Tang Mo shouted, "Don't let go! Trust me!" Tang Mo knew that perhaps the best choice at this time was to let go of the rope and avoid the quicksand area. Jing Jing was just a strange beast, but for such a long time, she has long regarded Jing Jing as her partner. Her first partner. It's not so much that she must save Jing Jing, but that she can't accept herself as someone who would immediately abandon her friends when in danger. Suddenly, Tang Mo felt a shaking sound coming from the ground beneath his feet. No! The suction force of the quicksand seems to have become stronger. If Tang Mo could barely compete with the quicksand just now, now she was still holding the rope firmly and had no power to resist. Tang Mo was barely given time to react. In an instant, Tang Mo was pulled into the quicksand by the rope, and his whole body sank in. The world is spinning. Tang Mo only felt that her whole body was falling. The uncontrollable weightlessness gave her an unreal feeling, as if she was so close to death. The whole body is surrounded by soft sand with warmth. It is not as terrifying as imagined, but instead feels like curling up in mother's arms. Fortunately, the desert was very windy and dusty, so Tang Mo always wore a dust mask. At this time, her mouth and nose were not blocked by the sand, and she could barely maintain the most basic breathing. I don't know how long it took, but just when Tang Mo felt a little dizzy due to suffocation, she landed. The height should have been very high after such a long time, but there was no pain. The whole body was covered with solid sand, and a shape like the late Tang dynasty was pressed out on top of the sand pile. It hurts! Tang Mo patted her face with her hands and slowly opened her eyes. The soreness in her body prevented her from standing up quickly, so she could only lie there in a large posture. At this height, could it be below the surface? When Tang Mo looked at the top of his head, what caught his eye was the very high top of the wall, just like what Tang Mo had seen before in Dunhuang. Looking around, the space here is very large, like a huge palace, with pillars, murals, and many unrecognizable sculptures of figures from the late Tang dynasty. Mystery and solemnity are the biggest feelings here, but the biggest difference from ordinary palaces is that everything here is made of sand, including walls, roofs, sculptures and murals. Tang Mo slowly stood up from the sand and patted his clothes. She seemed to know where this was. Chapter 125, A Blessing in Disguise. Jing Jing? The first thing Tang Mo did when he got up was to look for Jing Jing everywhere. She and Jing Jing both fell from a quicksand area, so they should be nearby. It was quite empty here, except for the pile of sand beneath me at the end of the Tang dynasty. The rest of the place was unobstructed. After scanning around, Tang Imo returned to the towering and compacted pile of sand. And sure enough, he quickly found a small hole that had been smashed out of it. She slapped the sand covering Jing Jing's body away several times, and then lifted the unconscious Jing Jing out of the pit. One hand held Jing Jing, and the other hand patted its back hard. Soon Jing Jing opened her eyes and started coughing. After Jing Jing coughed up all the sand in her mouth and nose, Tang Imo fed it some water, and then it calmed down a little. Ugh! This experience frightened Jing Jing terribly. She was born not long ago, and she had never seen such a scene before. She hugged Tang Mo's thigh with tears in her eyes, and refused to let go. Tang Imo simply put her into his backpack again, and carried her on his body with only her little head exposed. All the architectural decorations here are made of sand. In the desert of City B, if there is a group of people with such unity and collective strength, it is undoubtedly the legendary Sand Town. What kind of strength and wisdom does it take to build such a palace? Tang Imo looked up and started to think. The area where she was about 100 square meters, and the top height was at least more than 10 meters. She looked carefully at the top of her head, and didn't see any holes that she could fall through. So it was even more nonsense to climb out from above. She gently stroked the mural with the beauty of Renaissance art with her hand, and found that some transparent protective film was sprayed on the sand to protect the mural from damage. If Lin Yu is really from Sha Town, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he remembered the story that Lin Yu had used the whole village to exchange 10 mid-level crystal stones for the desert flower. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed impossible, like a joke. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he followed the flower all the way here just to set a random destination for himself. But in fact, since she harvested the flower of spiritual power in Taoyuan village in the late Tang Dynasty, she has no desire for these desert flowers at all. The desert flower is really of no use to her right now. Although the value was high, the late Tang Dynasty did not really need the power enhanced by such external forces. She actually experienced many battles along the way, and also felt her body's need for attribute values. Both the exotic treasure and the crystal core have a fatal attraction to her current body. The originally oversaturated body became empty again, even more empty than before. But even though Tang Mo has now dropped to 28th place in the rankings, he still wants to persevere and does not want to compromise with external forces. She knew only too well how much strength of the people in front of her was due to the accumulation of crystal nuclei and exotic treasures. What their current physical fitness is like, and how much they can use those attribute values are all unknown. The flower of the desert. At the end of Tang Dynasty, I always felt that it was not that simple. If a rare treasure with an attribute value of 100 can radiate to several villages and make Lisa and the others come after hearing the news, then a flower of spiritual power that is more powerful than it should not only affect Taoyuan village. So, is there something wrong with the flower? Or is there some other secret here? All these things made Tang Mo even more curious about this place. But obviously the top priority is not these, but how to escape from the current predicament. I have walked around this place several times in the late Tang Dynasty, and there is nothing except this rectangular pile of sand, which is more than 10 square meters and is pressed firmly. Facing the sand pile are two huge doors carved with simple patterns. These doors are the only thing here that is not made of sand. Tang Mo tried to push the door open, and then quickly gave up the idea of going out from here. The door is far from something that can be pushed by oneself. Even if all the mental power is added to the arm, it will be useless. This is not an ordinary lock at all. It seems like some kind of restriction has been added. That's strange. There is obviously nothing in this huge room. What do they want to lock up by spending so much effort? Tang Mo now has too many questions in his mind, but none of them can be thought of clearly. He simply dragged out his sleeping bag and placed it in a hidden corner. Then he sat on the sleeping bag, took out food and drink, and began to replenish energy for himself. It wasn't that she wasn't in a hurry, but maintaining her physical strength and a clear mind was obviously the most important thing when there was no other way. Negative emotions will not bring you any help. They will only slowly wear down your psychological defense line. There was still a lot of food in the space at the end of the Tang Dynasty. Even if you were trapped here for several years, you could still live well. To survive in the apocalypse, what people strive for is a mentality. Tang Mo and Jing Jing ate the roast duck in front of them, thinking silently, well, the roast duck is so delicious. After eating and drinking enough, it's time to rest. Sleeping in this strange place will definitely not be safe. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she left some mental energy outside. As long as there was any trouble, she would find it immediately. These mental powers were also the exclusive sentinels in the late Tang Dynasty. When Tang Mo opened his eyes again, he looked at his watch, and it was already evening. The top of the palace is airtight. There are no windows here, and people can't tell the difference between day and night. Jing Jing hasn't woken up yet, and Tang Mo hasn't called her yet. This little guy was scared today. Tang Mo stood up in the open space and began to practice the first sentence he had just understood, condensing his mental power into a physical attack. She can now condense 6 daggers very easily, and her speed and explosive power are much more manageable than before. Tang Mo was very satisfied with the open space and no one disturbing her. She now had enough time to study these paintings. Even if the door is open now, she doesn't really want to leave. She wants to understand all 3 paintings before leaving. Just like Taoyuan village at that time, Tang Dynasty could feel extremely abundant spiritual power in this huge secret room, which was much more abundant than the spiritual power in Taoyuan village before. As long as Tang Dynasty calms down and makes good use of this place as a retreat, then it was really a blessing in disguise for her. The longer she was trapped, the more benefits she could get from it. Chapter 126 Jing Jing's Request. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he practiced alone in the open space until he lost track of time. She breathed in the air that was rich in spiritual power, and then focused all her attention on the use of her spiritual power. The form of the wind blade was too simple, and in the late Tang Dynasty, more forms were developed based on imagination, such as thin needles or long whips, or even swords and clubs. As she became more and more proficient in using these weapons condensed by her mental power, she became more deeply aware of the huge role of mental power. She recalled the words of a professor at the S-base in her previous life. Sooner or later, humans will realize that spiritual power is the most outstanding attribute in the world. The drawing of the condensed entity has been basically studied at the end of Tang Dynasty, and the rest is continued to be adjusted and applied in actual combat. Tang Mo randomly picked out one of the remaining 2 pictures, carefully found the starting point from the picture, and then poured his mental power into it, starting a big cycle like last time. In exactly the same way, after condensing the entity of the pattern, it travels throughout the body in the form of the pattern. Finally, it starts to be felt at the critical point of the body's output, and then the energy is transformed. After the first experience, Tang Mo felt much more relaxed this time. When the energy gathered at the last foothold of Tang Mo's body meridians, she could clearly feel a comfortable and soothing force about to move. This is indeed in vitro healing. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he quickly determined that this picture was the secret behind the clan leader Yachong. Now that there was no one around Tang Mo who needed treatment, she could only start with Jing Jing. At this time, Jing Jing was playing happily on the mat on the side, with her little vault crystal core in her arms. Unaware that danger was quietly coming to her head, Tang Mo walked to Jing Jing's side and injected the spiritual power that had been successfully condensed into Jing Jing's body. Feeling the external force, Jing Jing first made a move, and then realized that Tang Mo did not resist, but sat there obediently and allowed Tang Mo to manipulate her. After the spiritual power of the late Tang Dynasty entered, it began to wander inside Jing Jing's small body. She could feel that everywhere the spiritual power passed through was a light yellow color. Only a few places were dark yellow, which were the bruises and blood clots on Jing Jing's body when she fell. Tang Mo slowly manipulated his mental power to caress the dark yellow area, and soon the color became the same as next to it. At this time, Jing Jing had already narrowed her eyes comfortably, feeling warm all over her body. Her originally sore body was now extremely light, as if she had just been soaked in warm spring water. Jing Jing's body was very small, and Tang Mo's mental power quickly traveled around in a circle and then returned to his body. After taking it all back, Tang Mo felt that his body seemed to have more spiritual power than before. Could it be that treatment also has the effect of increasing mental strength? This discovery surprised the late Tang Dynasty. You must know that mental power is so important. The power that an entity condensed from mental power can exert depends entirely on the concentration of mental power. It would be best if you could learn a cultivation method that is not burdensome or harmful to the body. If the clan leader could have enlarged his position at that time and provided free diagnosis and treatment to the villagers of Wuxi village, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, his spiritual attributes might have been higher than those in the late Tang Dynasty, and he would not have been easily defeated by the late Tang Dynasty. The only experimental living subject here has been tried once, and Tang Mo could only reluctantly put this picture away, waiting for the next time he meets a real patient to try again. After you get out of here, you must go back to Wuxi village again. Tang Mo is a person who places great emphasis on commitment. Xiao Tao is still there waiting for her, and she has never forgotten it, although she is not too tired now. She is not ready to continue to take out the third painting. She still understands the principle of biting off more than she can chew when it's good. She still has a lot of time. Not just this moment. Tang Mo sat down and started digging sand in the corner. She really wasn't idle. She wanted to see how thick the wall made of sand was. What if she could really dig it open? Jing Jing, who had just had a complete SPA treatment, stopped playing with crystal cores at this time. She squatted next to Tang Mo and watched her pick at the sand, looking like she was hesitant to speak. It's a pity that in the late Tang dynasty, he was too focused on picking at the sand and didn't notice Jing Jing at all. Woo! Jing Jing used her front paws to pull Tang Mo down.
Huh? What's wrong?
Tang Mo turned around. Jing Jing pulled Tang Mo with her hand again, and then pointed at herself.
Is that so?
At the end of Tang dynasty, he stroked Jing Jing's hair with his hands.
Touch you. You don't usually make such requests. What happened today?
Jing Jing is usually very aloof, so she has never acted like a coquettish person like this. After all, Jing Jing is a fox, not a cat.
Could it be that you are in heat? But I don't know whether you are a male or a female. We are stuck here. Where can I find another little fox for you?
Tang Mo was fingering and guessing at the same time. Then she was worried about how to help Jing Jing solve her partner's important issues.
What?
Jing Jing was so angry that Tang Mo was about to vomit blood. But Tang Mo couldn't think of it. Those who are really anxious are about to speak human words, pointing hard at their little heads.
Do you want me to tame you?
Tang Mo asked tentatively. The position in his head was where the mental power was. When she was treating Jing Jing just now, she deliberately avoided Jing Jing's sea of consciousness, just to avoid contact with Jing Jing's mental power and hurt it.
Woo!
Jing Jing nodded vigorously. When it felt Tang Mo's mental power coming in just now, its first reaction was that the other party wanted to tame it, so it hesitated for a second without resisting. But in the end, when Tang Mo's mental power deliberately avoided her and exited, Jing Jing even felt a little bit lost. But in Lusha district, Tang Mo did not give up on himself, but was brought to this strange place by himself. Alien beasts are unwilling to accept their master and be controlled. But if they follow a master who can protect themselves, it may be a good thing. What's more, this master can also provide himself with a steady stream of crystal nuclei. No matter how you think about it, you have earned it. The calculations in Jing Jing's head were ringing loudly.
You really want to?
If it is domesticated, the minds of the owner and the beast will be connected. There is no need for unnecessary nonsense when fighting, and the cooperation between one person and one beast will be more tacit. If Jing Jing was willing, Tang Mo would certainly beg for it, although Jing Jing's strength is not obvious yet. After staying with her for so long, if Tang Mo couldn't even see Jing Jing's potential and specialness, he wouldn't have to be a spiritual superpower. Chapter 127 turns out to be a big baby. Strange beasts also have such things as spiritual power. And of course, they can feel it themselves. But what I didn't know at the end of the Tang dynasty was, did they still know how to domesticate? If the intelligence of alien beasts can reach this level, can alien beasts with strong enough mental power even tame humans? Then this world is a little too scary. Over there, Jing Jing saw that Tang Mo finally understood her meaning correctly, and started to nod her head wildly.
Okay, I'll start.
Tang Mo's expression became serious. After all, domestication is not a trivial matter. She almost died in the forest because of domesticating the monkey last time. This time, both myself and Jing Jing must ensure safety. But even though he was mentally prepared, Tang Mo was still shocked when he controlled his mental power and entered Jing Jing's sea of consciousness. She had entered the sea of consciousness of that little monkey before, and the light was about the same as that of ordinary people. Far worse than those with mental powers. But the light in Jing Jing's sea of consciousness was shining brightly. Tang Mo made a rough estimate and found that it was a little better than his own mental power. But it should be about the same as ordinary mental power users. If a strange beast like Jing Jing had not been tamed by Tang Mo voluntarily, it would have been absolutely impossible to tame it with Tang Mo's current mental strength. Fortunately, Jing Jing's mental power stayed in the sea of consciousness and was very docile. Tang Mo could even faintly feel the closeness of those mental powers to him. This time the domestication went very smoothly. Tang Mo established a connection with Jing Jing's spiritual power with almost no effort and completed the whole process of domestication. When the domestication was officially completed, Tang Mo took back his mental power and then silently called Jing Jing in his heart. Jing Jing, can you hear me? Tang Mo did not open his mouth to make a sound, which she had seen in the documents of the S-Base Research Institute. After the alien beast is domesticated, The biggest benefit, besides being 100% loyal, is that it can establish a very close connection with its owner. So Tang Mo was ready to give it a try. Mo. I can hear it. A somewhat childish voice came from Tang Mo's mind. It turns out, Jing Jing, you are a girl. The voice sounded like a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. And it was the first time that Tang Mo knew that alien beasts still had genders. That's right. Mo. You don't even know this. I'm ignoring you. Jing Jing stamped her feet beside her and turned her back to Tang Mo. Sulking, Tang Mo secretly smiled for a while, then turned on his ID watch. For example, the watch can only detect some simple information about the attributes of alien beasts. But if it is an alien beast that has been domesticated, it is different. Sure enough, Tang Mo found the pet column at the bottom of his ID attributes. Tang Mo clicked in, where various information was described in detail. Crystal swallowing beast, a growth-type alien beast that completes its own strengthening by swallowing crystal cores. Current level, level 5. These two lines of characters were what attracted the most attention in the late Tang dynasty. Growth level beast? Whether it is a beast or a rare treasure. Once the word growth is added to it, it is definitely extraordinary. Jing Jing has not shown any abilities until now, and Tang Mo only regards it as an ordinary beast. Now that he knows that it is a growth-type beast, he is naturally surprised. Those crystal nuclei were really not given to this little guy in vain. Tang Mo decided in his heart that he would have to feed it more crystal nuclei at 1 o'clock in the future. Since it is called a crystal-swallowing beast, it naturally will not let the crystal core become an obstacle to its physical growth like humans. However, it was not clear at the end of Tang Dynasty what this 5th level was. But she is not in a hurry. She didn't tame Jing Jing just because she wanted a powerful beast. Everything is fate. Jing Jing just needs to take her time and follow her own pace. As a master, all she can do is provide a steady stream of crystal nuclei. Why do I feel like I'm at a disadvantage? Tang Mo thought silently in his heart. Although domestication has been completed now, Tang Mo did not feel any difference from usual times for the time being. Jing Jing's level may 5th still be too weak, although it sounds like a very powerful growth-type alien beast. At present, apart from making it easier to chat, it is really of no use. Tang Mo and Jing Jing were alone for a while, and then they went about their own business. Since there was nothing to do in there, Tang Mo went to bed very early, preparing to preserve the most abundant energy at all times. Just after 12 o'clock at night, Tang Mo, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the ringing of bells. The only people who could call her were Lynn and Chen Ling. But these two people would never call her in the middle of the night. A call at this point must be a big deal. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he broke out of his sleepiness in a flash and sat up, completely sleepless. Hey, what's wrong? Tang Mo's voice was so calm that he didn't sound like he had just been woken up from a deep sleep. Are you okay? The voice on the other end of the phone was Chen Ling, and there was unstoppable worry in his voice. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he thought it was Chen Ling or something happened to his family. But he didn't expect that Chen Ling was asking him. Does he know that he is trapped in the desert of City B? It's impossible. Not to mention that no one can check the personal location of the ID watch if you don't turn it on. Even if you can check it, you probably won't be able to know your current situation, unless you install surveillance on yourself. Tang Mo thought for a few seconds. It's okay. It's fine. Why do you ask? Tang Mo actually had some plans in mind. The current predicament was not a dead end for her, and she didn't want Chen Ling to worry. Did you see that extra logo after the name on your ranking page? Chen Ling was in that position, and it was customary to read the ranking list before going to bed every day. Every time I open the rankings, the first thing I do is to look at Tang Mo, seeing that her ranking has dropped again. I feel relieved knowing that she did not blindly absorb crystal cores for the rankings. Then look at yourself, and finally look at the rankings of the people around you and other people. But today, when Chen Ling opened the rankings and found that there was a small golden icon with an indescribable shape behind Tang Mo's name, he panicked. Although the ID watch was developed by people from the S-base, it uses the function of the Intelligent Brain Continuation Program. Watches have been updated to this day, and many programs are no longer controlled by humans, but are moving autonomously with high technology. Even Chen Ling has no way of knowing what that golden icon actually means. Injured? Poisoned? Still, Chen Ling's heart was raised at that time. He didn't care about looking at his ranking, so he quickly called Tang Mo. At the end of Tang Dynasty, I was sleeping soundly, so I had no time to look at the rankings. After all,
Her rankings are dropping every day. And it makes people angry to watch her. She hasn't watched her for several days. After listening to Chen Ling's words, he clicked on the ranking page and found his name. Chapter 128. Are you the devil? Tang Mo looked at the ranking list from top to bottom until he found his name at position 44. At the end of Tang Dynasty, the ranking dropped again. But it is obvious that the late Tang Dynasty knew that this was not what Chen Ling was talking about. On the ranking list, there is a small golden icon behind Tang Mo's name. It is particularly special among all the names and is difficult to ignore. Tang Mo looked carefully at the golden icon behind his name. Chen Ling and others could not see the pattern of the icon. But Tang Dynasty himself could. It was a super mini version of the little fox, which looked like Jing Jing. What's wrong? Are you okay? There was no sound from the end of Tang Dynasty for a long time. And Chen Ling became a little anxious. It's okay. That's my pet. Animal pet? Have you tamed that little thing next to you? Hearing the word pet, Chen Ling quickly reacted and remembered the little fox that had been following Tang Mo before. Yeah. Tang Mo also didn't expect that he could complete the task of domesticating a pet so quickly. She had experienced firsthand how strong the mental power required for domestication. And she paid the price in blood. It's amazing. Our family, Momo, is the first person in China to domesticate an animal pet. If other people knew about this, they would be surprised that the legendary domestication was actually achieved by a girl in the middle of the rankings. Moreover, that girl is also a famous space superpower. The news that she suddenly hit the rankings before the end of Tang Dynasty will not be forgotten so quickly. People who can tame beast pets must have extremely strong mental power. With strong mental power and space powers, what a perverted existence they must be. Once everyone knows about this, Tang Mo will immediately become famous again. Chen Ling was surprised for only a few seconds, and then immediately regained his composure, as if this was how it should be. That was the person he liked. In the late Tang Dynasty, she was always standing high and shining brightly. At that moment, Chen Ling even felt a sense of crisis in his heart. It's a pity that Momo's little secret can't be hidden anymore. Chen Ling snickered. Although the matter of the spiritual department in the late Tang Dynasty was not mentioned to Chen Ling, the two of them had a tacit understanding. Tang Mo didn't say anything, just shook his head with a wry smile. People are afraid of being famous as pigs are afraid of being strong. It really means that the less you want to do it, the more you do it. Although her mental power is strong, she is not yet strong enough to tame a pet. But she cannot explain these coincidences about Jing Jing to others. The late Tang Dynasty was really difficult. After hanging up the phone, Tang Mo closed his eyes for a long time without falling asleep. It's not because I feel happy about taming exotic beasts, but because I get angry. This night is destined to be sleepless. The next day, Tang Mo slept until noon and didn't wake up until noon. The first thing he did when he got up was to check the time on his watch out of habit. But he was shocked and speechless by the unread messages that filled the screen. Tang Mo put a hand on her forehead. She was angry. She was really angry. In addition to information from Lynn, Wen Jianshu, Song Qing, and Lan Lan, the end of Tang Dynasty also received information from Qin Fen. Where are you? Do you mind coming together? Brother Song Qing also sent a message. What new goodies did I get? So cool. Of course, there are more of them, the scientific madmen at the Base Research Institute, who are committed to researching all new things and making selfless contributions to benefit all mankind. Except for his mother, Uncle Wen, Song Qing and Lan Lan. Tang Mo didn't reply to anyone's messages. Firstly, she was really unfamiliar with those people. And secondly, she really had no idea about her dedication to benefiting others. Forgive her for not having high ideological awareness and being a complete egoist. I'm not busy with my own affairs, so I don't have time to worry about others. There is really no certainty about who will die tomorrow. Tang Mo really didn't feel much joy at this time. Although the experts mentioned when they sent her a message that the icons displayed by animal pets of different levels should be different. But currently there are no other reference points besides the late Tang Dynasty. So no one can really tell what level this gold is. Growth level beasts should be very powerful. Tang Mo still has great confidence in Jing Jing. How happy can she be now? She is someone who can't even get out of this door. Tang Mo sighed, tidied himself up a little, and then started a new round of training. Mental treatment can only be practiced after waiting for an opportunity to practice. But the physical attack of mental power can be done better by taking time. Tang Mo paid 200% attention to this attack method that could greatly improve his combat ability.
Jing Jing held Jing Nu while watching idly as Tang Mo played with the wind blade, while applauding, being Tang Mo's most loyal and only audience. The only lighting in this palace made of sand is the huge lanterns evenly distributed in the four corners. The light was a little dim, but it was enough for Tang Mo. But suddenly, when Tang Mo was immersed in his spiritual world, he suddenly felt the world around him shaking, and the ground seemed to be cracking. Is this an earthquake? This was the first thought at the end of Tang Dynasty. If there really was an earthquake, and this door was locked, and he couldn't escape, he might be trapped and die here. Tang Mo felt a chill in his heart. The moment the ground shook, the entire palace suddenly became dark. But soon, in just a few seconds, the flames started beating again, and the ground returned to calm. Jing Jing was so frightened that she even dropped the crystal in her hand, and rolled and crawled into Tang Mo's arms. Tang Mo held Jing Jing in his arms, and glanced around, then quickly retreated to the corner. She watched as the originally flat rectangular pile of sand slowly arched into a strange arc, and then got higher and higher, as if something was about to come out of it. Is there something else in here? Tang Mo watched intently as the sand pile bloomed like a huge bud, and then a huge thing emerged from it. The late Tang Dynasty had never seen such a big beast. When it emerged from under the sand, it almost occupied the entire height of the palace.
Oh, I can finally get away from this annoying sand for a short time.
The alien beast looks like a dragon, but it is not a dragon. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he did a lot of research on portraits such as the classic of mountains and seas, and he remembered the appearance of those legendary things very clearly. Although this thing looks like a dragon, it is definitely not a dragon. If I had to say it, it was actually more like a giant snake with horns. The dragon is not a dragon. The snake is not a snake. The difference between them is very frightening. This was also the first time that Tang Dynasty saw and heard of a strange beast that could speak human words. Chapter 129 3 Wishes. When the giant beast completely emerged from under the sand, the entire secret room returned to its previous calm. Tang Mo touched the wall with his hands, and felt his feet returning to the solid ground. This castle made of sand is actually so strong. Only the sand pile in the middle is cracked, showing a messy appearance. At that moment, Tang Mo suddenly understood. It turns out that the purpose of building this sand castle is to confine this huge and strange beast. One person and one beast looked at each other, but no one spoke first. Tang Mo's neck was sore after looking up for a long time, and he twisted and moved a little, while Jing Jing closed her eyes tightly and didn't dare to look.
Human, are you the accomplice named Lynn?
It was the giant beast that couldn't hold back its anger and spoke first. Your surname is Lynn? Could this matter really be related to Lin Yu? Are they friends or foes? There was no information, and any more words would make mistakes. Tang Mo did not dare to answer rashly, and still looked at each other in silence.
Aren't you curious about who I am and why I am here?
Seeing the calm look of the tiny human in front of him, the alien beast became a little irritated. In its impression, humans should be panicked and frightened when they see him, so that they can feel a sense of accomplishment.
Who are you and why are you here?
Tang Mo asked, following the strange beast's words.
I am an ancient mythical beast. A dragon.
You know dragons.
Right.
Tang Mo nodded. You are a shitty dragon. If a dragon looked like you, it would no longer be a mythical beast. Of course, Tang Mo only dared to think about this in his heart, and did not dare to say it out loud.
I have been trapped here since I was conscious. I wake up once a month to eat, and today is the day I wake up. Eat? What are you eating?
Tang Mo looked around. There was nothing here. It seems that this door will be opened soon.
Of course it's cannibalism. But don't worry. I'm not interested in adults like you at all. I only like to eat human cubs. The fresh taste. TSK TSK.
The greedy expression on the face of this strange beast made Tang Mo feel a chill in his heart, and his expression suddenly turned cold. If Lin Yusha town is like this, then it seems that they can only be enemies. Not my family. Its heart must be different. And those who trade with the same kind and the different kind are also devils.
What do they want you to do? Smart.
The strange beast glanced at Tang Mo appreciatively.
They have a lot of demands. They want to improve Lin Yu's physical fitness. And they also want the flower on the cliff. I really thought that they would be able to talk big if they sacrificed something to me every month. I'm dreaming. What if they promise to let you out? Humph. Do they dare?
Come to think of it, this strange beast has been imprisoned here for so long, and its hatred with Shajin has long been deep. It is impossible for those people to make demands on the condition of letting it out. Otherwise, If the conditions are fulfilled, it will be a big loss if this strange beast is taken away from its lair and wiped out. The two parties restricted each other, resulting in the current stalemate. However, at the end of the Tang dynasty, there was still one thing that they didn't understand. And that was why they had to sacrifice a child every month when this strange beast had been sealed here, and they were unwilling to meet Shajin's request.
However, if you are willing to help me, I am willing to grant you 3 wishes.
After debating for a long time, this strange beast finally got to the point with Tang Mo.
Shall I help you?
Tang Mo raised his eyes.
You really think highly of me, so forget it.
Tang Mo rejected the 3 wishes without even a trace of hesitation. Just kidding. No one in this tribe has ever played with this exotic beast. How dare she make a deal with it? She didn't even know how she died, so she wasn't greedy for that.
How dare you? Aren't you afraid that I will eat you now? Even if your meat is not as tender as that of a human cub, it is still edible.
As he said that, the alien beast opened its big mouth and roared wildly at Tang Mo's position. The strength of such a huge and eloquent beast cannot be underestimated. Tang Mo stood in the corner, his hair blown back by the wind. She covered her face tightly with her sleeves, for fear of being splashed by the saliva of the alien beast.
If you can get out of that sandy area, I'm afraid there's no need to negotiate terms with me.
Tang Mo pulled his hair back and smoothed it down. She knew that she couldn't beat this strange beast by looking at it with her toes. But there is really too much nonsense. So much nonsense that it is difficult for Tang Mo to ignore its flaws. For such a long time, the dragon didn't move at all. It stayed in the position of the sand pile, and even a small section of its tail was still buried in the sand. If it were not restricted, why would it have to talk so much to Tang Mo, who was extremely insignificant in its eyes? Moreover, if a trapped alien beast could move, the first thing he would do when he came out would be to move his body. Obviously, this strange beast does not. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Although the facial features of the strange beast were not obvious, Tang Mo still saw a trace of embarrassment at being ruthlessly revealed on its face.
Do you have anything else? If nothing else, I'll rest.
Tang Mo was a little tired from standing, and Jing Jing was already very heavy now. So it was indeed tiring to hold her like this. She seriously asked this strange beast for its opinion. Just didn't hear the answer. Tang Mo pulled out his sleeping bag and sat on it to rest. The atmosphere was frozen. The 4 strange beasts silently raised their heads and looked up at the ceiling. It no longer wants to look down at that human being. Doesn't it want to lose face? At first, Jing Jing was too scared to look at the huge beast. But maybe the calm temperament of the late Tang dynasty gradually affected it. Jing Jing began to become curious about this giant beast. Not only did she open her eyes, she even jumped to the side of the giant beast to look left and right. Slowly, he became bolder and even stretched out his short paws to touch the giant beast's toes. But this time I felt the tiger's butt. Although the giant beast was said to be restricted, its body could still move slightly. Jing Jing was kicked out, hit the wall and bounced back. Jing Jing couldn't get up for a long time. Her head was so dizzy that it was like a paste.
You deserve to be naughty.
Tang Mo laughed mercilessly. Not only did he have no sympathy, he even felt a little happy. He stood up and walked towards Jing Jing. The treatment she just learned has no experimental subjects. Don't you think this is a coincidence now? Jing Jing's fall was not serious. Tang Mo healed it with almost no effort, and returned to her lively and jumping appearance. But obviously, this new doctor in the late Tang dynasty was not satisfied yet. Once he had a beginning, he had to continue. Seeing Tang Mo's eyes wandering, Jing Jing shivered all over. She immediately huddled herself into a ball and shrank into a corner, pretending that she didn't exist and minimizing her sense of existence. Then soon, Tang Mo moved his eyes to the giant beast. Chapter 130. Someone finally arrived. Jing Jing's size is very small, so it is definitely much easier to treat than treating humans. But this giant beast is different. It is so huge that if it is really injured and needs medical treatment, it will definitely waste a lot of energy. If you can have this strange beast as your experiment, it would be perfect for exercising your healing abilities. If you want to heal this strange beast, you must first hurt it. But obviously, getting too close is a no-no. However, this problem is difficult to trouble others. But it is not difficult to trouble the late Tang dynasty, because in addition to treatment, the first skill she learned was mental physical attack, which came in handy at this time. Then a magical scene appeared. I saw wind blades flying out from Tang Mo's fingertips and striking the giant beast. The power of a single wind blade may be nothing to a beast with strong skin and flesh. But what about 10? What about 100 channels? You must know that the giant beast cannot move. You can only watch the other party attack you. And you can't even hide. After a few minutes of continuous attack, Tang Mo would stop and use his mental power to heal the giant beast. The treatment at the end of Tang Dynasty was so precise that even the skin of the giant beast could be restored to its previous appearance. The huge body of the beast and the extremely sophisticated treatment required very high mental control at the end of Tang Dynasty. This is much harder than healing people. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was happy with his creativity while performing his magical operations. In this way, you can exercise your mental power to materialize, and at the same time exercise your mental power to heal. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. Once she can really heal this giant beast with ease, then healing people will be no problem for her at all. Jing Jing was stunned as she watched. The little guy began to reflect on himself. He would no longer be afraid of these strange beasts. Tang Mo was much scarier than these strange beasts. She was the real devil. Tang Mo's consumption of mental power was obviously not unlimited. After about half an hour, the mental power in her body was exhausted, and she had no choice but to sit down and rest first. Because he did not like to recover by absorbing crystals, the recovery of mental power in the late Tang Dynasty was very slow. Seeing that the terrifying human finally stopped, the giant beast's eyes were red. It now fully understands that this woman was sent by Sha Town to torture itself. Is that human being? Not even as good as a beast. But just when the giant beast was relieved that the torture had stopped, Tang Mo stood up again. Tang Mo suddenly remembered something. She forgot which document she read it from. When her mental power was about to be exhausted, moderate consumption would help to break through faster. Only when people are at their limits can they unleash their greatest potential. She wanted to give it a try. She knew that it would not be easy to find such an excellent training ground and training partner in the future. And she didn't want to waste a single second. People tend to lose track of time when they are concentrating. I don't know how long it took. It was about half a day. But Tang Mo's stomach began to growl. People are like iron, rice, and steel. If they don't eat one meal, they will be hungry. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, the physical exertion was huge, and he became hungry very quickly. He had to eat a lot of food at every meal to replenish his physical energy. She sat down and began to put out the fragrant food. The white steamed buns were full of aroma when bitten into them, which was extremely satisfying. When it comes to food, Tang Mo never wants to make any concessions to himself. Jing Jing continued to hold its crystal while chewing on it, while the beast raised its head and silently repaired the scars in its heart. In this harmony, Tang Mo's mental energy, which was outside for observation, suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. Someone is opening the door. Tang Mo reacted quickly, then put all the things on the ground into the space, grabbed Jing Jing, and ducked behind the wall where he could hide. Tang Mo had just hid here when the door in the distance was slowly opened. A sharp wind blade rose from behind the beast to above its eyes. It was a sharp weapon used to seal the mouth of giant beasts in the late Tang Dynasty. Once the giant beast says something it shouldn't say, it knows what will happen.
Did you bring my food?
To say that this giant beast might really be someone who has seen big scenes. Even if the sharp knife is hanging in front of his eyeballs, he can still speak calmly. At this time, there were 7 or 8 men in simple clothes standing in the open space below, as well as a woman holding a child. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 50s, and the people behind him were all headed by him. To the right of the middle-aged man is a young man in his 20s, with a complicated expression on his face.
Second mother, bring the child over here.
Lin Shorong gave the woman behind him a look, and the second mother stood in front of the person holding the little girl in her arms.
Put the kid over there.
The direction Lin Shorong pointed was exactly where he was hiding in the late Tang Dynasty.
Mayor, forget it. Just trust me and give me some more time. We don't need the help of this bastard.
The young man couldn't hold it back in the end, stepped forward and said to Lin Shorong. It turned out that the 4 different beasts were called Fufins, and at the end of Tang Dynasty, he secretly made a note of them. Maybe the sound was too noisy, and the little girl who was sleeping suddenly woke up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes with his little hands, looked around, and saw the huge alien beast.
Wow, brother! Brother!
Hug! The little girl, who was only 3 or 4 years old, was frightened and cried, and subconsciously reached out to the young man. The man's face was full of unbearability. He was about to reach out his hand, but Lin Shorong knocked it back with the crutch in his hand.
Lin, if a man wants to achieve great things, he must be informal and give something in order to gain something. I don't need to teach you these things here again. Just stand back. Can!
Lin Yu struggled with his face, but finally retreated. He looked at the crying little girl reluctantly, then turned his head away.
Brother!
Brother! Hug me.
A 3-year-old child is still too young to understand what that last look means.
Second mother.
Lin Shorong shouted again. And the man named Ernyang immediately understood. Took out a handkerchief and covered the little girl's mouth and nose. And the girl soon fainted. The whole clearing suddenly became quiet. Ernyang carried the girl to the position Lin Shorong said. Put her down and left quickly. Tang Mo tried his best to press his back against the wall. Fortunately, the person named Ernyang didn't seem to look in her direction and left quickly.
It's just such a small amount. It's not enough to fit between the teeth.
The Finn snorted coldly. Lin Shorong's face looked a little ugly. In order to support this giant beast, their Sha town no longer had children over 3 and under 10 years old. If not, he wouldn't be able to give Lin Yu's biological sister away. Lin Yu is the genius of their Sha town, and his biological sister will most likely be equally talented when she grows up.